5 and 7 sharim. But she says over here that anytime you do a lachash, you do a whisper like for this drunk person, or we bring the halacha, all the mishaberachs that we say for a chayla are with the mother's name. How do we know this? From this Gemara, from Amrli Aim, you mention the mother's name. If you don't know how many times to say a lachash, you must say it 41 times. If a woman has reason to believe she has some sort of genetic disposition to miscarrying, she may wear Evan Tikuma, which is a stone within a stone. Rameir says if you take that same stone and you weigh it against another stone, you could use the second stone that weighs exactly the same amount, not a tad less or more. The Gemara has a question: can you take the second stone and the third stone? Will it work on the third stone? If a person has fever, you take a brand new coin and you measure salt from a salt factory and you hang it on your neck with a piece of hair. If not, take a very large ant that's carrying something and you put it into a copper tube and you seal it with lead. 60 seals. You take it, you shake it, you say to the ant, take my disease and take your disease. If not, you take a brand new pot, you go to the water, you take the water and you go around your head 7 times, pour it into the river backwards while you say, river, river, take my water back with the disease. The way the disease came, the disease shall leave. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Samach Zayin. Happy like Ba'omer. We're back to the sugya of supernatural healing powers. This is a very interesting one. A person has fever every 3 days. He has to do things with the number 7. He takes 7 branches from 7 different date trees, 7 splinters from 7 different beams, 7 pegs from 7 different bridges, 7 ashes from 7 different ovens, 7 dirts from 7 different door sockets, 7 pitch from 7 different ships, and 7 kernels of cumin from cumin. And here's a very interesting one. 7 beard hairs of an old dog. You tie it all together, put it in a strand of hair, you wrap it around your neck. That's a zula for root. This person has really high fever. You take a knife that's completely metal, no handle, and you go over to a thorn bush, a snet, and you tie your hair around it, and you say the pasuk, Vayera Malach Hashem Elav, Vayomer Moshe, the second pasuk. These are psukim referring to that the sneh wasn't eaten up, so the disease shouldn't eat up the body. And on the second day, you go over there, you make another notch in the sneh like you did in the first day, and you say, Vayar Hashem Kisar Lirais, Hashem saw. The word sar means go away. And on the third day, you notch out the sneh again, and you say the pasuk, don't come close to me, go away, disease. And you tell the sneh. We know that the reason why Baruch was mashing the shkina on you is not because you're such a great treat, the opposite. It's because you're so humble. And that will increase a person's humility, which will overcome the disease. And you bend down to it, and you cut down the sneh. And you say, just like the fire ran away from Tanayim Shalom Azariah by Kishan Age, so too my fever, my fire should run away from me. If a person has a shchin, or a very painful blisters, or he has a shade demons, or the shade of the Mesachise, Gemara gives a series of different words that a person will say. Restream like Ba'omer says, Klal Yisrael is royalty, and royalty wears golden bells and go out with it on Shabbos. Unlike a slave, like we say, cannot go out with a bell, so it'll fall. He's royalty. Rav says that's provided that it's tied tightly to his clothing. Says the Mishnah, continuing with supernatural things, a person can go out with the egg of a grasshopper if he's concerned of earache. Machlekes whether he can go out or not, we'll see in a second. The tooth of a fox. Well, if it's a live fox, that wakes a person up. If he's too sleepy, if he's dead, it's good for insomnia. If a person has problems falling asleep, he uses this tooth. The nail of a person that was hung is good for a wound. According to our mayor, you're allowed to use this stuff. It's refuah. According to the Chachamim, that's darkei amoyer. The same thing, there's an Isidore Raisa to act like a guy with superstition. Abaye and Rabbi say anything that it's obvious that it creates refuah. You drink a potion, you put herbs on a wound, and you know that it's going to work. There's no darkei amoyer. The issue is when you know that it's not going to work. It's darkei amoyer. It looks like you're acting like a guy. If a person has a tree that is really strong in the fruit, fall off the tree prematurely, there are two things you can do. You load it up with stones. That's a natural scientific way of weakening the tree and therefore prolonging the fruit on the tree. Second way is to paint the tree red. Why is that not supernatural? Because what you're trying to do is to invoke other people that see this to get them to daven for you. It says by the Mitzvah, the Tommy Yikra, a Mitzvah calls out I am Tommy to have people have compassion for him and daven. The Malama that says you take a cluster of dates and put it on a date tree for the same reason you want people to daven for you. The Bechir Barabin said all the halachas of a Murray, that's in Toseftim, for example, Ches, that discuss the Murray, they're all false, you're not allowed to do that. There are only two, and in fact, the Maharil brings these two are the only two refuahs in the entire Shabbos, Daf Samach Zayin, which are Badik Menusa, they work even in our day. And that is, if a person has a bone stuck in his throat, he takes a bone from the same type of bone, let's say it's a chicken bone, you take another chicken bone, put it on top of your head, and you say a couple of words, and if you have a bone of a fish, you put it, you do the same thing, you say these words, and it works. Now the Gemara brings at least 14 different things that are considered documentary. The person says, my mazel should get greater, or he says, I shouldn't get tired. He uses a lashon of God Yagud. He usually says that lashon is worse than documentary. That's actually a bizarre. The person switches his name with his wife at nighttime. He calls himself his wife's name, and she calls it her name, his name. That's also documentary. If you say, my barrel should be stronger, he uses a lashon of Dan Yadam, that is documentary. Rabbi says once again, Dan is a lashon of Zara, completely awesome. Another thing, if you tell a raven, scream, or you tell a female raven, shrieky, and turn your tail to me, and everything will be good, that's documentary. You see a chicken acting wrongly. In other words, the chicken, instead of crowing in the morning, he crows at night, or he crows like a raven, and he says, I'm going to shut it because of that, that's documentary. Same thing if a female chicken screams like a male chicken. If a person says, I'll drink, but I'll leave over, or he breaks eggs on a wall in order to save the chicks, or he dances in front of the chicks, or counts to 71, or a woman who dances in front of the kutaf, which is a dish, or she urinates in front of the dish, or she tells people, don't talk loudly when I cook my lentils, or she says, let's scream so that the beans will cook. All these things are documentary. These are things that are more scientific. You take a splinter of mulberry in order to increase the speed of the dish, or you take broken glass, that is scientifically proven to work. For say, if you use glass, you have other issues. The issue is, sakana, you don't want to really eat glass, not a very good idea. To say, l'chaim, the wine, l'chaim, it should be on the mouth of Rabbanim, that's okay. In fact, Rabbi Kiva, by the chassan of his son, he said, l'chaim to the chachamim and to the talmidim, you let it take salt that thins out the oil and creates a brighter flame. That's scientifically proven. You let it take clay, mud, and put it underneath the flame so it should go slower, it chills it out a little bit, and the flame will slow. Rabbi Zutra says, if you were to cause your flame not to increase, but to consume more oil, you're over and Issachar Raisa, according to most Rishonim of Baal Tashkas. You're consuming oil when you don't need to. With that, we finish the amazing parak of Bamet Isha. And tomorrow, we are going to start the Neder. Wow, Godol, have a wonderful day. Regardless of what it is you're trying to do, right? And so, I was blessed. Just to be able to witness a short Shabbos Daf Samaches. We're starting a brand new parak Klal Gadol, one of the most famous programs in Shas. Klal Gadol, there are three major rules the Mishnah tells us. The first rule, Klal Aleph, let's call it, is a person that doesn't know about Shabbos, and therefore he only brings one chatos on all the Shabbosim and all the Averis he ever committed, because there was only one mistake that he made. He didn't know about Shabbos. The second rule is, if a person knew about Shabbos, but he forgot that today is Shabbos, so he's chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And the third rule in the Mishnah is, if a person forgot about the malacha. He knew today is Shabbos, but he forgot that the malacha he's doing is asur. So he's chayiv for each av malacha, including if he did toldos and one av, he's chayiv only one carbon for the two of them. But for each and every av malacha, he's chayiv one. Says the Gemara, why is it called klal gadol, a major rule? Says Rabbi Yosef Bar Oven, because compared to Hilchos Shemitah, which it also says klal gadol, Shabbos is a major rule. Why is it a major rule? Because Hilchos Shabbos applies even when things are not attached to the ground. For instance, cooking. You're not cooking attached to the ground. It's on the oven. So that's a major rule. So then why does it say major rule by Shemitah? Because Shemitah compared to Meiser is a major rule. Meiser doesn't apply to animal food, only to human food. Therefore, Shemitah is a major rule. Shemitah does apply to animal food. But according to Dr. Hari that says klal gadol by Meiser as well, how does he explain? He must explain that Meiser compared to Peah, oh, that's a big rule. Why is that? Because Meiser has three conditions. It has to be oichel, has to be food, and not fruit that's designed, let's say, to dye clothing. It also has to be nishmar, guarded, not hefty. It has to be gedulim min haaretz, has to grow from the ground, whereas, let's say, mushrooms don't grow from the ground, cut it from mice. When it comes to peah, we add two things. It has to be you reap it in one shot at one time. There's one period of time. Whereas, let's say figs, where you don't reap it at one time, you can pick them off the tree at different months. Not chayiv. And finally, it has to be something that you could store. And all vegetables are cut from peah because you don't store them. So that's why it's a klal gadol. Meiser compared to peah is a klal gadol. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel versus Rabbi Yochanan and Shmuel. Rav and Shmuel say that if somebody never knew about Shabbos, he's a tinok shenishba. That's what our mission is referring to. That and somebody that knew about Shabbos and forgot about the concept of Shabbos. Two things. Those two cases, you're chayav a carbon. So even somebody that becomes about tshuva, he never knew about Shabbos, he grew up in who knows where, never heard about Shabbos, when he becomes about tshuva, he must bring a carbon according to Rav and Shmuel. You see, no, somebody who never knew about Shabbos, is a tinok shenishba, doesn't have to bring the carbon. In fact, it's machlokes tanai. It says in the bright zone, it's a klal gadol. It's a tinok shenishba, and he didn't know about Shabbos, he didn't know about chayla, he didn't know about dam, he didn't know about Avodah. He brings one carbon for each aver for his entire life. One carbon for dam, one carbon for Avodah Zarah, one carbon for chayla, and one carbon for Shabbos. Where Munbaz says, no, he's talking from all carbonates. Munbaz learned that there's a hekesh between shogeg and mezid. Mezid is called a chayta, shogeg is considered a chayta. And just like mezid, he has an awareness, so to shogeg you have to have awareness. And somebody says, Shanifa never had an awareness. Asks Rabbi Akiva, wait a minute, if you're comparing shogeg to mezid, mezid knows while he's doing it, he knows that what he's doing, he has an awareness as he's doing it. How can you say so by shogeg? In fact, Munbaz holds, yes, he does have an awareness. When he does a shogeg, we'll explain that tomorrow. Munbaz learns from Avodah Zarah. In Avodah Zarah, it says, there's one halacha for shogeg and mezid, and just like mezid, he has an awareness, so to shogeg. And Chachamim hold Torah Achas. Comes to tell us another halacha. That in order to be chayav a chatos, it has to be doinei kares. Only something that if you do something to mezid, you chayav kares. Then on the shogeg part, you bring a chatos. Otherwise, you don't bring it. Having a wonderful day, but if you want to stick around for bonus material, just to explain, the Gemara's Havamina and Rav and Shmuel. The Gemara says in Rav and Shmuel that they hold by tinok shenishba. So I never had an awareness about Shabbos. Didn't know about Shabbos. He's chayiv only one carbon. That would mean what we consider klal aleph on the list, klal aleph, would have to drop down to be klal beis. And that is, if somebody knew about Shabbos, but he forgot about Shabbos completely, that would be the second klal in the Mishnah. And on that klal, he'd be chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And klal beis that we have would drop down to klal gimel. In other words, if somebody forgot that today's Shabbos, would drop down to klal gimel and he'd be chayiv for each and every malacha that he does. The big issue with that, and the reason why the Gemara goes away from that is, then why does the Mishnah say Klal Gimel is a person that forgot that the malacha that he's doing is also, let's say much bigger thing. The person forgot that today is Shabbos, and he's chayav on each and every malacha. And therefore, the Gemara says that where Rav says, Rav and Shmuel, they say, that goes together with somebody that knew that it was Shabbos, but he forgot Shabbos today, and somebody that never knew about Shabbos. They're all equal. They bring one carbon, have a wonderful day.
Really, this is $1.5 million worth of Can-Am spiders. 8 of them, 200,000 a piece. Me and Suge calm down, sunset. Oh, yeah.
Shabbos Daf Samach Tes. If someone were to ask you to define the word shaggy, you'd probably say shaggy means a person who doesn't know that this affair is awesome. Well, there's a three-way machlokes. Mumbaz has an incredible shita that shaggy means the person knows that what he's doing is wrong, he just doesn't know he has to bring a carbon. That is considered a shaggy. In fact, there's a brayso that says exactly like Mumbaz. The brayso says, how do you define the perfect shaggy? Someone that doesn't know what Shabbos and doesn't know the malach is awesome. How do you define the perfect mesis? Somebody that knows the Shabbos and somebody that knows that the malach is awesome. And what if somebody knows one out of the two? He knows the Shabbos, he doesn't know the malach is awesome. He knows the malach is awesome, he doesn't know the Shabbos. Or what if he doesn't know you have to bring a carbon, which is exactly Mumbaz's case. And the Rashi says in all three of these things, you bring a carbon, it's considered a shaykin. Perfect proof for Mumbaz. Chachamim argue, they say no. Somebody that doesn't know that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shaykin. So what is considered a shaykin according to Chachamim? Machlokes Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish. According to Rabbi Yochanan, if a person doesn't know about kares, forgets about the kares, that's considered shaykin. According to Rish Lakish, you have to forget about the lav and the kares, two things. And it brings a pasuk. It says in the pasuk, "Asher lo yisrael asen of shgaga." The Ashem pasuk is referring to lav and kares. He doesn't know both. That's considered a shaykin. So no. That pasuk is talking about a mummer, somebody that's off the derech that does an avera, the shaykin. He doesn't bring a carbon. Why? Because even if he knew that what he was doing is wrong, he wouldn't refrain from doing the avera. So now that it's a shaykin, he shouldn't bring a carbon. Asher lo yisrael asen of shgaga v'ashem. There's the Mishnah that says there's 39 malachas, and the famous question: why tell us the number? And Rabbi Yochanan goes on to explain, to tell us that if somebody did 39 malachas, he's chayav 39 karbanos. The big question is, how in the world is it possible for somebody to be over on all 39 malachas? The minute he doesn't know that there's 39 malachas, if we got all 39 malachas, then there's no Shabbos for him. He wouldn't be a shaykin. According to Rabbi Yochanan, understood. As long as a person forgets the Isser Kares, that's considered shaykin. So here's the case that he's chayav all 39. But according to Rish Lakish, he has to forget the Kares and the lav. So in what is he exactly a shaykin? How does he know the Shabbos? The answer is that according to Rabbi Akiva, there's a 40th avera, the Iraisa, and that's Tchumim. To walk 2,000 amos out of Tchum. The only difference between Tchum and all the other ones is that Tchum doesn't bring a carbon. And he knew about Tchum, but he didn't know about the other 39. Shvuas bitui, when somebody swears falsely about the past or about the future, he says, I ate this and that, or I didn't eat this and that, or he says, I am going to eat, or I'm not going to eat. They have to bring a carbon oil even though it's only a lab, you bring a carbon on a lab. Huge chiddush. According to Abaya, even Rabbi Yochanan, who typically says that to forget kares is considered a shaykin, but here, since there's no kares, to forget that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shaykin, even though the carbon is a big chiddush. Now, what is the shaykin? Now, it's very easy to find the shaykin in Shus HaBitois when it comes to the future. He swears he's not going to eat, and then he ate by mistake. So that's a shaykin. But what about the past? How is it possible to get a Shus HaBitois in the past? When you swear, you have to be aware. And he wasn't aware that he didn't eat. He wasn't aware that he didn't eat. So what exactly is he swearing falsely by mistake? So one pshat is that goes according to Mumbaz, that he forgot that there's a carbon. But another pshat is that it goes according to Chachamim, that typically Chachamim hold that forgetting a carbon is not considered a shaykin. Because here, by Shvus HaBitui, since that's the only thing you have is a carbon, that is the shaykin. He forgot because the carbon here is a chiddush. And that would be a bomb question on a fire who says that according to everybody, you have to be shaykin in the lav and not in the carbon. If somebody eats truma, the mezid, he's chayiv mis b'dei shamayim. The shaykin, he has to pay back the truma plus a fifth. What if he doesn't know that there's mis b'dei shamayim? Is that considered a shaykin? Point out by Rebbe will hold that Misa B'dei Shemayim is not like Kares, and therefore it's not a shogeg and doesn't pay the extra fifth. According to Rabbah, Rebbe will hold Misa B'dei Shemayim equals Kares. It's like the same thing as Kares, and therefore you do pay the Chayyim. What if somebody found himself in the desert, lost track of time, doesn't have a calendar, doesn't know what day it is? When does he keep Shabbos? Can he do Malacha today? Can he not do Malacha? The Ravuna says the moment he realizes that he's lost, he doesn't know what day it is, he counts 6 days of weekdays, and on the 7th day, he rests Shabbos. Rav Barav says the opposite. The day that he finds out, he does Shabbos immediately, and he counts 6 days. Machlekes says, do we go by Bria Soilam, do 6 days and then Shabbos? Rav Barav says, no, it's like other Rosh Hashanah. He was born, he was immediately do Shabbos, then 6 days of weekday. From the Brisa, there's a question on Chia Barav, but the Brisa seems like it says you keep for every 6 days that you keep one Shabbos. In fact, as the Brisa says, Mefurish, you count 6 days and then you keep Shabbos. What do you do? Says the Gemara, all 7 days. This is amazing. A guy wakes up in the desert. His life is really bad, but it gets even worse. He cannot be Mechal Shabbos every single day of the week, only to sustain himself. He could only take enough food to live b'tzimtzum. And the day that he keeps for Shabbos, he makes Kiddush and Havdalah. If he recalls the day that he left, you could assume that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel on Shabbos. But he cannot assume that that day was also not Friday. In other words, get 2 free days, because it's very possible that he got a good ride and he left on a Friday. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for every Shabbos that he forgot. Whereas if a person forgot the concept of Shabbos, he brings 1 carbon for his entire life. Why? What's it? There's a contradiction in the Psukim. V'shamru b'nei Yisrael es Shabbos is singular. You have to keep 1 Shabbos. And then it says the in the plural. So which one is it? Says the Gemara, V'shamru is referring to if a person didn't have the concept of Shabbos, according to Rav Nachman, he brings 1 carbon for all the Shabbos. But if he knew about Shabbos, just he forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for each and every Shabbos. Rav Yitzchak says the same thing, but he learns from the opposite of the Psukim. He says, V'shamru b'nei Yisrael es Shabbos means every single Shabbos you're over and Aveira. It's 1 Shabbos. So he's like the Shemaru, all the Shabbosim that you machalo equal 1 carbon, and that's referring to the case where you lost the concept of Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
Some of this is human nature, right? Because we listen and we don't judge. Were there things that you didn't take in your career that you feel like were like earlier?
Shabbos Daf Ayin. I think it's incredible. We're already holding 69 daf into Masechta Shabbos. Unbelievable. We learned 3 rules in our Mishnah. Rule number 2 was that if a person knows about the concept of Shabbos, he just lost track of time and he forgot that today is Shabbos, even though he did many malachas that were asur, he only brings 1 carbon chatas. Every Shabbos he brings another carbon chatas. If a person knows that today is Shabbos, he just forgot that the malacha of Chaitzer is asur, that the malacha of Zereya is asur. He forgot that it's asur. So he brings on each and every malacha a carbon. The question is why? It says we're not very simple. If a person forgot that today's Shabbos and he did a few malachas, then he only had 1 forgetfulness. His mistake was 1 that he forgot that today's Shabbos. He brings 1 carbon. But if a person forgets different malachas, he forgot different things. So he has to bring a carbon on each forgetfulness. But how do we know that you're chayiv on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in 1 avera, Chilul Shabbos. How do we know to differentiate between malacha and malacha? It says Shmuel because the Torah says Kol ha'oisa me'alacha you must. If you do a malacha b'mezid, you die, you get the death penalty. So then why does the Torah repeat itself and say mois you must? The answer is because the Torah is not talking about mezid. If you can't be talking about mezid, you must be talking about shogeg. And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean die? Not literally, but you take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like death. To spend money on a carbon. It says, mois you must. You bring many karbanas on 1 Shabbat. There's a very famous machlekes in Shas. The Torah says, you shall not light a fire on Shabbos. But why did the Torah pick that malacha from all the malachas? Says Rabbi Yossi Lilaviyatas. All the 39 malachas, the other 38 malachas, if one does it Eidim Ubasra, you get skila. Amazing. If you do B'mezid without Eidim and Asra, you get kares. And if you do B'shaya, you get a chatas. Lighting a fire is different. All you get is a lav. There's no kares, no skila, no karba. Comes Rav Nassim and says no. The reason why the Torah points out Eish is to tell us l'chalik that every single malacha you bring it your own carbon if you're over it, just like Shmuel says. It says Ela Hadvarim. Ela Aleph Lamed Hey is 36. Hadvarim is 3. Why? Because Dvarim is plural 2. Hadvarim with Hey idea is the third one. 3 plus 36, 39 malachas. If you do them, you're chayiv a carbon for each and every one. According to Rabbi Yossi, he learns this concept of dividing the malachas, and for each one you have to bring a carbon from the pasuk of Va'asa me'achas mehein. He learns 4 drushes from those 3 words. Me'achas, which is the extra mem, meheina is extra mem. And he learns me'achas means that a person intended to write on Shabbos the word Shimon, the name Shimon, and he ended up writing just the first 2 letters, Shem. He's also over because that's all you need is 2 oisios, and if you did Shem, Mishimon is chayiv. The mem of Mehena teaches us Taldes, not only of Ois Chayiv, but even for the Taldes. And then he goes on to learn Achas Mehena means Achas Shihi Hena. In other words, if a person knew that it's Shabbos but he forgot about the malachas, he's chayiv for each and every malacha. This is what Shmuel was saying. Or Hena Shi Achas teaches us that if a person forgot that it's Shabbos, but he knew about the malachas, so he's chayiv for Shabbos. Now the reason why Shmuel didn't learn from Rav Yossi's limud of 4 limudim from Va'asam Me'achas Mehena is because he doesn't want to learn 4. He could learn 2 things. He learns the concept of Taldos, and he learns Shem Mishimon, but doesn't learn Achas Shihena Vehena Shiachas. Says Rava, what happens if a person did 2 things? He forgot 2 things. First of all, he forgot that it's Shabbos, and he forgot that a few of the malachas that he's doing are also. What comes first? If you say that a person that forgot Shabbos only has to bring 1 carbon, so even though that he forgot a bunch of malachas, he only has 1 carbon. Perhaps no. You should bring a carbon for each one of the malachas that he forgot. Rav Nachman wanted to say, since he forgot Shabbos, that's it. It's all over. All he has to do is bring 1 carbon. The fact that he forgot different malachas, he doesn't have to bring another carbon. Rav Ashi says, depends why he's retreating. If you tell him, hey, it's Shabbos, and he stops doing what he does, then he only brings 1 carbon. If you say, hey, you're doing a malacha and he stops, then he has to bring a carbon for each and every one. Says Ravina, that doesn't make sense. The reason why a person stops doing malacha is because he realizes that Shabbos. And Shabbos means that you can't do malachas. They're one and the same. So therefore he says there's no difference and you only bring 1 carbon. As we had yesterday, the Mishnah, in this parak later on says there are 39 malachas. And the Gemara asks the question, why does it say a number? We know how to count. Says Rabbi Yochanan to tell us that if you do 39 malachas, it's possible up until 39 malachas, you're chayiv up to 39 karbanos in 1 helam, in 1 awareness, 1 shot. Now, if we hold like Rabbi Yochanan, that knowing that what you're doing is wrong, just you forgot that there's a isur kares, and that's considered a shaygay, that's an awareness. You're aware that there's a Shabbos. You know that it's Shabbos today because you know there's an isur. But according to your shlokish, that in order to be over shaygay, in order to be over 39 malachas, you can't know that it's asur b'chlal. You don't know that there's a lav, you don't know that there's a kares. So then, he's not aware that it's Shabbos. And we said if he's not aware that it's Shabbos, he only brings 1 carbon. So how's it possible that he's chayiv 39 karbanos? The answer is because the shlokish is going to hold, like we said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva holds them in the right, so there's an isur tchumen. You can't go out of 2,000 amas from your domain. So that's number 40. You're just not chayav a carbon. So he's aware of Shabbos and the fact that you can't walk more than 2,000 amas. But he forgot about the 39 malachas. That's how he's chayav 39 karbanos. Have a wonderful day.
Televised career, really making black men and black families look really good. It was not a popular thing to do. None of that supersedes or missed.
Shabbos daf ayin aleph. Gemara tells us a very interesting concept called greva, to drag something. If somebody did tzira and pina, he reaped and he ground two separate malachas, but not knowing that it's Shabbos. He brings one carbon for those two malachas. And then in one awareness, he continued doing those two malachas. He did tzira and pina again. However, this time he didn't realize that tzira and pina are asr, they're malachas. The halacha is you bring one carbon, and that's enough for all four malachas. Why? You bring the carbon on the first tzira. Tzira and the tzira below it are all the same. They all happen in one awareness. If a person does 10 malachas, the same malacha, all in one awareness, you bring one carbon. The top box, tzira and pina, they are goyred each other. Tzira pulls the pina to it. So one carbon is enough for the tzira and the pina on the top box, because they all happen in one Shabbos, and you're forgetting that it's Shabbos. And once the carbon works for pina, it works for the pina below it. Machlokes is in another case, the same exact case, but his idea, his knowledge of what happened, occurred first to the tzira that he forgot that the malach is also the bottom box. Now, the bottom box is not connected to pina. They're separate boxes because the two malachas are individual. Therefore, Abaye says you go upwards. Tzira and tzira, we said it happened in one awareness, one carbon for both. Then it turns left. It goes from tzira to pina. That even Rava does. The question is, now that pina is involved, do I go downwards to the pina below it? According to Abaye, you do two grades. You go from tzira to pina, and from pina to pina, two grades. According to Rava, I only go one grade. So I go from tzira to tzira, and then from tzira to pina, one carbon for three things. But the pina on the bottom of shigigas malachas, you need to bring your own carbon. If a person ate two zeisei chela, 2 olives worth of chela, 1 and 2, and then he had a knowledge that he ate zayis number 1, and then he continued eating a third zayis. The center chela, the center olive worth of chela, is connected in awareness of olive number 1 and connected to awareness of olive number 3. So if you were to bring a carbon for the center one, it would work for 1 and 3. But what if you brought a carbon just for number 1? According to Abaye, it works on all the kizaysim because of the concept of greva. 1 is connected to 2 and 2 pulls in 3. According to Rava, it doesn't work. It only works on 1 and 2 and not on 3. If I bring a carbon on 3, it only works for 3 and not for 1 and 2. But after Rava heard the concept of greva from Abaye, he admitted to Abaye that it works, but it only works once and not twice as he explained before. Reb Zera argues in Abaye Rava, where Abaye Rava say that tzira that was done, the shigga Shabbos, I forgot that it's Shabbos, the carbon I bring on that could work on tzira that I forgot that the malach is also. Even though there's 2 types of averis, one is forgetting that it's Shabbos, one is forgetting the malach, one carbon works for both. So Zera argues and says no. And therefore, if I have a half a kazayis of shigga Shabbos, it doesn't combine with a half a kazayis of shigga malachas to be mechayev me 1 carbon. Reb Shua says that 2 kazayis chayla that were cooked 2 different ways. Let's say 2 pieces of chicken. One was Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is crave, and one was Panda Express, which is crave. One is fried and one is Chinese. Even though they're both chicken, since Reb Shua since they're prepared differently, they have 2 katas. One Lashon says, even so, that they are completely different, but when it comes to 2 halves, one was Kentucky Fried, but only a half a gazais, and the other one was Panda Express, a half a gazais, they are mitzvah together to create one whole kazayas that he would be kind of a carbon because Yeshua doesn't say the halacha to be makel the partner from the carbon. The other lashon is no. Yeshua is consistent throughout, and even if it means that half kazayas and half kazayas do not combine together, it makes it kula. He still goes with his shita that 2 types of food are not the same. Mark tells us that that when you have 4 different types of food that are also eaten, chayla, dam, nois, or pigo, you bring 4 korbanos. If you have 2 of the same chayla, you'll bring 1 for both if it happened in 1 hela. That's the chumrah of different types over 1 type. Now, 1 type has a chumrah over 2 types, And that is, if a person ate a half a gazais, and then another half a gazais, even though he had knowledge in between the two half a gazaisim, that knowledge is not enough to be machalik and say that he doesn't have to be any further. Big machlokes in the sugya between Rebbe and Restream take up almost the full of it. If a person takes two kizayis in one awareness, but his knowledge on kizayis number one happened before the knowledge of number two, how many karbanos does he bring? One or two. So Rebbe says he brings two karbanos. He brings a pasuk that says al katasai, each chet and chet. And Restream says you bring two mei katasai, even part of it. You bring a touch. Now, if you say that the machlokes between Rebbe and Restreim is discussing a situation before he designated the carbon, that's where the machlokes is. So the machlokes is whether Yitzbiya is machalik or Hafrosh is machalik. In other words, when I say that the knowledge is what separates the first Aveira and the second Aveira, you have to be in the or perhaps it's the Hafrosh that's machalik, the designation. So if you say that the machlokes happened before that Hafrosh, so Rebbe will say Yitzbiya is machalik. And according to Rishlokish, that Hafrosh is machalik. And the word meichatasa, according to Rabbi Yochanan, we'll have to explain in a very interesting case. The case is a person ate 1.5 kazayis in one awareness, but his knowledge happened later on only on one kazayis out of the 1.5. And then later on he ate another half a kazayis. Perhaps since the second half of kazayis can combine with the first half of kazayis, because they are in one awareness, bring the second carbon on those two halves. And since Rabbi Yochanan, no, meichatasa tells me that since I'm bringing a carbon on the first kazayis, including that first kazayis is its partner, the half a kazayis. And then half a kazayis cannot be started the second half of kazayis. And if we're going to say that the machlokes is on absolute designation, and Rabbi Yochanan is going to say that Hafrosh is machalik, and Rishlokish will say kapara machalik, that only once you shut the animal and you shriek the kapara, that's when you start all over again and bring another carbon. Then al chatasai, what does Rishlokish do with al chatasai? He'll say that pasuk is referring to after the kapara. Have a wonderful day.
I do think they've been doing their job. You mean all through history? Yes. Yes, I think they keep on doing their job. You didn't get everybody. I think they get everybody. So again, not conspiracy theory at all.
Shabbos daf ayin beis. I don't want to say anything, but yesterday's daf ayin aleph was one of the most difficult daf, at least for me, to give over. Today's daf is a lot easier. The Gemara describes if a person has a suffix whether or not he ate a piece of meat, he has two pieces of meat in front of him. And he's not sure if he ate the one that belongs to Hegdish or the one that's Chulin. So he sets aside a carbon Asham Tali. According to her Tarfin, he can stipulate and make it not and say, if I find out at a later time that what I ate was indeed Hegdish, so the carbon I already brought today should work for tomorrow. In other words,
how you living, girl? Miss Aquarius. Hello. How are you? Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Hello. If you're talking, I can't hear you. All right, maybe you're not talking, which is fine. We're watching Cat Williams. Listen to him.
in other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge when you bring the carbon. If it's not necessary to have knowledge, knowledge doesn't accomplish anything. Says Zula, tremendous chiddush. So, if a person was boiled a shifcha charufa 5 times, shifcha charufa is a shifcha knanis who's engaged to be married to Eved Ivri. And a person had 5 relationships with her, and in between each relationship, he had a knowledge, he had a yediyah. Since yediyah, the knowledge, doesn't accomplish anything, I can bring one carbon at the end, and it would cut all 5 out. Gemara goes on to say that according to everybody, if a person designated a carbon for his first act, that designation stops everything. It's mechalik. And anything past that designation, you'd have to bring another carbon. But according to Rabbi Kiva, who argues on Rabbi Kiva, it says that by Osham Vadai, you need knowledge in order to name carbon. And then Osham Vadai is no different than a chatas. And just like we had the other day, that the machik between your and Shlokish in a chatas, the person had two pieces of chayla in one awareness, and then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was chayla. That knowledge, Yipiyah, is mechalik according to Rabbi Yochanan. It separates from the vibes, and therefore you would have to bring two korbanos. According to Restream, the idea is not mechalik giving one korban. The same Allah would apply to Hashem. So if a person had a idea in between acts, you'd have to bring two korbanos. According to Restream, just one korban. And now we go on to the sugya of misasek. Misasek is someone that's preoccupied. He does something inadvertently because he's preoccupied. For instance, if there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so he cuts a fruit off the ground, does zero. That's a misasek. He's completely cut according to everybody. What happens if he intends to cut fruit A, which is the ground, but he ends up cutting fruit B, which is attached to the ground? According to Rava, this is not a chadika.
Miss Aquarius, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. And I could hear people earlier. If you're talking, let me know.
I can't hear you that loud.
Now I can hear you.
I can hear everybody.
Now,
I can't hear you.
now I can hear
Are
you.
on the phone?
No, can you hear me?
Let me see. What got you muted?
Can you?
What got y'all turned down? Yeah, dude.
There,
How I get y'all turned down? How am telling y'all that? Yeah.
I don't know. Can
Go
you?
to bed. I was probably trying to go to sleep.
I understand. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Excellent. How you doing, girl?
I'm good.
What's new with you?
Nothing. I get ready and take a bath. Get out.
Absolutely. Well, this is the perfect place to do it.
Yeah. How was your day?
Amazing. So far, so good.
That's good. That's good.
Just chilling like a villain.
That's good.
Do you know who Cat Williams is?
Yeah.
I'm
What's
listening.
comedian? I love Cat Williams.
Same here. Pimp Chronicles. He's hilarious. I'm listening to an interview of his, so feel free to enjoy.
Okay. Everything.
I don't wonder why stuff gets moved out of my way, because I asked for things to be moved out of my way. Like you asked earlier, like, aren't you scared? Like, I'm not allowed to be scared because I'm not counting on me. Like,
Is that you?
Yeah.
you can't fuck me up because you're not allowed to fuck me up. And I've been in enough situations to know that you ain't let me down yet. Like every time I needed his safety, it was there. And will be. And the more times you communicate, the better the relationship. relationship is, then you'll find that that works with the black girl from the airport. Like, communication is key. Oh, Lord, man. Literally. You're perfect when you know you're trying. I've heard you say that you feel like we're about to enter like a golden era. What do you mean kind of by that? Like what feelings do you have about that? And what can we look forward to? I was just trying to be super positive at the time. I wasn't trying to be actually accurate in the question. Okay. The question was asked, I think, almost on New Year's or something like that. Christmas, something like that. Pretty close to the top of the year, so I didn't want to say anything that would make anybody uncomfortable or awkward. But the Bible has a book called Revelations, right? And it gives you this little metaphorical rundown of how things should go. Bring it up real quick in Revelations. Look at it. Here we go. Book of Revelation, or Book of the Apocalypse, the final book of the New Testament. Correct. So now, it talks about the things that will happen in what's called the last days, right? Before the second coming of Jesus, right? Because my whole life I was just trying to figure out, like, whatever it would take for Jesus to come back, why aren't all of the people around the world that love Jesus, why aren't they making sure that happens? So he would come back. Yeah, like Santa, they leave memory cookies out. It was leave out a couple of them. We're willing to go buy the presents ourselves. Say you delivered. Put some sacred snacks out for him or something. Right. So, it just tells a story of the little key things that will happen that you can look forward to before things get there, right? And so it just talks about things like all of the nations will have to come together and make a group called the United Nations, and this was written way back then. We have the United Nations now. It talks about there being wars and reports of wars in multiple places, and gives us a little guideline just to what may be happening in the future. Like whenever Jesus comes back, where do you think it'll be at? Well, the Bible is generally pretty specific about places generally. Like it talks about Armageddon, right? And there's this actual valley of Armageddon. I'm gonna mispronounce it, but Armageddon, but the valley of Armageddon that's supposed to take place. There's this valley that is named after, which really exists. But wherever it is, he's gonna bring it up. But there's probably a war there now. Right. So, here we are. The valley of Makeda, also known as Jezreel Valley, is a large fertile plain in northern Israel. It's known for its historical, theological, and geographical significance. Oh, wow. And there's a lot of war going on right there, right now. Correct. So TBD, huh? What are some of the other animals that you have there? I have heard that you have horses over there. Is that true? That you have some horses over there? The donkeys are the stars over there. But yeah, we got a lot of, we have cows. Many cows. Those are the best kind. Many cows and potbelly. Probably about the right. A mini cow? Yeah. A mini cow, real quick. I want to see one. I've never beautiful to it. My sister has a picture of a couple of them at her house. Beautiful. Yeah, if we can find a white one. That would be like Cash. That's your name, Cash? Oh, that's cool. Wow. Are those milkable? He's a boy. So I don't know. Yeah. Not it. All right. Yeah. Oh, look at that. So, the blessing, he has no idea he's many. Oh, I see. Yeah, ours is bigger than that, but, right there. Yeah, they're really fun. And do you name another name Cash, or what other name do you have for these animals? All the animals have names, except animals that might be delicious. Like goat is like my favorite meat, I think. And so we have quite a few, And you eat not Billy, he's the king of all the goats, right? But do you have a little bit of goat? How much do you goat do you have in monthly, you think? Weekly. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, got him a little bit of money if you haven't had weekly goat meal, boy. I'm a cattle boy. Yes, sir. Goat eat goat. Hey, man, goats eat goat. Right. I love that. He's making a little money. Sorry. I think sometimes I was so nervous about New York. They seem like such a you almost seem like something that came out of Mount Rushmore to spend time with us today. So I think that's like the mystique about you. So I think sometimes I don't know when it's like okay to joke around and stuff. So you just try and figure out as you go. I hope that is not correct. You're just saying that because it is always okay to joke around. I appreciate that. I definitely feel that for sure more than other interviews. I'm trying to think of what I was going to ask you about. This was the best picture I ever got of it. Someone said this. They said this. Cat Williams talking to Cam Newton. Somebody said this. Right. And that's what yeah, because here's the thing. Everything, we know that stupid picture of me. Thanks, appreciate it. I didn't even see that. Can we take that down or something? Very racist. You see how I became racist? No, but here's the facts. The facts are, everything we know about history, we know because of artifacts, things that were left behind, you know what I mean? And so to be heavily into the culture in a way that is represented is pretty cool. It's a pretty big deal, Yeah. We should make one next year. If we made one, just make some charity for it or something. That could be cool. Right, but we would for autism. We should do it for people on the spectrum. Okay. And do they have it? And everybody has autism. They have all types of people with autism. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'd love to do that. That's a cool idea. And do you? My last question for you, Kat. Do you know any Native Americans here have been in here over the years? What's that been like? Really cool. Way more. I'm trying to figure out how to say it, but like, is it just some things or just things that I've heard when I met this tribe that several times I've met several tribes, but the whole thing is you get this thing around them that you understand that they've been standing, you know what I mean? Like, it's, you understand how difficult it is to carry legacies and stories, even though your people get destroyed, and when it's all that as bad as it can possibly be, and everything is destroyed of your whole legacy, then they give you unlimited money and have to see those. It's a mind-blowing thing to watch a group of people still carry their legacy along, and that's what you get. I mean, know so much about so much, like, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm an outdoor guy, like, and they know everything about everything. Like, fishing with them is like a whole different experience. Whistling the bitches and like, you don't make no mistakes. Like, the whole part where you don't catch fish, they don't know shit about that. Yeah, they catch the bitches, and that's fucking cool. They catch the bitches, they do it right. I want you to come out of the water boneless. Please. With outdoor stuff, have you ever done any like camping or anything like that? Have you ever done any long camps? And did you ever do like a plant medicine retreat or anything like that? No, but having 100-acre ranch, you start getting in and trying to make sure because first you have to figure out what you already have there. You know what I mean? Because I'm kind of, aren't you like close to Nashville? Yeah. Right, so I'm out in Mississippi on this farm, basically. And so, you're learning what's out there, and then you're trying to accentuate what's already out there. And I think we probably got like 300 deer, like, and niggers running around everywhere. Because the way progress worked, they kept getting pinned in, and then there was a golf course, and so they had a little safe area in between them, and then when houses start going up, then it became neighborhoods and gated community, and now there's nowhere else for them to be. And so many quotable moments from your life that you shared with us, and yeah, it's an honor, bro. I really feel honored to be in your presence today, and just yeah, I can't even believe it. So thank you so much. Likewise.
Celebrate it, anything like that. Just talk about it. So just said it's and that's what we're trying to characterize the kid because anything other than one of them, that's what that's the correct what people said. So why does that place? Again, it's even a celebration of it. On that, whether it's free speech or not free speech. But here is what the FCC chairman just won.
The Jewelry Exchange, 1 carat natural diamonds, $5.99.
I'm testing.
Jewelry Exchange Direct.
All right, you guys, let's actually start today's episode with a game. I mean, the feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? Doesn't matter how.
The Jewelry Exchange in Tustin. You get your ruby.
All right, guys, let's actually start today's episode with a game. I mean, the feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? Doesn't matter how old or young you are. I want you to grab your cell phone and I want you to go to your text messages and search for certain terms, okay, that you just use when you speak to your friends. Terms that were just casually tossed into a conversation, the alleged conversation held between the 22-year-old alleged killer of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, and his 22-year-old boyfriend, Lance Twiggs, okay? The first term I want you to search is retrieve. Look it up. When is the last time that you used the word retrieve between you and a friend? Retrieve. I'm going to retrieve something. I played this game with my entire staff, and I was able to find, since dating back the last 3 years, 2 messages where someone used that term. The first person was somebody that was former military, and the second person was a cop. Makes sense. Okay, we're not done playing this game. Second term that I want you to look for in your phone is vehicle. Vehicle. I mean, what pops up for you? Is that something that you say? I'm just going to go outside to my vehicle. I left something in my vehicle. I'll be right back. I just parked. I parked my vehicle outside. I don't remember where I parked my vehicle. What's popping up for you? Probably literally nothing. Maybe something related to the DMV. That took up for me. Things about the DMV. I think for Skylar, something came up for his car wash. Your vehicle is ready. Sounds pretty professional. I don't know what to tell you guys though, because what they're telling us is that is just the way the 22-year-olds are speaking these days. Apparently, they just shoot the breeze with one another, and they say vehicle and retrieve. And if you don't believe me, then good. You shouldn't believe that. You should believe me when I say that. So welcome back to Candace. I love vehicles, love fast vehicles. I'm a big vehicle person, said nobody ever. The text messages that were released yesterday in the indictment of Tyler Robinson make perfect sense if you don't think about them at all. Like literally, if you suspend all reason, all rationality, then they can make perfect sense. That's the only way. You just have to stop thinking. You got to get to that point where you're like, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? No, to be fair, now we are more broadly considering how stupid the feds believe that we are. And the frankly obnoxious messages that someone strung together must clearly be for either our or their own entertainment. So I want to hyper-focus on those. I want to actually hyper-focus on what exactly is wrong with these text messages between Lance Robbins and Tyler. Now, first and foremost, the obvious thing, there's no timestamps. Right away, major red flag. Very easy to say. He sent the first message at this time. It's part of your investigation, right? Everybody is on edge, globally wanting to know what happened. They just remove that. But don't worry, you guys, because like I told you, one of the things that me and Charlie always believed in was that we could work harder. And I gotta tell you, these devils are working pretty hard, but we can work harder than them, okay? And I decided to go back and on the basis of what Tyler Robinson allegedly writes to his lover, I decided I could work them into the timeline. I could work out an approximate timeline at least for us to look at visually for what they had to have been sent on the basis of what he's saying, right? Because he says certain things that were not revealed to the public at a certain time, so we're going to do that. I also want to point out the fact that the language, which many people said online, somebody actually left a very funny comment, it's like borderline poetic. He's got commas in there, it's a perfect English, and that's actually a striking contrast compared to what's inscribed on the casings, right? He goes through all of these memes that he's written, and I'm not hip to the lingo. Okay, you gotta be real deep internet and hip, but for whatever reason, when he's writing these messages, he's very proper, extremely proper, right? He really wants to make sure he gets the punctuation correct. Anyways, let's just dive right back into the timeline. Let's dive right back into this conversation. And we're at first going to focus on the third message. And don't forget, just to lead up into this, they are telling us that at no time that we're allowed to know, on September 10th, after Charlie Kirk was shot, the roommate, that's Lance, received a text message from Robinson, which said, "Drop what you are doing, look under my keyboard." And so Lance, I don't know what he does all day, but he can do that. He knows he's home. And Lance then runs. I'm saying he ran prances, who knows, and looks, and he sees this note. And to be clear, we're never going to be able to see that note because the feds have since told us that the note was destroyed. But even though he destroyed the note, he took a picture of it. Yeah, that makes sense, because if you're going to destroy something, the best thing to do is to take a picture of it. The feds saw the picture, but we're not going to be able to see either. Anyways, don't think about it if you want it to make sense. Then we find out that Lance, I guess, decided to take a picture and then text Tyler back. And here is where he asks him, Lance says, "Tyler, what? You're joking, right?" This, the note said, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." So Lance is like, "What? You're joking?" And Robinson says to him, Tyler says, "I'm still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Grove, that's the town, okay, that you was at for a little while longer yet." So, what? A little while longer yet? Later. It shouldn't be long until I get home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. Now, I'm gonna jump to this next message because it leads to the timeline. Keith says to him, I assume right away, Lance says, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" And Robinson says, "I am, I'm sorry." And the roommate says, "I thought they caught the person." Okay? And Robinson responds, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering." Okay, so that lets us actually be able to drop that into the timeline pretty simply. Why? Because we know, when you pull up this timeline, that they at first thought it was George Zinn, so that's who he's referencing, some crazy old dude. And on the timeline scale, if you want to pull it up so you can go through it, what time Charlie gets shot at 12:23 p.m. Scroll down a bit. George Zinn, we learn about 30 minutes after that, George Zinn, the decoy boy, that's when it's announced that he's a suspect in custody by the Utah police. But it's not until, by the way, 5:30 p.m. is he mentioned that second suspect, and he curiously says in that correspondence that he's wearing similar clothing, which I find strange. We don't know what that second suspect wearing until 5:30 p.m. when Governor Cox, 12 minutes into a press conference began at 5:30 p.m., mentions that the second suspect who is a person of interest, is wearing all dark clothing. So the earliest that message could have been sent out is after 5:30 p.m. I think it's unlikely because I think again this is all made up, these messages, because he says wearing similar clothing. Okay, he tells us dark clothing. What's similar about that? This guy allegedly, when he did this, was wearing black jeans. He was wearing dark jeans and a black shirt. So that's like everyone on campus. Okay, nobody in the press conference says, "Oh, we picked him up because he was wearing something similar to the shooter." So that language right there is actually a mistake from the feds. But again, it allows us to be able to plot it into the timeline. So that's good. Okay, timeline is back up here, and we then know. Cash Patel tweets that the subject in custody has been released. Our investigation continues. That was a mistake. The guy in the darker clothing, we don't know who that is. And then it's after, again, like I said, that these correspondences that have had to take place. So we're talking about late in the evening, right? 6 hours on. I'm wondering what it is that Tyler Robinson is doing throughout this entire time. So you can keep this up because I want to keep scrolling, okay? What he's doing throughout this entire time. That's a very long time for him to be just around campus. But then, luckily, he's going to let us know what he's doing, right? He's going to jump right in here, and he's telling us that he's close to the scene. We know in this conversation that he then says to Lance that he's looking to get that rifle, right? He says, "I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring it back." Oh, I'm sorry, let's actually go earlier. He then tells us his alibi, which is amazing, right? He's saying, "I'm lingering around there, I'm trying to get the vehicle," and then, of course, as you always do when you're trying to clean up things, you then spell out your alibi, right? Lance asks him, "Why'd you do this?" And Robinson says, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate cannot be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle on scene, like I'm trying to clean up the scene, but also I'm telling him exactly what my motive is here, I will have left no evidence. I'm going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it." Okay, so we are now late in the evening. He's still hanging around. The roommate then comes and says, "How long have you been planning this?" He says, "A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it. Still trying to get close to that rifle. So I'm wondering if maybe the feds might drop us some footage. Right? We should be able to see some footage. He's got him idling in his car. You've been speaking about how he has this car. I'm assuming he's not just sitting in the woods or sitting on a sidewalk. Because this is a quote-unquote manhunt. So where is he casually sitting, lingering, loitering? I don't know, but that would be some pretty good footage that they could release if they don't want us all to become a conspiracy theorist, okay? He then says, "Yeah, I've been planning this for a bit over a week. I can get really close to it, but there's a squad car that's parked right by it. That's the drop-off spot. I think they already swept the spot, but I don't want to chance it." And then he tells Lance that, "I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle." Yeah, that's a vehicle. "I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle." Oh, that's exactly where I got this rifle from. Okay? I don't know. I don't even know if they had a serial number. Weird. Planned this for a week. He might have checked. Now he's getting was wondering if it had a serial number. That seems a little strange to me. You just told us in writing that it's your grandpa's. Definitely trying to cover your tracks. I worry about Prince. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Okay, we're going to get to that. Focus on the changing outfits. That's a really important piece of this, and that is why I am now a confirmed conspiracy theorist on this, okay? I left it in the bush where I changed outfits, okay? I didn't have the ability or the time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope that they don't find Prince. How the F will I explain using it to my old dad? Only thing left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. That's the only thing. Otherwise, it was a perfect job. It was top of the line professional job. The only thing I left behind was the weapon with my prints on it. Oh my gosh, right? Like that's kind of amazing. Okay. Then he, of course, explains, "Remember how I was engraving the bullets? The epic messages are mostly a big meme." I know I speak proper here, but it's just a meme that I was writing. I wrote, "Notice is bold. on Fox News, I might have a stroke if they say that, right? If I see notices bulge on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. Oh, that really fucking sucks. It's almost perfect. Okay, so he then ends this message. This is all from today. This is all we have from September 10th. Okay. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gone. Let me make it very clear. This is Grandpa's gone. Okay? Nobody should question this narrative because he has put it all here. I'd say Grandpa's gone. That's just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Okay. So that ends that exchange. Now, I have a couple of notes here that I put here at the end of day one as we worked in this correspondence, which all had to happen. Let's call it 7 p.m. earliest, as I say here. Which I want to be clear, the campus is 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours away from where Tyler and Lance live together. We have a map here to show you that. So he's just loitering until, like I said, earliest. He's signifying around like 7 p.m. that he's still very close to campus. That's a long day. That's a real long day, just waiting to see when you can go in there. And there's a manhunt, and he's chill. He's chill because he's changed his outfit. How do we know he changed his outfit? Because he made it very clear that he drops the clothes, his shooting clothes, right there. He got changed. He didn't have time to take the rifle that was in that he put in the towel, but he didn't have time to change. That totally makes sense. And then for whatever reason, he had to leave the rifle with the prints on it. Okay. What's interesting about that, though, is we should recognize that curiously, what they removed from his indictment, again, relevant to the clothes, was the fact that, and the governor's going to say it, that we are told that he at first enters campus on this day at 8:07 a.m. TMZ shows us the footage, remember, of the man wearing a maroon t-shirt and shorts. This is how this day begins, and is walking through a neighborhood just outside of university grounds. The governor's office has confirmed this is him. Not mentioned in the indictment. That's curious. It's very relevant. Surely, you guys should be mentioning that. The outfit, what did he do, by the way? From 8:07 a.m., when he walked onto campus, to when he is then seen walking back onto campus at 11:51, that's 4 hours. Something else the feds could release to dispel any conspiracy theories would be him walking back to his car. You're telling us he then goes back to campus and he's in a different outfit. Can we get him leaving campus? We know the place is covered with cameras. That would make me feel better. If you showed us him leaving campus and then we see him coming back in a different outfit, again, not clear why he couldn't just wear the outfit he was going to wear, since I would imagine you've got thousands and thousands of students that are wearing something as casual as a black t-shirt and blue jeans. I understand a need for a change if you're in a sniper outfit, or if you're wearing a Barney costume. If you showed up and you're wearing a full Halloween costume, then yeah, maybe you should change. But this is just an average college kid outfit. This is just what you'd expect to see on campus. Just what boys wear. Anyways, like I said, those will be my points from day one. The feds can release that. And also, I'm wondering, where did Tyler spend the night? Can they clarify that? Or he certainly couldn't have been out of a wagon back there and back to his home. I'm coming home soon. Would have been the wee hours of the morning. This would have been a good time, by the way, if you're really trying to get away with this, to tell your lover to delete the text messages. He doesn't do that. So I'm going to tell him to delete the text messages on this night. Presumably he saw him. They didn't say he went home to his parents' house. So what happened overnight? When did he get home? He's been so thorough in describing that cleanup job. And by the way, we know that Discord is going to later say that those messages were not coordinated on their server, which I would say was definitely a part of the broader plan. Okay? Let's get into September 11th. A lot happens here, and you are going to really see what I see here, and we need to demand answers. Okay? So, on September 11th, we are presented with the first FBI press conference where they confirm that they have found a weapon in the woods. Let's take a listen to a bit of that.
This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon.
say the shooter fled, just based off of what he was just kind of lurking around, ready to go get his weapon back. Okay, like for a long time, but whatever. Let's go with that. Then what we have after that 7 a.m. press conference is that exclusively our guys, our resident guys over at the New York. first every exclusive ever. Jeffrey Epstein's death pictures. Ghislaine Maxwell found and in and out. It's always the New York Post, okay? I view them as a feds. If I'm the feds and I'm trying to make this seem like this is organic, I wouldn't give it to the New York Post because we're in Utah, and so cops are probably not into a New York-based publication. But whatever, they have the exclusive. They're the ones that reveal the photo. They always have the exclusive, okay? And they show us the gun in the shooting. Their article publishes at, and by the way, my timeline is all based in Mountain Time, so that says 11:21 a.m. Eastern. They publish at 9:21 a.m., 2 hours after that first press conference to say exclusive. They are the ones that drop the trans narrative. They say these things are found on the bullets, okay? And then just 7 minutes later, the FBI, Salt Lake City, drops static images of the alleged shooter walking up the stairs. Okay, so now we can see at our timeline. That's around 10 a.m. in the morning, Salt Lake City time, Mountain Time. So we can then assume that everything else that's about to happen that I'm going to tell you had to have happened, okay, between approximately 10:30 and 7 o'clock p.m. Okay, I have a source, and everything the source has told me that has happened, and what we were lied to publicly, has proven to be correct. So I'm very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lance's family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., all of the things that took place. So they released the photo, and then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother recognized Tyler, and she phones him up. Tyler says, "Mom, I'm sick." She doesn't believe it. She loops in Dad, okay? Dad then texts and he calls Tyler. And at this point, we can jump back into day 2 of our messages because Robinson says to Lance to lead this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says, Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now. I'm not answering. Okay, so he apparently did answer, and according to the indictment, the dad says he didn't answer his text messages. Then the father called him, and Tyler Robinson answered, and he tells us that Tyler was suicidal, and that is when they just told him, like, calm down, let's speak to you. They bring over their neighbor sheriff friend, and they agree that he should go in. Now, if he was in fact suicidal, you don't get that vibe from these messages to his love, right? There's nothing in here that he's like, I can't believe what I've done. He slept, I don't know where. He seems to be perhaps in very little sleep. I would imagine he was, just murdered someone. And he's not indicating in these messages that he's going through any sort of suicidal feelings. Instead, he sends this very odd thing about his dad. He says he's not answering. He writes, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty die-hard MAGA. There's something here for everyone if you want to take a low hanging fruit and think of this as left versus right? So if you're like, on the right, like, I need to blame the left, then it's like, well, the trans thing is here, but if you're on the left, then you need to blame the right. Well, Dad was a diehard MAGA. It's so bad. It's just so federally written. It's amazing. So chaos right here. Anyways, I guess maybe if you're suicidal, that's what you said. Dad's been pretty diehard MAGA. And then we don't know, again, when these messages took place, but it all had to happen in these 7 or 8 hours. He says, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors is here. He is deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. Yeah, he seems impassioned here. He doesn't seem suicidal. And then Lance comes back and says, I'm much more worried about you. And Robinson says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments because the feds want to let you know why it is that we're not talking to Lance. Right? They got to tell you. Because Tyler told him, duh. Wow, if Lance is really not guilty, he didn't done anything, this would be a good time to speak. Right? No, Lance is not doing that because Tyler right here says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. And if any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. So that's how it happened. And I want to tell you that we can jump back into the timeline here. Our source informs us that it was around 7 o'clock p.m. when everybody locally began receiving the text messages that Tyler Robinson was in custody and that they were going to pick him up in Warner Valley. Now, Warner Valley is right next to St. George, so he lives very close to his parents. Is what I wanted to recognize. You've got St. George, you've got Warner Valley. So they said that that's where they went to go pick him up. That could very much be his parents' place. But what's really interesting about that, okay, if you consider that they are telling us at 7 p.m. the small messages started circulating, then we don't know why the feds say that it was the 33rd hour after the shooting. Total Freemason. 33rd hour after the shooting. So those 33 hours. That would be inaccurate. Okay, 33 hours would be at 9:23 p.m. Our person is telling us, and I tend to believe them, that everyone knew at 7 o'clock p.m. Okay, and what they tell us took place thereafter, and this is what I confirmed with Lance's family, because I said, wait a second, you owned the house. When did they pick up Lance? When did Lance go in? When did the home that you own get raided by the feds? Did the home that you own get raided by the feds? And what that family is telling me, and what my source is telling me, it's matching. Okay, so I'm feeling good about this. We'll say allegedly, but I'm feeling good about it. So Tyler is in custody, and they are told, don't say, don't speak, don't do anything. The feds, you have to wait for them to get there to question Tyler. And that didn't happen until the wee hours of the morning. How do we know? Because we're going to hear that from Governor Cox the following morning. Anyways, but apparently what happens is then they bring Lance in at 11 p.m.-ish. We'll tell you around 11 p.m. Lance Twiggs is brought in for questioning. Okay, and shortly thereafter, that apartment is raided. And I say overnight into the wee hours of the morning is when they first raid Tyler and Lance's apartment. Now, why am I really stressing this point to you? I'm stressing this point to you here because this would signal to you that it would be absolute BS if the feds are going to tell us right early the next morning that the case is closed. They would do nothing. According to Lance's family, they see this is what they seized his electronics. They say that he's deep on the internet web, that there's definitely going to be something there, and yet they told us that, quite oddly, Lance gets released right back to his parents. Right now, right back. Lance just gets released to his parents while they're raiding his apartment. Why would they release Lance? Wouldn't you think that you would be detained like for at least 24 hours, right? If we're putting this at around 11 p.m.-ish, that they have brought him in and they are questioning him and they are now moving to raid his apartment in the wee hours of the morning, why would they very quickly release him? And beyond that, I'm going to let you know, let's jump into Friday on the timeline. Like I said, early hours, Tyler and Lance have their apartment raided and the device is seized. For whatever reason, the FBI quickly releases Lance. And I'm told that he's dropped off at his parents' home, allegedly. And then it's 6 a.m. that President Trump announces with a high degree of certainty that they have a suspect. Okay, so are they still raiding his place? I don't know. But take a listen to Trump on Fox and Friends. Any updates on the suspect?
Yeah, can I always say, I think just to protect us all, so Fox doesn't get sued, and we all don't get sued, and everything else, but I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody. In custody, everyone did a great job working with the local police, the governor, everybody did a great job.
Okay, and here is what the governor is then 2 hours later is when his press conference began. I'm going to do a short clip. Okay, let's play actually a little bit of the longer clip, Skylar. I'll tell you when to come out. I mean, it's a 6-minute long clip, and you should go back and watch it in its entirety. He's going to make it seem like, Lance doesn't even exist, but let's start it off and listen to a minute of this, and then I'll give the synopsis.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information
that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images.
Okay, stop. That's actually a perfect place to stop right there. My source says he's lying. I don't like Governor Cox. Vibes. Okay, vibes. I don't know. Can't explain it. I haven't got tons of people that are messaging me telling me he's corrupt, that he forced himself onto the ballot, that he wasn't supposed to be the governor. Allegedly. I just don't like it. Every time we find an inconsistency, I actually find him to be the mouthpiece of it, okay? So he is representing, and my source says falsely, that they picked up Tyler Robinson. And by the way, it makes perfect sense that my source is saying that that's not accurate. In the same outfits that we just showed you, okay? Of the maroon thing that happens at 8 o'clock. We don't know what he was doing for 4 hours on campus, but he's telling us that for 33 hours, he decided that he was going to keep the outfit on. Now remember, I told you that Tyler Robinson's classmate reached out, and they insisted that this was an incredibly odd thing because he was very tidy, he was very clean, and they said that's the first thing that they went, that just sounds weird. He was a very tidy dude. Now I'm telling you that my source is saying he wasn't wearing that outfit when he got picked up. He wasn't wearing that outfit when he was brought to the office. If I have this wrong, this would be a very easy thing. Okay, surely they're going to have photos. They got something for that to release. It's like, yeah, no, we totally got them. Let me be clear. If you are in the police station and you want to reach out and let me know more, tips@candaceowens.com, because I'm struck by this. This is what we should be hyper focusing on. That wraps it up and says he was wearing the same outfits, and that always sounded dumb to us. Why would you not take a shower in 33 hours? Okay, that doesn't make any sense to anybody whatsoever, and people are saying that fact is untrue. Okay, now if that is untrue, let's first show you how he wraps this up. We might show you a portion of what he said again because we wanted to compress his 6-minute clip, but listen to how he wraps up his conference too, because it's relevant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. This is a very sad day for our country. A terrible day for the state of Utah, but I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history.
Closure. He says closure. Got him. They already started in that. He starts talking about the messages. He starts filling in the blanks. He said he had it. He put it in a towel. We have messages. It's all over. We found it on Discord. Discord is going to say that's not true. So who made up these messages? When were these messages made up is the question. If Discord's saying they don't exist, this signals to me that these messages were just created, right? And I'm further feeling that way because there's no timestamps. Again, I want to be proven wrong. Okay, I don't like this at all. And we got them, it's over, and we can turn the page with finality. Would you, if you were an honest governor and you knew that only, again, ish, 4 hours earlier, how long does it take to rate a home? I don't know, is it quick? It's like a 10-minute thing. It feels like it would be a long thing to grab the devices. If you knew that you had not even begun going through those devices, how would you say that we can close this chapter? Why would you say we can close this chapter? I would have said, honestly, and he does not, we raided his home and we are looking for more information. We think that there's going to be a lot more information, but we want to let you know that we at least have one person that we feel is definitely involved. As somebody says, it's over, it's done, wrap it up. We're not going to tell you about the fact that we just raided this place a couple of hours ago. And the person whose place we raided, who's the one that the family says is super internet, we just kind of released more interest in that. What are we to discern from all of this? I'll tell you my take on this. I think the person in the maroon that's walking is different from the person that's walking up the stairs. It's a gut thing, okay? I don't know now, but I know. Okay? I don't know now, but I know. It makes sense in the timeline of George Sid, the decoy boy, that we've got other people that are doing different things, and it is they do not want us to prod the narrative about the person in maroon. Doesn't make sense. They can't tell us. He said he planned this for weeks, so I'm going to assume he planned it for weeks, and he didn't go to campus earlier because he wanted to scope things out. He would have done that. He would have obviously been able to do that already because he's been planning this for a week. He knew where Charlie was speaking, right? Make it make sense. It's very easy to debunk me. Very easy. You should have footage of him in that Dodge Challenger just waiting and salivating. He kept checking. He said, "Oh, here I am, right here, just waiting to get that rifle back. I'm waiting to get that rifle back." Where's the footage? You were on a manhunt. Where is the footage? Surely, during a manhunt, you use drones. I feel like we are tech people, not that during a manhunt after a murderer of a college student decides to take out Charlie Kirk, who's been a friend of the feds, right? I think probably not a good idea to be a friend of these people, but whatever. He's been a friend of the feds. Surely this is a big issue. And to put your Western conspiracies, you're going to show us that drone footage. We're going to see the Dodge Challenger just sitting there for hours and hours and hours. Maybe even going to be able to see, because I'm sure at that point, like, cops maybe some barricades or something as he was going in and out. And then he decides he's going to leave. Show us the footage. Like I said, every inch of that canvas is covered. So we should be able to see he's wearing maroon. And you're telling us that he went back to his car, changed. Show us him leaving campus before he returns back to campus around 11:30. Show us the footage. Okay? I'm demanding it. You know why? Because I need to be able to fit things into my timeline. If that's okay with you. So I would discern that we are looking just by, again, two different people would be my thing. Two different people. One of those people is definitely, individuals is definitely being protected. And separately, we can definitely make out that for whatever reason, Lance is being protected. There's no way you release that guy. Okay? There's no way you release that guy immediately. There's no way that you intentionally purge him out of these messages. Okay? The excuse he's being cooperative doesn't work. You can be cooperative while you're still being detained. At least 24 hours before you would say, I felt good to clear him as a suspect, especially when you haven't even raided his home yet. They released him instantly and they said job done. So I would like more information about Lance Twigs. Okay, I already don't like that mom received a Bachelor of Science from Stanford University in psychology. It seems to be a running theme in these fed ops that there's always psychology somewhere in the family. And I want to be very clear, I'm not saying it's not anything to do with anything, but I am saying that I feel this kid, for some reason, some unknown reason, is being protected, and I'm not the only one. His family feels that way. Okay? His family thinks it's odd. Like I said yesterday, I spoke to them today, I spoke to them yesterday. They think it's odd that the feds moved on from him so quickly and that the feds were being dishonest. They felt about everything when they first came out with information. So why are we all feeling that way? We absolutely need to get to the bottom of it. Let's take a quick break. I'm going to show you some stuff. I mean, Tucker completely destroyed the Bibi Netanyahu narrative. Megyn Kelly, Dave Smith, I mean, everybody yesterday. The truth is coming out inevitably about Charlie's mindset. So we're discussing it, obviously, just because of Bibi Netanyahu coming out and lying. But some important things that he said, first and foremost, before we do that, I want to remind you guys about Riverbend Ranch. Because I absolutely love that as a company, and I know that there were so many people, so many companies that wanted to make sure that they did something to try and heal, and also to try to remember Charlie. And Riverbend Ranch did the exact same thing. They put together the following tribute to honor him.
We pay tribute to Charlie Kirk, and we celebrate the tremendous good he did in his life. Charlie courageously advocated for the sacred principles of freedom, constructive discourse, truth, family values, and resonate with even more power. Message from Rouge at Riverbend Ranch.
Also want to remind you guys of Beekeepers Natural, because as a mom of 4 young kids, life is constantly on the move. There's school drop-offs, there's work, there's travel, there's play dates, and let's be honest, germs are everywhere. That's why I'm so thankful for Beekeepers Naturals and their amazing propolis throat spray. If you haven't heard propolis, it's this natural immune supporting substance that bees make to protect their hives. It's like nature's own shield, packed with antioxidants with 300 beneficial compounds. It's been used for centuries to help support immunity, to soothe scratchy throats, and to keep you feeling your best. I use propolis throat spray, especially during travel or school season. It's clean, natural. It is free from all the junk that you cannot pronounce. There's no dyes, no chemicals, and no fake sugars. Beekeepers Naturals recently launched a kid-friendly version of their nasal spray. The mist is super soft and it's gentle, so kids will actually use it. So whether you're a busy parent or just want to support your immune system the natural way, this is a game changer. Today, Beekeepers Naturals is offering you an exclusive offer. So go to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candace or enter code Candace to get 20% off your order. Beekeepers Naturals products are also available at Target, Whole Foods, Amazon, CVS, and Walgreens. That's BEEKEEPERS naturals.com/Candace. Enter code Candace at checkout. And also tell you guys about Just Thrive, because as we know, the biggest health secrets that they don't tell you about is that everything starts in your gut. Every day your gut is fighting the silent war against processed foods, work stress, toxins in the air that you're breathing. When your gut is in trouble, your whole body feels it. Most probiotics do not work. 99% of the traditional brands die in your stomach acid before they even reach your gut. That's what makes Just Thrive's spore-based probiotic different. Just Thrive is the only probiotic that's clinically proven to arrive 100% alive in your gut. It does something that no other probiotic can. It turns your gut into an antioxidant factory, creating protected compounds exactly where you need them most. That means better digestion, healthy immunity, more energy, and easy weight management. You can take Just Thrive probiotic in the form of a capsule.
Just incredible.
From their award-winning probiotic to their full line of gut immune and brain health supplements, Just Thrive has been fighting to make Americans healthy again with science-backed solutions that you can trust. To join the gut health revolution and take control of your health today, visit justthrivehealth.com and save 20% with promo code Candace. See the difference for yourself. You'll get a full product refund, no questions asked. Take control today with Just Thrive. Canada.com, promo code Candace. On that, what I just said to you, I think these are treatable people. And I'm further believing that because I think it's weird that they won't even release the footage. This grainy footage of the guy walking up the stairs. Why do we have one static image of that? Does that make any sense to you? Why? Why are they all static images? Release the video. When I first looked at this video and then they said it was, I was like, that doesn't look like the same person, ish. But, like, no. And that feels intentionally grainy. You can release clearer footage. You know you can't release clearer footage. So do it. Because we're not going to let it go. I now believe there is a federal level of corruption and conspiracy involved in this murder, okay? George Zinn, to Lance Twiggs, the unanswered questions. What was he doing at home? What does he do for a living? What was... Did they see each other that night? Why are we doctoring their messages? Why can't I read Lance's messages if he's being so forthcoming? Why can't I read how he replied and at what time these messages were sent? Okay? There are too many things that the feds can easily do to dissuade us, okay? And they're not doing any of it. They're just doing that thing. The thing which is like, are we still talking about it? No. Now they're actually doing like, this is inappropriate. Charlie's funeral is coming up. Stop yourselves right now. Okay? Stop. This is exactly no, you're inappropriate. You know what was inappropriate? Charlie Kirk getting shot. While we all had to watch that, we are all suffering PTSD and the lack of answers that we are getting from the feds. And that is the only thing here that is happening that's inappropriate. I want to be very clear. Actually, not the only thing. Maybe Netanyahu trying to spin this into he's my good friend, just fighting him. Well, Tucker Carlson completely shredded that narrative. I don't like the baby lied so quickly. It doesn't make me comfortable. I don't like it. Okay? And he just went live yesterday. He also brought in Megyn Kelly and other people, and he spoke about what Charlie was going through because he saw him very shortly before his assassination, and he intimates to everybody what it was exactly that was on Charlie Kirk's mind and what he was living with in that moment. Take a listen.
I was shocked and sickened by the reaction of foolish and repulsive reaction of the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to Charles' death. Basically made it all about him and all about his country. Immediately trying to take the energy, the sadness, the grief that people felt over Charlie's murder and redirect it towards whatever project he's involved in. And by the way, Benjamin Netanyahu is not the same as the nation of Israel at all. Maybe he's despised by many people in Israel. If you know people who live there, you know that's true. There are huge divisions within the Israeli government. There are certain parts of the intel in Israel that do not support some things that Benjamin Netanyahu has done recently. So it's not the same as attacking Israel, attacking Eden, but I don't think I've ever seen anything worse than his attempt to hijack Charlie's memory and use it for his own political ends, particularly because what he said was completely untrue. Charlie didn't hate Jews, he loved Jews. He had tons of friends who were Jews, he loved the state of Israel, loved going. He did not like Bibi Netanyahu. He said that to me many times. He said to people around him many times. He felt that Bibi Netanyahu was a very destructive force. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country. And that was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it. Didn't hate Netanyahu. He wasn't out there with a placard saying that, but he certainly expressed that to me and a lot of other people. There's no question that Bibi's defenders on the internet call me a liar or a kook. But that's a fact. And enough text messages exist that I think it can probably be verified and very sure. Not that it needs to be, because that is true. Shortly after that speech, there was a very intense attack on Charlie. So I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but on him, I have donors. He $1 million worth of donors, and so because he was involved in different projects, just yapping on the internet, which is what I do. He was dependent to a great extent on George Soros. It's a nonprofit. And they after him, torment and all. Of course, many were supportive, but the ones who were offended by my speech, and there was a very intense tormented Charlie until the day he died.
He didn't intend to do a wrongful cutting, and therefore he's putter. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrongful cutting, but he intended to cut, and he accomplished cutting, and therefore it's a shagi, and he's chai. Gemara goes on to bring a raya to Rava from a brisa that has a reisha and a seifa. The reisha, the Gemara says, is referring to why Shabbos is more stringent than other averos, meaning avodah zarah. Avodah zarah. In other words, if a person does 2 malachas on Shabbos, he's chayiv 2 korbanos. That's very stringent. Versus avodah zarah, if he does 3 avodah zarahs in one awareness, he chefs an animal to avodah zarah, he brings the animal on the mizbeach for avodah zarah, he pours wine for avodah zarah, all 3. You only bring 1 carbon, which is less stringent than Shabbos. The brisa, the seifa of the brisa, and that's the right to Rava, says the opposite. And there's something in other ways, other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance, the person is shogeg without kavana. By other mitzvahs, he's chayiv, and Shabbos is patur. For example, if he thinks that he's eating fat, but it turns out that he's eating challah. In other averos mitzvahs, he's chayiv, and in Shabbos he's patur. What's the case in Shabbos? That if he tried to cut, he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's detached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rava, or according to the Brisa, he's patur. That's exactly what Rava said. So it's a good raya to Rava. Abai will say that the shogeg over here is talking about a person who thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat. And he would be chayiv. Shaking the Shabbos is referring to when he tried to lift the knife up, and by doing so, he cut a fruit, and that, according to everybody, he's patur. But in Rava's case, where he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's already detached, but he ended up cutting a fruit that's attached, he'd be chayiv. Now, the Gemara just goes on to say that we can't say that the reisha is not talking about avodah zarah. The reisha, let's say, is talking about 2 malachas of Shabbos, tzir and kina, versus 2 averos like chaylev and dam. Well, they would be equal. Shabbos, you'd be chayiv 2 korbanos, and chaylev and dam, you'd be chayiv 2 korbanos. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say we're talking about avodah zarah. Now, the Sefer cannot be talking about Avodah Zarah. The person did a Shoygeg, he's Chayiv, that's not true. By Avodah Zarah, all Shoygegim are part of. For instance, the person thinks that he's bowing in a shul, but in fact he's bowing to Avodah Zarah, he's completely part of because his heart is Kadosh Baruch Hu. And if a person is bowing to a statue, and he decided that the statue is Avodah Zarah, then it's Avodah Zarah, then he's amazing. And if he doesn't decide that the statue is Avodah Zarah, then he didn't do anything. What if he bows to Avodah Zarah out of fear for his life or out of love? Now, of course, he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul, should be Meiser Nefesh. But what if he did do it? He's also a part of it, according to Rabbah. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the Sefer is talking about other mitzvahs and the Reish is talking about Avodah Zarah. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continuing with yesterday's amazing sug of Misasa, we had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, he cut something that's attached to the ground. According to Rava, that's not a chaticha de yisur. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being usher, so therefore it's completely putter. It's not even a shayk. But according to Abaya, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is usher doesn't make him a misasik. He's a shayk and has to bring it covered. The Gemara brings two more cases where Abaya and Rava argue, and they're a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person takes, let's say, a ball, and he tries to throw it 2 amas or which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be high. The shear is 4 ounces. Ball traveled 4 ounces. Over here is different. He intended to do a half a isser, whereas the first case, he didn't intend to cut something that's attached. It's detached, it's completely mutter. Rav in this case says he's putter, and Abaya says he's fine. And finally, the third case, which is worse than the other two cases, is where he intended to throw an object 4 amas. And he knows that throwing 4 amas in Rishus Rabbi is awesome. He just doesn't know that he's standing in Rishus Rabbi. He thought he's standing in Rishus Yachid. According to Rava, he's putter. According to Abaya, he's high. But if we go back to the middle case, a person intended to throw an object 2 ounces and it traveled 4 ounces. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear and it went the whole shear. Abayi says he's high. If so, we take the sugya. We had this question twice already, and it's on today's Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that there's 39 Avis Malachas. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you could get up to 39 karbanos in one Shabbos, in one awareness. But if a person is a shaygig and know all 39 malachas, the Gemara asks, then he doesn't know what Shabbos is. If there's no Yisurim that it's not Shabbos, then today Shabbos is no different than Sunday, Monday. The Gemara says, but according to Abaya, it's possible that he knows that all these malachas are also. He's a shaygig. He doesn't know what the shear is. Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is a kuseves, a gasa, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more. And he didn't have it. According to Abaya, it's a shaygig. He's chakei. But according to Rava, it says that he's potter in that case. So we have to say the reason that we said the other day, either according to Rabbi Yochanan, his shaygig is that he doesn't know this consequence of the paras, or according to Rish Lakish, there's a 40th malacha called the Tumen. He's aware that you're not allowed to walk more than 2,000 amos in Shabbos. And now for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Masechta Shabbos, describing the 39 Avos Malachas. Avos Malachas are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, each Av Malach has 39 Paldos. The Rebbe Rish Lakish discovered after 3.5 years. And each one is Chayiv B'Deraisa, just like the Av. But we can break them down into groups. 11 of them have to do with baking bread or the cooking of the samamanim, the dyes. And all these 39 malachas have to do with the meleches hamishpah. These are 39 steps that they took in the midbar to build the mishpah. And 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dyes. 13 of them are to make fabric. And the fabric is needed for the Yerias HaMishpah. 7 of them are for the hides, for the kachash, the top of the Mishpah. 2 of them are for the kairos. Kairos had words in them, the siva and the rafika. And then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, with tying and untying, lighting a fire, mechabot, take out into another shul smack. Now let's start with lechem, with the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. We're talking about in there. Destroy the plow first to soften up the ground, then they sow the seeds, and they plow it again. And the chiddush is that even the second Kari plowing is considered avnullah. The next one is what we discussed is urea, sowing, and the Gemara tells us that includes also zoymer, which is pruning trees. When you cut down a branch, the branch grows even more, so that's light planting. Noiteya is when a sapling of a tree. Fabric is when you take a vine and you put it in the ground. Market is to graft. All these are all under one umbrella of malach. If you do all of them, you're only chayav one karba. Chayrish, as we discussed, is the plow. That includes also chayfer, to dig, and chayretz, to make a furrow. And they're all considered one malachi. You do all three of them, you chayav one karba. Chaytzer, to harvest the wheat, and that includes baitzer, anavim, grapes, vayder tmarim, dates, masik zaysim, olives, and figs. They're all considered one malachi. Do all of them on one Shabbos and one awareness, you chayav one karba. Ma'amer means to gather and to make a pile. Rava says that it includes things that are not gedulei karka, like gathering salt in a factory and piling it up in a pile. The guy says it's only gedulei karka, something that grows in the ground. Dash, to thresh, to separate the kernel from the shaft. That includes menafet, and menafet, that's the beef flax and cotton. It's considered one malacha. If you do all three of those, you have one karka. If somebody is zomer, he prunes a tree, cuts a branch, and he has two intents. One is he wants the wood. And the other intent is he wants to grow two malachas. And the same would apply to asbestos. If you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same thing with beets. You tie it for plaitzer and noitaya. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more and you want actual life. If you have a small pile of dirt, it's where you want. So it's all in the. If it's in your house, you want your floor to be flat and straight, that's boina. If you are in the field, that's rich because you're softening up the dirt for seeding. If you have a small hole in the ground and you fill it up, if it's your house, that's fine. You're fixing the floor. And if it's in the field, it's fire. An amazing shiloh. You dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want a hole, but because you want the dirt. You are even according to Yehuda that says, "Melacha shein tzricha legufo." You are chayav. Meaning, if you do a malacha, but you don't want that one, the malacha is the solution. For instance, you have a dead body in your house and it's making a terrible odor. You take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a hole. You care about having dirt. But in this case, when you do agree that since you are in the council, you're ruining something. You are. But Papa says that if you take the dirt and you throw it at a palm tree in order to get the dates, you're chayiv on two things. First of all, you are chaylish, which is chaytzer. You're taking fruit off the tree. Second of all, you're mefarid, which is a malach of dash. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the dates from the wood around it. Rav Ashi says no. Since that's not the way to do it, you are puppet. And tomorrow we'll be talking about the three types of separation. Boyer, Zoyra, and Merake. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, that's gotta stop. Here's what he wrote. Okay, his name is Rob McCoy. He wrote, Charlie Kirk was my friend and I was his pastor. I want to simply say this regarding Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk was a friend to Candace. He never publicly spoke poorly of her, never disagreed with her, never operated or entertained gossip or innuendo concerning Candace. My only comment I offer regarding Candace is this: I only wish at this tragic time of mourning she would
Shabbos daf ayin daled.
he was to her.
Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zoyra, winnowing, boirer, selecting, merakit, sifting, they accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you were to bring 3 separate korbanos. Kaitish, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that necessary to make. It says Abaya, but since skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one. And don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kaitish will be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, put Kaitish in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa that's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle, but what we can take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's if it's food from within the waste and not the waste from the food. And if you do it biyad with your hand and not a clean, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos, but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was, the Brisa says that if you have food in front of you and you could do butter and eat it, you could do butter and give it to your friend. Doesn't want to eat. And if you do butter, you have to bring a chat. The Reish is talking about that day, and that's mutter. But if you do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatas. There is no malacha that you can cook on Shabbos. Perhaps the Brisa is talking about here. If you do a half a butter, half the amount, that's okay. But if you do the full amount, that's a chiyuv chatas. Chati shir also, the Gemara says it's impossible. There is no malacha that you can do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome that you just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the Brisa is saying that you're allowed to do something that's only done with a funnel or with a plate. Yeah, that's not the real way of doing butter, but if you do it the real way with the real sifter of kalim in that Brisa, perhaps it's talking about oichal meter psoilas, and that's mutter, but psoilas meter oichal is also again. The Brisa doesn't mention anything about oichal meter psoilas. It says Abaye, therefore I say the pshat is la'alter. It says in the Brisa, eat it, meaning immediately. Eat it immediately, that's okay. But if you do it for later on during the day, that's an Isser Boyer D'Oraisa. The Restream explain, so Abaye agrees to the concept of biyad and oichal meter psoilas. He just adds that you need also miyad right away. The Gemara tells a story of Bibi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and psoilas on the table in front of Rav Ami and Rav Asi. And Rav Dini saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because Rav Dini held that even oichal meter psoilas is asur, and therefore he spread it on the table that there shouldn't be a problem with buyer. It just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple, or perhaps he wanted to show ayin yafa. He wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmusin type of bean is considered psoilas meter chaychel, even if you take out the actual food, because it requires 7 cookings. And even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichal, the actual bean, it turns into psoilas. It can ruin other beans. And now we go to Amid Beis. The Gemara tells us halacha, not in buyer. Now we're done with buyer. If somebody takes a beet and chops it up really, really thin, he minces it, that is considered toichen, grinding. If it applies to all vegetables, if you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also toichen, grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over a mechatech. Like in the Mishnah, if you cut leather to a certain size, it's mechatech, cutting. The Gemara asks, why does the Tana talk about afiyah, baking, when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking samimonim? Says the Gemara, because that's what people are used to, they're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. You're over on the Isser of mevashel, even on non-food items, such as wood, pegs. If a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up. That's bishul. You'd also be over on bishul if you take tar, which is hard, soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you softened it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says Gemara, it's possible to be over on toichen, the dirt, boyer the dirt, merakid, you sift out the dirt, lush, you knead the dirt, memached, you smooth it all out, you light the fire of the oven, and then you're mevashel it. If you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called makeh b'patish, whereas a barrel doesn't have makeh b'patish because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no baina, says Rashi, because there's no binyan b'stira when it comes to kalim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you could be over on 11 different averos. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesach. You do shtei batinirim, you start it out in the two loops. Oireg, you put the reeds together, and makebe patish. And if you are to bend over the top and make a lip for it, you could be over also on taifer, on sewing, and kosher, making a knot. If you were to do tvia, spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal, machlokes. According to Rabbi Bukhari, it can be over on three things. The guy says, minapitz, untangling it, and tvia, spinning. Rav Kahana says, but since it's on the animal is alive, or it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore you're not over, and that's klachiyat, you're not over. Even though in the Mishkan you had women that did the tviyah, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive, that's chachama, they had special chachma, but today it's considered klachiyat. If one were to pluck a feather from a bird, you're over on geizes. If you cut it specifically on the top, you're over on mechatach, and if you pull off the feathers, the small feather, off the stem, you're over on memachek, smoothing it out. Where was there knots in the Mishkan? The folks who were trapping the chilazon to make tchelas, they used nets and they would add to the net and take off from the net, so they made shearers and they made knots and they would undo the knots. Now, you can't say that the pshat is that there were two knots, the two threads in the Mishkan, and you undid one, because even for a regular king, you wouldn't do so. So certainly not for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Taifer, sewing means one in, one out. In other words, one full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it. Have a wonderful day.
Your post, you guys are just feds. And I don't really feel like commenting. I don't care. People are awake. We're awake. Okay, we see what is happening. You're not going to distract me. Write your stupid articles or whatever you call me. You keep listening and I can hear the words are coming out of your mouth. Okay? The entire world needs to wake up right now. I believe that Charlie Kirk's murder.
Shabbos daf ayin hey. One of the Lametes malachos in the Mishnah is kireya almanas litfar, hearing in order to sow. Where in the Mishnah do we find this? If a worm, for instance, made a hole in one of the panels, we don't just leave it as is and sew it. We hear it even more in order to make a proper stitch. Rav Zutra heard three things from Rav at the same exact time, and they are seemingly connected. If a person takes a thread and tightens the thread in order to pull two pieces of garment together, that is considered sewing. If a person learns Torah from a magosh, what is a magosh? Machlokes, he's chayev misa. Rav says a magosh is a megadev, somebody that constantly talks about avodah zarah, and the concern is to influence you avodah zarah. We see that Rav said that if a person learns from a magosh even one thing, he's chayev misa. Obviously, he's not talking about a machashev, a sorcerer, because it's not also to learn from a sorcerer in order to understand what they do and how to prevent it. But it is also to learn from avodah zarah. Shmuel, on the other hand, says a magosh is a machashev, a sorcerer. And the third thing he said is that if a person knows how to calculate mazalas and kufas, the constellations and those sort of things, and he doesn't do so, he's over on the pasuk, the beautiful creations of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They don't see when they don't see his handiwork, and therefore it's also to focus on the person. The judgment says, in fact, it's a mitzvah to calculate kufas and mazalas, as it says in the pasuk, this is your chachma. Le'enei oamim, towards the nation, explains Rashi that you will know through the mazalas when it will start raining, when it will be hot, etc. One of the malachas in the Mishnah is hatzot tzvi, capturing an animal, a deer. Included in that is trapping a fish, a chilazayin, the snail that you make the chelas from. If you squeeze the dye out of the chilazayin, you're not over on dash, according to Tanakama, which is threshing. Dash is only in Gizule carrots, something that grows from the ground. The argument says you can do dash even on an animal. You're not over on the Tilas Neshama, although you killed this snail, you're not over on the Tilas Neshama. Even though, even Reb Shimon admits, like Ratio, that if you were to chop an animal's head off and said, I didn't mean to kill it, you know that obviously he's going to die. In this case, since he wants the snail to stay alive, it's in his benefit. that the snail should continue living, since the dye will be clear, therefore is considered a misasek, and he's potter. What is the isser to chef an animal? According to Shmuel, it's an Netilas Neshama. According to Rav, there's also Netilas Neshama, but in addition to that, there's the isser of Tzeveya of a dye. Says Rav, I don't want people in future generations to make fun of me and laugh. Let me explain myself. A person would prefer to have blood on the neck of the animal by the Makam Shita so that other people will see that it's fresh meat and they'll come and they'll buy it. It says in the Mishnah, 2 malachas. If you salt the hide and you tan the hide. The Rebbe and Shlomo both say that those are one and the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the malacha of misarte, of creating lines like we have in a Sefer Torah. Putting lines into the hide is also Dorais. Rabbi Ravuna says, and this is explained by Ravashi, if you salt meat because you want to keep it for long term, you want to go on the way with it, that is ma'abed, that's tanning. Rava says there's no such thing as tanning food, and it's not also. The Mishnah says, smoothing out and cutting. Says Ravacha Bar Chanina, you could be over a memachik of smoothing out if you smooth out dirt between the pillars of a building. Mishum Levi said 3 halachas. If you cut wood for a fence and you sharpen the top so people can't climb over, you're over on mechatik, on cutting wood in specific lengths. If you take a bandage and you put it over a wound and you have a cream and ointment and you smooth out the ointment, that is memachik. Anything that has that you're doing it, Gemara Malachim is finishing off the object that's called Maki B'Chadish, one of the last halachas in the Mishnah. For instance, if you take a stone that's already not attached, detached from the ground, and you smooth it out, or you try to make a depiction on a cleat, you blow glass, or if you have a garment that the small things in it, little fibers bother you, and you take them out, that's Maki B'Chadish. They had writing in the Mishnah, and that was just like on a sukkah panel. You write, this is 1, 2, north, south. They had the same thing on the highrise of the Mishnah. However, erasing is more stringent than writing. Writing needs 2 ices. Doesn't matter how big the ice is. But erasing, even erasing one very large ice, where you can write 2 ices, you'd also be over. The Rush points out, it doesn't have to be erasing a letter, it could be erasing a glob of ink, as long as you're making room to write 2 letters. We learned in the Mishnah, these are the Abbas Malachim. So Abbas Malachim tell us that there aren't more than the 39 mentioned, although according to Lezer, we also chayav on every tolda. If you do it together with the Av, you'd be chayav. If you do it with the Av, you'd be chayav for the tolda. Our Mishnah holds, you're chayav 1 for the Av, and all the toldas are included in that Av. According to review, there are an additional 2 malachas, bringing you up to 41. Shoyvei and Medaki. These are malachas concerning weaving. You bring down the chassis, the area. But we have in our Mishnah, Chasarach, 1 with the 40, meaning we don't include those 2. Those 2 are included in Mesach and Oire. Says the new Mishnah, there's another rule, not a large rule like the first Mishnah, not a major rule, but a rule, nevertheless. And we're talking about Itzah for the next few days. I'm talking about Itzah for a while. In order to be over on Itzah from one rishus to another rishus, it has to be an item that you typically store, and it has the right shear that you would store. If typical people don't store this, but you stored it, you yourself will be over and no one else. In the Gemara, what's an item that people don't store? One man always says Dam Nida, the other man always says Asherah tree. Another Gizar tree, which is also bad enough. Man always says Dam Nida certainly would agree with Asherah, since it's also bad enough, is not something people store. Although Dam Nida, even once you showed it to the Rav, there's no need for it at all. You couldn't possibly feed it to a cat. Papa says that's a terrible idea. The person that the dam comes from will suffer if a cat drinks that blood. And finally, our Mishnah cannot be going according to Restream by Klai, who says that there's a difference between a wealthy person and a poor person in terms of the shear. Different people, with different amounts, and our Mishnah argues and says everybody has the same shear. Have a wonderful day.
How do you know that? Because it's a stupid tidbit. Yahoo put up about a month ago, so just doing the fucking math the last 3 weeks. $1.14 Mondays, it's stupid. simplified a lot of things in my life. You got 14 Mondays to get it together. We get to the end. Monday is the day you feed the spirits, you pray. You thank God for giving me another week to be the ultimate warrior. And we got 14 of those. You still do the glass of
Shabbos Daf Ayin Vav. We're continuing with yesterday's Mishnah. What constitutes an object that people care about, and therefore it's possible to bring out from one domain to another? Reb Shimon the Lazar comes up with a third opinion. And he says, if this object typically people don't care about, but you do care about it, you showed interest in it, and you keep it, you just cause the entire world to be over the Israel Beitzah if they take it out. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to animal food, what's the shear? Says the Mishnah, well, it depends on every type of food and who eats this food. For instance, if you're talking about teven, which is the top part of the straw which cows eat, then it all depends on the cow. So the shear is a cow's mouthful of teven. Anything less than that, you're not chayav. If you're talking about atzah, which is bean straw, which only camels typically eat, so then the shear is a camel's mouthful, which is larger than a cow's mouthful. If you're talking about the bottom part of the straw, the tash, that's what sheep eat. So it's a sheep's mouthful, which is in fact a gregaris, a dry fig. Grass and garlic and onion leaves, if they're dry, that becomes goat food, and it's a goat's mouthful. And if they are moist, it's no longer raw for a goat, that becomes food consumption, and therefore it's a gregaris, a dry food. This is like, what happens if a person takes out camel food, this bean straw, and he takes out the right amount for a cow? A cow's mouthful, and he wants to give it to the cow. But then it says, since it's a feeling of cows typically don't eat this, then he's possible. The Shem says, but occasionally a cow will eat it, time. But everybody agrees you can take out regular straw for a camel, but the shear is the shear of a cow's mouthful. Now you have the proper shear. Yes, you're going to feed it for a camel, to a camel, and the camel's mouth is much larger. Nevertheless, the chayav is you pick out the proper shear for a cow. All of these different foods in the Mishnah do not combine one with another, unless you're taking the more chomer to combine it with the less. For instance, if you're dealing with camel food, and the shear is camel's mouthful, it's a lot, but you're missing a half a dry fig, and you take sheep food, which all you need is a dry fig, and you take a half of that and add it to the camel food, then you have a full shear. But if you do the reverse, you're missing a half a gregaris for sheep food, and you try to take a half a gregaris of camel food of bean straw, that's not going to work. And the reason is because people would take and combine these foods to show as samples to sell. And we have a similar halacha when it comes to different garments, different fabrics. What constitutes a fabric to be mikabel tov? So a regular fabric is 3 tefachim. If you're talking about a sack, it's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Leather is 5 tefachim by 5. And a reed mat is 6 by 6. Each one can combine with the one below. So the mat can combine with the leather. And the leather can combine with the sack, etc. Why? Because they can combine to the tumah of Moshe. So since the situation where they can put each other, they combine in all situations, and by us also, the situation where you sell it together, they combine together. Human food, the shear for Eitzah is a gregaris, a dry fig, and that's why all food can combine with each other because they all share the same shear. When it comes to human food, we don't consider the pit, the shell, the oikets, the little piece the little branch that sticks out, subin amursin, which is fine bran, coarse bran. The Yehuda says that the peel of lentils and beans are mitzvah for that food, but old beans are not mitzvah because they look like dead flies in your food. The coarse and the fine bran are mitzvah for the shear of cow. Why? Because it's considered lechem haaretz. Pork will eat it, so it's considered bread. But in terms of Shabbos, when you need something chashuv, that's not chashuv, it's not considered food. Therefore, for the shear of Shabbos, it's not with this. We finish Perek Chagadol Hadalach Chagadol. The next Perek is called Hamoitzi Yain. We're continuing with the halachas of Eitzah. When it comes to liquids, what is the shear? So why the shear is enough to make kiddush, which is a quarter of a revius of wine, which you would add 3/4 of a revius of water to. When it comes to milk, as much as you can swallow. Honey, as much as you put on a wound. And oil enough to anoint a small limb. Water, in order to make anointment for an eye, and other liquids is a revius, and other waste liquids is a revius. Reb Shimon says all the shiurim in the Mishnah are one, and that is a revius. Now, if you decided to keep and hide, put aside the smaller shiurim, then you just created the smaller shiurim of chiyuv. However, the Tanakh holds that once you decide that something is valuable to you, then you don't need to know the Mishnah, even let those shiurim also are chayiv and mitzvah. A wonderful day.
And everything Mercy was on that shit. We went down, and the move was sensational. Then the guy gave me some loot, and then the guy came over and like, listen, I gotta get to Disneyland. I want that package. You get the tour. I'm not waiting online. You gotta do the fucking. I'm gonna give you that's Mariah Carey and James Bond and those people. I just don't want to wait online. Right, that's it. The guy goes done. So
Shabbos Daf Ayin Zayin. Robert finished from our Mishnah that since most liquids, the shear of Eitzah, take out liquids, if it was just rather is reduced. Therefore, wine, the shear is a quarter of it, because in order to drink wine, you need to dilute it with 3 parts water. Asks Abaya, but in Masechus it says Zayin HaShironi is 2 parts water, not 3. In addition to that, asks Abaya, but you didn't add the water yet. So why are you chayiv on just taking out a quarter of a revius? Says Rabbah, because a quarter of a revius is chashuv, and in order to be over, it has to be something that's chashuv. Since you could add water, even though you didn't, it's chashuv. The fact that you asked me for yourself to see that Yana Shirani is very weak wine. It's 2 parts water to 1 part wine. Or we're discussing the coloration red. 2 parts water, 1 part wine. Nosson says, where wine needs a revius, or a quarter of a revius, when it comes to congealed wine, you need a full kezayis, which equals to a full revius, not a quarter revius. We have a similar halacha, says Rabbi Yosef, when it comes to tumah of the blood of an aveda, where Bishami says it's hard, it's one of the places that Bishami is for. And Basil say it's fine provided that's a full revius, which in turn could turn into a kezayis of congealed wine. Kezayis. So more ask 2 questions. When it comes to tumah, the shear is kezayis. When it comes to Shabbos, the shear is revius. Therefore, there's no correlation between the 2 SNI. Perhaps blood, which is thicker than wine, requires a kezayis, but wine needs a lot more than a revius to create a kezayis. And therefore, if you take it out into just rather less than kezayis congealed wine, maybe you're already over. Maybe in that you have a revius. On the other hand, perhaps wine this thing needs a revius. Perhaps blood that's thicker needs less than a revius to create a kezayis. The Mishnah uses the word gemiyah. The shear for milk is the swallow gemiyah. So tomorrow, in our Mishnah, gemiyah is spelled with the aleph, not an ayin. But there are 3 other Mishnayos in Sefer Shabbos that have a word that will be spelled either way, aleph or ayin, and they're all spelled with the ayin. Yar'inim, oimimois, and ma'amtzim. They're all with the ayin. The milk of an animal, the shear is enough to swallow, the goat, the milk of a woman, and the white of an egg is enough to put into the anointment called peeler. And peeler itself is enough to mix it with water. That's the shear that water remains in the take. As Rashi explains, we're talking about putting this ointment in 2 eyes. The word just asks, is it enough to put in 2 eyes, or 2 eyes plus whatever remains on your finger, which is a larger shear? Rav says an amazing saying that everything that was created in this world is for this. Even the annoying fly to the purpose to kill the bite of a hornet, the sting of a hornet. And the slug, which you think has no purpose, could heal a wound. A mosquito could heal a snake bite, and the snake itself could heal boils, that is, if you take a black snake and a white snake, and you boil them up, and you smear it on the wound. A spider could heal the wound of a scorpion. And the Gemara tells us there are 5 irrational fears where the strong is scared of the weak. One of them is that the lion is scared of a certain animal that screams really loud. Some say, and the other I think, or others, want to say something similar to a honey badger, which is known today as a very small animal that's fearless and scares the lion away. Elephant is scared of a mosquito going into its nose and its ear, and a scorpion is scared of a spider, an eagle is scared of a swallow, and the yasan is scared of the kilbis. There are 3 animals that as they age, they get stronger. A snake, a fish, as we know, gets larger as it grows, as it gets older, and a pig. The Zera bumped into Rav Yehuda when he looked like Rav Yehuda was in a very good mood, and he figured now is a great time for him to ask all the questions in Yoni De'alma, things that seem mundane. And he started off asking him, why do goats go in front of the sheep? He said that's like real silent. Goats that are dark are like the choshech, like the darkness, they bring the light. Why do sheep have a tail that covers their rear where goats don't? He tells them because we use the sheep's wool for clothing, we cover ourselves, therefore the sheep covers himself. Why does a camel have a very short tail? Because he eats the thorns. The thorn didn't want to step, get stuck in the thorn. Why do cows, bulls have long tails? To swat away the flies in the swamps. Why do grasshoppers have very flexible antennas? Because they jump around in tough trees. If they were harder, they would break off. If one wants to blind a poor grasshopper or an ant, you can remove his antennas. Why does Baruch Hu create the eyelids of a chicken and they go from bottom up? Look at all these questions that he's asking him. He noticed all these things in the Kriya, and he wanted to hear an answer. And if you look at the Marsha and others, explain the deeper meaning behind these questions and answers. He says that Baruch Hu didn't want the chickens to be blinded by the smoke that comes up and chickens roost on higher places. And then he asked them the meaning and the significance of somewhere around 15 words in Aramaic. For instance, he asked him, what does Dasha mean? What's the meaning of Dasha, door? And he says, Derech Shah. Go through there. And why is it called the Darga? Step, Derech God. Go to the rooftop. And in the Mishnah we learned that Shem and oil, the shear is to anoint a limb, says the Gemara, is a small limb of a small child, says Rashi. One part of a child's finger, that's a small limb. Have a wonderful day.
Absolutely free, that's right. Absolutely free. Just use press. Just press it, code JOEY. JOEY at checkout. And pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5. Just make it anything you like. Just you see yourself floating through dreams with that dirt stick just hitting trees.
Shabbos Abayin Ches. Different items have different shiurim for taking out the other Keitzah and Shabbos taking from one rishus to another rishus. So there's a common use for one item, but a not so common use for the same item. For instance, milk and wine have the common use of drinking. The not so common use is adding it to medicine. So we go with the common use, even though that means it's a kula. You have to take out a lot more in order to be over the Isra itself. What if one item has 2 common uses, but one is a larger share, one is a smaller share? We go with the smaller share, for instance, on
No way, it's no
you can use it for medicine. We'll go with the smaller share of medicine, you're over right away if you do the smaller share. So the question is, why is it water, which is common uses to drink, not so common uses to add for medicine? Why do we go with the not so common use? It says about it because we're talking about in Gul, they're very poor, they use water for medicine, so it's common for them to use the medicine. Rabbi says it goes anywhere. We're not just talking about Gul. And since most people don't use wine and milk for medicine, since it leads in the eye, they all use water, therefore it's common. We see from here a very important concept. Obviously, many people drink water than adding water to medicine, yet since in medicine is common, it's considered 2 common things, and we go with the more common. Blood is also one of these, which Meleza says if you're using blood to heal an eye protrusion called a birkis, you use wild chicken, also in Hebrew it's known as a dufifat, in English a fupi. or something like that. You use it enough blood for one eye. If a person has a cataract, they use enough blood from a mole for one eye. Moles are found inside the house. Cataracts are inside the house. Birkis is a protrusion in the eye. The Gufifat is outside. That's how you remember which blood goes to where. If a Rebbe tells a Talmud, I want you to make me some room, takes some of these items out. He takes a common item that people keep and are interested in, and he takes it into his Rabbah, of course, he's chayav. What if he takes an item that nobody cares about? What is Rebbe? He's chayav. According to Rashi, because this goes according to Restream Lazar, who holds that once one person makes an item important, it becomes important to the whole world. Plus, it says it can go according to everybody. But once a Rebbe makes it important, then his Talmud automatically thinks it's important as well. Chacham agreed to Restream Lazar when it comes to wastewater. The shear is a revish. What can you do with wastewater? You use it to knead clay. Now we do find that the shear for kneading clay is a lot less. The size of the opening of the hole where you put the bellows into an oven. That's if you already have ready-made clay. Then the shear is much smaller. But no one is going to go through the tircha and the burden to start making clay from scratch unless it's a much larger shear of a revish. And we find that concept later on tomorrow's daf as well. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to rope, the shear is enough rope that you can make a handle for a basket. When it comes to gemi reed, it's enough to make a loop on a sifter to hang up. Now, nobody uses rope on a sifter because that could scratch the sifter. You take a measurement of the kid's foot, so you can go to the shoemaker to make him a shoe. Paper, enough for a receipt that you paid your taxes. Once you show the tax collector that you paid your taxes, the receipt has no value. According to Yehuda, it does have a value. Why? A number of pshatim. According to Rava, we're dealing with the main tax guy and a smaller tax guy. The main tax guy gives you a code, so you can use that code. You don't really need a receipt. According to Abaya, the tax guy, the main guy, has runners. And if the runners catch you, you want to produce a receipt. According to Yehuda, according to Danakama, you don't really need to produce a receipt. You just go back to the main tax guy, he'll recognize you. And Rav Ashi says people want to keep tax receipts according to Yehuda, so you can show them to other tax collectors, and they'll see that you're a trustworthy person who pays taxes. Once you erase a paper, it has no purpose. You can't write on it again. What can you do? You can cover a small flask, so the shear is the size of a small flask. When it comes to leather, if it's semi-tanned, you can write a kameh on it, so it's the size of a kameh. Cloth, which we read tefillin and skipayers on, enough to write the smallest part of tefillin, Shema Yisrael Shem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Ink, enough to write 2 large letters. Chol, which is makeup to the eye, enough to do one eye. Glue, enough to catch birds. Sulfur and tar is enough to make a hole in a jar so the sulfur can come out, and then you plug it up with that sulfur and tar. Wax, enough to plug up a hole. A small hole, crushed brick, enough to put on the opening of the oven that makes gold. And Rita says, in order to make the feet, the tripod on the pur, which is also called in Aramaic kippur. Sid, line, which girls use to remove hair, enough to put on one small joint of a girl. Rita says, enough to put on the hair to make the hair lay flat. And according to Nehemiah, enough to remove the hair in this area. The hutzim, which are lulav leaves, you make, let's say, pashalat, is enough to make a handle for a basket. Suvim or siv are the strings that go around the people would put them in a funnel, and that would catch the sediments of the wine. Oil and grease, enough to put on the back of bread when you put it in the oven so it doesn't stick to the side of the oven. The size of a cellar, which is a gregar. Cotton, enough to fill a ball, which is the size of a walnut. If you take out a shtar chayv, a shtar that says, I owe somebody owes me money, it has value. But once it's already paid off, according to Yehuda, you're still chayiv. According to Tanakam, you're part of similar to the machlokes we had before. Yehuda says, you're allowed to keep a shtar chayv. There's no issue. So it has value for you. According to the Tanakam, you're not allowed to keep a shtar chayv around. It could bring problems later on, so it has zero value. According to Abaya, everybody admits if the shtar was paid off, you're not allowed to keep it in your possession. The machlokes is, what happens in a case where the loiva admits that he wrote a shtar? Does he have to be Mekayim that star? Does he have to make a new document stating that the original star is a good star? According to Rabbi Yehuda, since he does not have to produce such a document, so the original star has value. And that's why if you take out the original star, you're Chayav. Rava says everybody knows you have to be Mekayim. Machlokes says, what happens if the Leva doesn't want to pay? And meanwhile, the Malva produces the star. And he takes it out into Shirab. Since that star has value now, because he could use it to collect, and without he cannot, therefore he's Chayav. Rashi is talking about the Leva, not the Malva. We're talking about a special document that the Leva has in his possession that says he paid off already. And he uses that document to show other lenders that he's a trustworthy borrower, and he pays off his debt. And therefore, it has Shabbos, it has Chashivos, and you're chayav, you take that out, if you surround him, have a wonderful day.
Were they laughing after they're just going fucking nuts? Before just standing ovation. People dying in the balls.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Tes. When it comes to hide leather, the shear is the size of a kameya in order to be over mitzvah. And going from one domain to another domain, you have to take out the size of an emulet. Not only that, says Nachman, this size of an emulet applies to everything. Whether this piece of hide is tanned, untanned, you want to tan it, you don't want to tan it. Not only that, if you're tanning hide, what's the shear to be hide for tanning? The size of an emulet, of a kameya. Similarly, we say the same thing by spinning. The malachas of melabim, to clean the wool, menapets, to untangle, tziveh, to dye, and toiva, to spin, are all the same exact shear, even though some of them are before the finished product, some of them are after. The shear is the same. The sit kafel, this is a sit from finger to finger, times 2. Anytime you find the inconsistency in the shear, that the shear is a lot larger before the finished product versus after the finished product, that is because people don't want to burden themselves with a small shear. They'll only take care of that melacha when there's a larger shear. For instance, 3 different examples the Gemara brings. When it comes to herbs, tziveh, dyes, before you cook the herbs, the shear is much larger. It's the size of a walnut, enough to dye a full svacha, a woman's cap. But once it's cooked, then the size is dugma li'ira. A dugma is a sample cloth that vendors will show different colors. Li'ira, the size that you put on the device that holds the Erev screen that goes through the chassis. The end has a small piece of fabric that keeps the thread from unraveling. It's a smaller piece, much smaller than a swacha. And then again, that's because people don't want to bother with undone products, so therefore the uncooked samamanim have a much larger shear. When it comes to seeds, unplanted seeds, the shear is much greater than planted seeds. Unplanted seeds are either, according to Tanakama, enough to have a gregaris, slightly less than a gregaris. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it's 5 seeds. But once they're planted, it's 1 seed for a leek or a cabbage, according to Rabbi Akiva. Again, people don't want to be nachiach themselves with 1 seed unless it's planted. When it comes to wastewater, we say that wastewater, the shear is reveals in order to knead clay. But once the clay is kneaded, then the shear is much smaller, it's the size of 2 quarts. There are 3 levels, or 3 stages, that is, when you make hide, when you can hide. And they involve salt, flour, and walnuts. If there's only salt, that's called kipo, and the shear of that piece of hide is bikameya. If there's salt and flour added, but no walnuts, that's called diphthera. The shear of that is to write the main essential parts of the get, and the name of the person. If there's no salt or flour or walnuts, that's called matzah. It's plain, like matzah. And that's the size is in order to protect a weight. That's a much larger shear than kameya, and that's because it's moist and you cannot panic. The tumah of Medrash, when a Zav Nida sit or stand on a piece of fabric, leather, as we had the other day, maybe a week ago or so, is 3 by 3 tefachim for a piece of cloth, 4 by 4 tefachim for a sack, 5 by 5 for a piece of leather. All of a sudden now it's 5 by 5 tefachim for leather, and not the size of man. And the answer is because we're dealing with something that's cooking really hard. The only thing you can produce from this leather are tables and things like that. We said in the Mishnah that cloth is enough, the shear for cloth is enough to write the smallest part from the tefillin, which is Shema. And the Brisa says the sustos is enough to write a mezuzah. What's the sustos? Well, the parchment comes in something called vil. If you separate the two, you have the part closer to the flesh of the animal is called the sustos, and the part closer to the hair of the animal is called slap, according to Taisvas. And according to Taisvas, you write on the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the hair and the opposite side of the flesh. Tefillin are only written on cloth. Mezuzah, Maskan of the Gemara, is you can write it on cloth, but also on the sustos. And in Sefer Torah, you can write it on cloth, the sustos, and on vil when they're still connected. The sustos, which is not rawi for tefillin, therefore it needs a larger shear, the size of a mezuzah. Sometimes you could call the parsha of tefillin by the name of mezuzah. For instance, the halacha is that if tefillin has the ritzua, you shouldn't touch it. That's one of the enactments of the Shammai. It's the common yadayim, the common hands for truma. The truma by itself. Now, the sin says you have to touch the actual parsha of the tefillin. Exactly says you have to touch the actual mezuzah of the tefillin, meaning the parsha of the tefillin. Rav says a statement. The sustos is like cloth. It's part of the Gemara. What he meant to say is opposite of what we would think. That cloth is like the sustos. In other words, just like the mezuzah can be written on the sustos, it can also be written on cloth. The halacha is that if you put in tefillin that you're about to put in the shemos, you cannot cut out the parsha of the mezuzah and use it as a mezuzah, because malam b'kodesh v'lo reading, you don't go downwards and you should go upwards. We have to be talking about that the tefillin were written in a cloth, and therefore you can write the mezuzah, even a mezuzah, on cloth according to Rav Meir. The Meir holds that you could write a mezuzah on cloth since it's better for the mezuzah, it will last longer, it's better protected like that. Have a wonderful day.
Number one, he was a fucking biker. Jesus really don't like it. As a biker, I had a few bikes when I kidnapped them. I had the same thing with a biker. This guy, yeah, just rode a motorcycle one time and thought it was
Shabbos daf pay. How much ink does one have to take out from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah in order to be over on the top? 2 letters worth. It doesn't matter if it's dry, if it's in a pen, or in an inkwell. 2 letters worth. The Gemara remains in a suffix. What happens if you take 1 letter's worth in a pen and 1 letter's worth in an inkwell, or ink in a pen? A different combination. Peku. Says Rava, we know that when it comes to Hitzah, a person has to lift something up from Rosh Hashanah and place it down in the second domain. Writing consists of putting down. So if you're walking in Rosh Hashanah, and while you're walking, you write, it's as if you put it in its resting place in Rosh Hashanah. If you wrote 1 letter, and in one awareness you wrote the second letter, however, by the time you wrote the second letter, the first letter dried up. The 2 letters do not combine to create a shir and you are fine. If you put down a half a shir in Rosh Hashanah, a half a fig, and before you had a chance to put down the second half in order to be over, you looked at the first half. It's as if a dog came and consumed it and the 2 halves do not combine. If a person puts down a half a shir in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes the second half and he doesn't place it down, but he walks above the first half, and he's within 3 tefachim. You have the concept of lavud within 3 tefachim is as if it was touching the other piece and they combined for 1 shir in his chai. If a person takes out an object, a half a shear into Rosh Hashanah, and another half a shear into a second Rosh Hashanah, they are mitzaref as one. Yossi says if there's a rishus between them, it separates the two rishus rabbim and his potter. What about a Carmelist? A Carmelist divides the two. That's considered another rishus, and therefore he's potter. Rabbi says a Carmelist is the Rabbanon is not matzah, it's not considered another rishus. Rabbi says even a beam between the two rishus rabbim is enough to create a separation, and they don't combine because it's feeding and heating. That if a husband gives his wife his domain just to be kind of the get, and the get lands on a beam, it's not considered the wife because the beam is a different rishus. How much makeup, eyeliner, is one chayiv? Well, it depends. In the cities where women dress more tznius and they only showed one eye, so they would use eyeliner for one eye, so the shear is one eye. In the villages where they didn't have so much creases, so they didn't have to cover both eyes, so both of their eyes were uncovered, and they would put eyeliner on both of their eyes. Therefore, the Mishnah tells us wax, the shear is a very small amount to plug a small hole that wine, which is very thin, come out of, not oil or honey. Glue, another put on top of a post, which is a lot of glue. Sulfur and tar, what they do is they have a flask of mercury, and they would cover the flask with tar. Then they would punch a hole in the tar to let out the mercury. And they would plug that hole with tar, so that plug is the amount of tar, which is a very small amount. Rabbi Yehuda is consistent throughout all the Mishnayos here, and he always takes smaller measurements. We saw that by a piece of gemi, a reed. The measurement according to Rabbi Yehuda was a child's foot, and according to Chachamim, a loop on a sifter. When it comes to our Mishnah, this Krush says to create the hole on a, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, it's no issue. Brings us some days. How much are you trying to take here outside? Enough to make the core, the core that creates gold, which is a smaller measurement. Line enough to cover a girl's finger. The Gemara tells us a girl that isn't 12 years old and she's embarrassed from her hair. If she's young, if she's poor, and if she comes from the kingdom, from the king, she's a princess, should use Shemen Amar, like in the Gila said, Shisha Chadasha Shemen Amar. What Shemen Amar? Rav Huna Bar Chia says it's perfumed oil. Rav Yirmiyah says it's olive oil that didn't come to a third yet. It didn't grow a third. What does this line do? It removes the hair and causes a glow in the skin. And the Gemara tells us that Rabbi, he did so for his daughter. He took limb by limb, one at a time, covered it in lime, and he was able to get a great guy for his daughter who actually gave him 400 zuz. He was a guy that noticed this, and he said, let me do this for my daughter. And he covered her in one shot with lime, and his daughter passed on. And he went around screaming, Bibi killed my daughter, Bibi killed my daughter. Says Rav Nachman, it's only Rav Bibi that had to do so because he had a lot of beer, and beer causes the hair to become dark. We had in the Mishnah review that says how much lime? Enough for people. Rav Nachman says, I'm deep. What does this mean? According to Rav, the review is talking about to smooth the side of the hair down. And according to Rav Nachman, it means teiv, right over here. The Ritzvot said barrel. I'm not talking about a head of a baby. And the barrel has two spigots. In order to plug the spigot to fill up the barrel, he would put some lime in there, says the Gemara. But that's not going to hold. The wine will corrode the lime, and the wine will come out. Says Rav Kahana, we're talking about measuring cup. In order to make indications in the measuring cup, for instance, we had a measuring cup called a hin. The hin, halfway was for the tar, a third ayil, a quarter was for the kevin, or the pshat is the forehead. You put on the forehead, says the Gemara story about the forehead. In Golu, they asked the Golu, somebody that came to the Golu, who came to the Bubble, they asked him to Darshan and Maisim Merkava, like we're going to have the Chanel. with cover. And he said, no, I can't. Because one shot is, he said, with Nehemiah, Darshan and Meiser Rekava, and came a hornet and bit him. According to others, the shot is he himself Darshan and a hornet and bit him. Before, what's very interesting, the Ben Yoda says in the time of the Mageva, you're supposed to, or rather on the forehead, and he brings his Mara to explain that the forehead is where the Malach HaMavis sees a beat. So you cover the forehead, fluke. Says in the Mishnah, how about red clay? Rebbe Akiva says enough to seal a cargo sack on a ship. I come say enough to seal a letter, which is much less. Fertilizer and very thin sand for the Rebbe Akiva, enough to fertilize one cabbage or another sheet, enough to fertilize. If you have a piece of reed, what can you do with it? You write a pen. To come up to the joints, like this, the Shiling Gemara, take the joint that connects to the hand, or it's the joint over here. The reed is too thick and you can't make a pen out of it, where it's broken enough to use it as fuel to cook the fastest cooking egg, which is a chicken egg, mixed with oil on the stove, the size of a gregaris. Not an egg, but the size of a gregaris. Thick sand, enough to have it travelful. In other words, sand is good for lime. That goes according to Yehuda that says that you cannot use lime. Or according to Rava, it goes according to everybody. In other words, sand is really bad for lime. And the sand, since you can't use lime, by adding sand, in our days, it makes the lime dark. Therefore, you could use it. Have a wonderful day.
That message on a Twitter that your dad said flat and you're a fucking idiot. Yeah. Guy, I haven't done that in a while. Twitter sometime.
How much bone do you have to take out? The holes enough to make a small spoon, according to Yehuda, enough to make the teeth black. Before you put those black, they don't serve any purpose, so they are tahar. Once you put them into Allah, they are metabolic. The simple pieces of bone that have no form are not like wood, they are like metal that are metallic. Once you attach them to a gate, they become a mechubal karka, they become attached to the ground, no longer can they be mechal kuma. How much glass do you have to take out from one domain to another in order to chayiv? Enough to sharpen a weaver's tool. Some say enough to cut 2 woven threads from the spool from the loom. A stone. How large of a stone you chayiv on? Enough that has enough mass that you can throw it at a bird. From the blessed Ben Yitzchak, it's enough to throw it at a animal, and it has to be significant. The animal feels it. How much? It weighs 10 zuz. Usually, stones are muktzah. However, when it comes to covered up reals, human dignity, Chachamim relaxed that restriction. Zunin came into the base measure and he asked, how many stones is one permitted to bring into the bathroom to use as toilet paper? So they told him 3, and it's the same achloikus. The mayor of Yehuda when it comes to Esrog. The mayor says that Esrog has to be a minimum of a walnut. Yehuda says a minimum of an egg. And the same thing applies here when it comes to the stones. The mayor says 3 stones that are the size of a walnut. Yehuda says 3 stones that are the size of an egg. However, the Chachamim in the Yisrael told Zayman that it's 3 different sizes. One is the size of an olive, the other is the size of a walnut, and the other one is the size of an egg, and you use them consecutively. Says Zayman, wait a minute. Does that mean I have to carry around a scale? I have to get the exact measurements? So he said, you're right. The shear is whatever fits into your hand. We don't care. 5 stones, 2 stones, what size, whatever fits into your hand, that is the shear. Yanai says, if it's a permanent bathroom, so whatever fits into your hand, because whatever you're not going to use now, you'll use later, so it's not Muktzah Shabbos for no reason. However, if it's not a permanent bathroom, then the shear is Chreya, like the compromise, meaning the middle shear. You have olive, walnut, egg. The middle one, the size of a walnut. Rabbi says it's also to use for toilet paper. You're not allowed to use something called pipes, which are pebbles that crumble. Rava says you're not allowed to. They would, in order if somebody was constipated, they would massage with some sort of stone. So you're not allowed to massage on Shabbos with a stone or sand because of the issue of goizes you might come to shear here. If you do it to l'achar yad, instead of holding it with the full hand, you hold it with 2 fingers. That's mutter. take a mortar, which is designed to crush something. So it's Klisha Lafka Isser, and you want to use that for toilet paper. If it has remnants that somebody else used it before, so nobody's going to use this any longer for Klisha Lafka Isser, you're not going to use it for food, then it's mutter to use it for toilet paper. What if it got washed off with rainwater? If you can still see some remnants, it's a mutter. You want to ask the kasha, there are 10 things that enhance or help the ability to have hemorrhoids. One of them is using a stone that somebody else used already. How can you say that you use it now? So the one brings 3 roots. It's also to use a stone that somebody else used when it's moist, or if it was used on both sides. Or it's a stone that somebody else used, and here we're dealing with a stone that you yourself used. What are the other 9 things? Where it says, if you eat reed leaves, or grape leaves, or rigid meat like tongue, esophagus, basic without salt, the spine of a fish, herring that's not completely cooked, the sediment of wine leaves, if somebody uses lime or earthenware for toilet paper. And some say even somebody that hangs himself, straighten out his neck in the bathroom. What about doing extra tears on Shabbos, carrying up the stones for toilet paper to the top floor? But our previous allows us to see the prayer was relaxed when it comes to the Veda. Somebody Zakum in the couple doesn't have to return on the Veda, if it's the lowest dignity, so too Chacham will be relaxed when it comes to toilet paper. It's not similar to the case the Gemara says of someone that got a piece of meat stuck between his teeth, also an issue of human dignity, wants to remove it and he wants to use a splinter that's mukta. We don't care, we say you can't use it. Why? Because he should have been prepared with toothpicks before the meal, but when it comes to a bathroom, people don't know where they're going to have to use it. Maybe somebody will be occupied, will have to use a different bathroom. You can't be prepared. It's also to walk on a plowed field, even during the weekday, because you're ruining the other person's plow. On Shabbos, there's another issue of using a bathroom in a plowed field because you might come to take a stone and cover a hole, and as we learned earlier, that consists of charisha. If it's in your house, that would be boina. It's mutter to use a stone that has on the other side grass. If you pull the grass out, it's chayav on Polish. But we're not concerned with put. It's davashin skaven, and it's certainly not a psikuration. The more wants to bring a right from here. In those days, they would plant planters that had holes in them and use them as kaparis. Rashi says, they would take it and go around their head 7 times and say zechalifasis and throw it into the river, do a tashlach with the kaparas. You're allowed to lift it up on Shabbos even if it has grass growing on the bottom. Based on this halacha, that you're allowed to pick up a rock. Says Gemara, what's the connection? Stone, I need to do it. I need it right now for human dignity, but I don't have to pick up this pot. Abai says halacha that if I have this pot with holes on it and it's on top of a stand, and I lower it to the ground, that would be planting on Shabbos. Now it gets more moisture out of the ground. And if it's the reverse, if it's on the ground and I put it on a stand on Shabbos, that would be koilish. Both these surah would be only midrabara. The Berkman says, not only is it usher to use earthenware during the weekday because of kishuf, even on Shabbos it's usher to use. We'd rather use a stone than earthenware, even though the earthenware is less muktzah than a stone because of kishuf. Rav explains Rabbi Yochanan that we're talking about. He's talking about the problem of goyzes shearing here on Shabbos and it's davashin miskaven and it's also. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan passes like the Stam Mishnah. The Stam Mishnah holds that a nazar could shampoo his head even though he might tear out some hair by mistake. Davashin miskaven is mutter. Now we're saying it's awesome. Rav Kizda and Rav Ravuna were on a boat. Goya wanted to go onto the boat and they said no. So she said, if you don't let me go on, I'm going to stop the boat. And she did. She didn't let the boat go and they said something and it started moving. She didn't realize and she thought that her tissue didn't work and she said, the reason why it's not working is because you don't use earthenware as toilet paper and you don't kill a louse on your clothing and you don't take out vegetables from a bundle before you untie it. In other words, the Gemara, it seems like from the Gemara that Rabbi Yochanan and were over on these things, and that's why it did work, but she didn't realize it. Have a wonderful day.
Oh, yeah, they're on there too. Why they weren't there the last 10 fucking years? I don't know. Because I think that's all these towns now. Chicago, or,
Shabbos Daf Beis, the famous Rav Huna asks Rabbi his son, I don't understand, why don't you take advantage of the Rav Chizda, who's extremely smart and sharp? Says Rabbi, because every time I go to him, I don't learn Torah. He teaches us how to use the bathroom, don't sit down quickly, don't strain yourself. The body has 3 shini karkashka, you might blow one out, you'll ruin the whole system. Says Rav Huna, Rabbi, you need to learn how to save yourself, how to keep your body intact. If a person has 2 options of toilet paper, one is a stone and one is a shard of earthenware, which one should you use? Earthenware is dangerous, it can cut you, is kishuf. A stone is muktzah. Says Rav Huna, use the stone rather than put yourself in sakana. Says Rav Chizda, no, it's better to use a shard than to use muktzah. In fact, the Brisa says just like Rav Chizda, you should use the earthenware. So what's Rav Huna going to do? Rav Huna will say that Brisa is talking about earthenware that's not dangerous at all. It's nice and smooth. What if a person has 2 options? Grass and a stone, and according to the second kind of Rashi, we're talking about Shabbos. Grass is also slightly abrasive and dangerous. Machlokes, Rav Chizda, and Rav Hamnuna. The big problem is there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper that you're not allowed to use toilet paper that's flammable. Why we do so today is a different problem. We're going to talk about it. The Ramah says that's what people do. Some say, how do we use grass in the Gemara? Because this grass is moist and therefore it's not flammable. The person needs to go to the bathroom. He needs to relieve himself and he holds himself back. Machlokes is what happens between Rav Chizda and Ravina. Either he'll have bad breath, Rashi explains the decaying food will rise, or he'll simply have bad body odor from the Brise's mashma that is bad body odor. If a person physically can't relieve himself, constipated, number of tricks. According to Rav Chizda, should stand up and sit down, stand up and sit down. In fact, Rav Yumi says, I saw with my own eyes an Arab that did so and spilled out like a pot that spills over. Rav Chanan says, a person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but he also has to walk a little bit. Find another place. And therefore, this fits into the halacha that a person is about to have a very long meal and is embarrassed to stop in the middle of the meal and take a break. So before the meal, he should either walk 4 times 10 amos or 10 times 4 amos, which is helpful in the relief. The Mishnah tells us if a person has a piece of earthenware, shard of earthenware, what is the shear that would be chayav for Yitzhak taking out from one rishus to another rishus? The three-way machlokes. Either says enough that you can put between beams, the stack of beams. Remeir says enough to hold a coal, fire. And Rabbi Yossi says enough to hold a revius of water. Remeir says I have a zeicher hint from the pasuk. When the Navi talks about the Churban, the Baruch is going to destroy things to the point where you can't even hold a coal in a piece of earthenware. So you see, earthenware, in order to be chashuv, it has to hold a coal. It says Rabbi Yossi, but if you just continue to the end of the pasuk, it says, and the Baruch will destroy to a point where you can't hold water in the earthenware. Remeir will explain that what the pasuk is saying is, first, that Baruch will destroy everything that has value, such as things that hold fire, and then it'll destroy things that, even things that don't have value. From the pasuk itself, you can understand that Remeir's shear of holding fire is greater than the shear of a revius, because it just makes sense. The pasuk starts off with a large item. I will destroy the larger item. Then Baruch will destroy the smaller items. Says Abai, and that's how you have to explain it in our mission as well. We're dealing with large bonfire. You cannot walk over to a large fire with a small piece of shard, pick up a coal. You'll get hurt. We're dealing with a very large piece of earthenware, so that from a distance you could grab a coal. And with that, we finish the perek Hamoitzi Yayin, and we begin the perek Omer Rebekiro. We're dealing with a bunch of Mishnayos that teach us where do we learn different halachas. Not necessarily have to do with Hilchos Shabbos. Eventually, we're going to get to Hilchos Shabbos of Mina. And the first halacha is about Avodah Zarah. It says, I know that Avodah Zarah, ba'asmachta, not a mafurish pasuk, but some hint from a pasuk. Avodah Zarah is in Tamid b'masa. Maga is if you touch something. Masa, if you lift up the Avodah Zarah, even though you're not physically touching it, it's in a pot, you become tamid, just like a nida. If a nida picks something up, or you pick up a nida, you become tamid, as the pasuk says, Tizrei kemoi dava. You should throw out the Avodah Zarah like a nida. Say Toimar Lord, get out of here, tell the Avodah Zarah. The Brisa says that if a Jew built a wall, and then a non-Jew built 3 walls around his wall and made that wall that the Jew built into Avodah Zarah, and the wall fell down. the Jew can no longer rebuild that wall because he's helping Avodah Zarah. What does he do with the broken? First of all, he has to distance himself 4 hours from that wall and build another wall. But what does he do with the leftover stones? They are mitama, according to Akiva, b'masa, just like Anida. Rambam explains that according to everybody, Avodah Zarah has a hekesh to Nida, and therefore Avodah Zarah is mitama b'masa. Where is the machlokes? The machlokes is in a concept called Eben Misam. Eben Misam is a very large boulder that's suspended, and if there's a Zav Nida on top, the unbelievable chiddush, the tumah travels right through the stone, which is typically not metabel tumah. Through the stone is mitama any kli that's below the stone. Machlekes is, do we learn that concept that is by Anida? We learn that concept to Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Akiva says yes, and Chachamim say no because we learn from a sheretz. And the sheretz does not have that tumah. What does Rabbi Akiva do with that package that we learn from sheretz? That Shamshim Avodah Zarah, a kli that called Avodah Zarah, is not mitama b'masa, but is mitama b'maga. What do Rabbanan do with the hekesh of Avodah Zarah? To Anida, that's mitama b'masa, but there is no Eben Misama. Why? Because the Chachamim learn the hekesh of Nida, Avodah Zarah, it tells the concept of a var. That is, if a limb, Rahman al-Islam, is cut off from a Nida, that limb loses the Tumas Nida, gains a new Tumah of Tumas Abram and Achai, so it's Mekama Ba'oyo, the Masim Umaga, but not the Eben Misama. So too, Avodah Zarah is not Metama, the Eben Misama, and is not Metama, the Eivar. The fact that Rav Chama on Tamara's Daf had a suffix whether or not this Eivar, if a limb of Avodah Zarah is detached, one of these attachable Avodah Zarah's pieces come off on and off. One piece came off. Is that Mitama Be'ivar? Over here you see it's not. Obviously, we have to say what Rav Chama was asking in Rabbi Akiva. Because Rabbi Akiva uses Hekesh all the way through, even if it means there will be a Kula, by saying that there is no Tumah on that Eivar. Lazar learns a whole new shot in the Gemara. According to everybody, there's no Eben Misama by Avodah Zarah. Even Rabbi Akiva holds there's no concept of Eben Misama by Avodah Zarah. So where's the machlokes between Rabbi Akiva and Chachamim? Whether or not there's Tumas Masa by Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Akiva says, yes, I learned from Anida that there's Tumas Masa. Rabbi say, no, I learned from Sheretz that there's no Tumas Masa. And Rabbi Akiva learns the Hekesh that from Sheretz that the Meshamshim of the Sheretz, the Kli of Avodah Zarah, is not Mekam Masa. And Rabbanan are going to learn the Hekesh Tanida that there's no Tumah Be'ivar. Have a wonderful day.
The first one at some point is you would drive in your old neighborhood and run over the guy's cones. That's the first thing. Okay. It's not. I would just go away to do that kind of guy. 5 nights, 4 nights in a row, and then Friday we knocked on his belt. And you ask him, some people run over your cones, and we put on tape.
We'll continue with Mishnayos for the theme. How do you learn certain halachas that are not necessarily connected to the Sefer Shabbos? How do you know these halachas not based on a pure limud, rather on a smachta, a good raya from a pasuk? How do you know the Shifra Zera, as the name implies, it's roila hazriya, it's viable? How do you know that's a kama woman 3 days after relations? Because it says in the pasuk, separate from your wives for 3 days. And this is the reason, because we want the women to be the tahara during Matan Torah. How do you know you got to be Machal Shabbos and cook up hot water for a baby 3 days after the bris milah? It says by Shem that sooner or later you waited for 3 days after the bris. When they're in pain, you see that 3 days after the bris, the baby's considered a further shift to Sefara and Machal Shabbos in those days. How do you know that the Sawyer HaMishtaleh, the Razazel, the one that goes you throw over the clip on Yom Kippur, you grab a band around the neck, a red band, and another band you tie to the clip, and you watch the band change colors from red to white? These are puzzling that says, if your sins are red, they'll turn white like snow. How do you know that on Yom Kippur? You're not allowed to anoint yourself, you're not allowed to put oil on your body, just like you're not allowed to drink, because the word shemen and water come in the same puzzle, but like the mind of Kirbon, which is shemen ba'as moisa. The machlokes is whether an anonymous Mishnah can be going according to 2 different Tanoim. If you hold that a Stam Mishnah could go according to 2 different Tanoim, so the ratio does not go according to the Muslim and Azari, you can assume who holds that a woman is only coming for 2 days, how does she says 2 days? But the same can go according to the Muslim and Azari by Nila. say the Mishnah has to go according to one Tana, so we have to switch the word in the Reisha. Instead of saying the 3 days you're Tama, you have to say 3 days you are Tama. The husband of Zayas says that a woman who let the Shema Zera is Tmeya for 2 days. In other words, minimum 2 items, maximum 4 items. So Ina is night and day, 12 hours. If the relations were at the tail end of the first day, that leaves this person with 2 items only from the second day. If it was all the way in the beginning of the day, the relation, then she has 4 items, 2 from the first day, and 2 12-hour periods from the second day. The Restream says that it's 3 days. That's his comment. 3 days could maximum have 3 24-hour periods of 3 times 12, which is 6 items, and 5 items. If the relation was midday on the first day, or 4 items. If the relation was all the way at the tail end of the first day, now you're left with only 2 24-hour periods of 4 times 12. The Bekina says there's always 5 items, regardless. It's exactly 60 hours from the time of the relationship until the time she's no longer coming. So even if she had a relationship a few hours into the first item, we go a few hours into the last item. It's always exactly 60 hours. According to the Chachamim, it's exactly 72 hours, 3 full days. According to Rabbi Akiva, where do you get this 5 items from? 5 times 12. Rabbi Akiva holds that Moshe Rabbeinu always ascended, went up to Shemayim at daybreak, and always came down at daybreak. Therefore, if Moshe Rabbeinu came down on the 4th day of daybreak, that's 12 hours into the 4th day, into Wednesday, because Wednesday starts at Shkia. Therefore, he's only left with 12 hours for Wednesday, plus another 48 hours for Thursday and Friday, a total of 60 hours. If these women went to the mikvah on Friday night, they are not completely tired. They're considered fully young. A woman has to wait until the sun goes down, but she went to the mikvah after sun goes down, and therefore she has to wait until the following night, sundown. The problem is that Kabbalah Sapphira was Shabbos morning. They were in a state of Tumah. Says the Gemara, that's not a problem. You could be Kabbalah Sapphira in a state of Tuliyah. However, that never happened. There was not a single woman in the Klal Yisrael that was in a state of Tuliyah. They all went to the mikvah. They were able to go before sundown on Friday, and therefore once sundown on Friday came, they were no longer Tuliyah. They were completely tired. According to Rabbi Akiva, why couldn't Hakadosh Baruch Hu give the Torah on Friday night? There's already a 60-hour period from Wednesday morning until Friday night. It's 60 hours. The answer is because the Torah cannot be given night, as it says in the Pasuk, "Lo yimerosh b'seisa dibarki." The Baruch didn't talk in secrecy. He didn't give all the Torah in secrecy. He wanted all the nations to see Matan Torah in broad daylight. So why couldn't Klal Yisrael go to the mikvah on Shabbos morning? Why did I have to go Friday night? The answer is, it doesn't make sense for some people to be going to the mikvah while others are going to Matan Torah. Explains Tosfos that if we would wait for these women to go to the mikvah, let's say it only took 5 minutes for them to go to the mikvah, that's 5 minutes Torah for all of Klal Yisrael to ever be replaced. The machlokes of how long Tumah lasts by a woman, that's only by a woman. But by a man, everybody agrees that if the zera on clothing that's moist, it's mechama forever as long as it's moist. The Gemara remains in a suffix. Is this halacha that zera only remains for 3 days in the state of Tumah? Is that only because this woman is Jewish and she has mitzvahs that she is stressed out about, and therefore her body destroys the zera within 3 days? But let's say a Gaya who doesn't have these mitzvahs, maybe it lasts 1 year, or perhaps a Gaya who eats shkatzim or masim, her body is also able to destroy the zera in 3 days. Another question the Gemara asks, what about an animal? The zera, is it an animal? Perhaps it's only a human being that traps the zera and doesn't introduce oxygen to it, and therefore it's destroyed. But an animal that doesn't have a place, it doesn't have a canal, perhaps the zera lasts longer. According to everybody, Klal Yisrael arrived in Sinai on Rosh Chodesh. And everybody holds that Matan Torah was given on Shabbos. Machlokes says Rabbi Eliezer holds that Rosh Chodesh happened on Sunday, and Rabbanan hold that Rosh Chodesh was on Monday. According to everybody, the day they arrived in Sinai, Moshe Rabbeinu didn't say anything to Klal Yisrael. All he said perhaps was Schar Noinish, but he didn't relay anything that was Baruch Hu told him to relate to Klal Yisrael because of the strenuous situation that Klal Yisrael was from the way. They were too tired. The following day, he told them, according to the Yosi, that happened on a Monday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Tuesday. The following day, he told him the mitzvah of Agbola, don't come next to Har Sinai. According to Rabbi Yossi, that happened on Tuesday. According to the Chachamim, that happened on Wednesday. And on the following day, he taught them about Hafrasha, separate from the wife. According to Rabbi Yossi, that happened on Wednesday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Thursday. So that is the machlokes, which we're going to discuss tomorrow, whether the pre-shah, the separation, was on Wednesday or given on Thursday. Have a wonderful day.
But now it's every other day. There's a shooting somewhere, a kid, this, that. Look at this comedian guy. That's nobody really talked about. But he had, I know that kid. I know John Reed. I personally know John Reed. He's a kid. Sunday nights at the store, I know him. It's got to be 20 years. Like, it's Sunday nights at the store. I know that girl.
Shabbos Daf Pizayim. According to Rabbi Yossi, Rosh Chodesh was on a Sunday. HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael to separate from the wives on Wednesday, and Matan Torah happened on Shabbos. The issue is that the pasuk says "V'kidashtem hayoim u'machar," only 2 days separation. If so, Wednesday and Thursday, Matan Torah should have been on Friday, not on Shabbos. The same issue is that the pasuk on the third day, you're good to go for Matan Torah. Rabbi Yossi must explain that Moshe Rabbeinu added an additional day on his own. As he said, tomorrow, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, tomorrow, he meant a full day, 24 hours. So therefore, if it's 2 days, it's 2 times 24 hours, you have to add another day, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him, because in fact, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave the Torah on Shabbos. This is one of the 3 things that Moshe Rabbeinu did on his own, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu separated from his wife. Tzipora, Moshe Rabbeinu made a galachayim. If Klal Yisrael have a date with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they know exactly when they're going to receive the Torah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said they have to separate from the wives 3 days earlier. So I, Moshe Rabbeinu, who HaKadosh Baruch Hu speaks to me all the time, and I don't know exactly when he'll speak to me, I certainly should separate from my wife, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agree with him. You see, that or Tel Peh Daber Boy, the Baruch said, I commanded Moshe Rabbeinu to do so. If Moshe Rabbeinu wouldn't have came up with his own idea by himself, Moshe Baruch Hu was mitzvah himself. Moshe Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchos. Moshe Rabbeinu made a cheshbon. If the korban cannot be done by a mumar, so it's off the derech, certainly Klal Yisrael, or mumar, we did the egel, we see the Torah, and he broke the luchos, and Moshe Baruch Hu agreed, like it says, Asher Shibarto, Yasher Shibarto, I agree the fact that you broke the luchos. It says in the Brisa that on the Shlishi, the third day, and the Lord explains, it's the third day from when Moshe Rabbeinu started talking to Klal Yisrael about Matan Torah, about the Schar and the Einash. It was the third day of the month and the third day of the week. According to Chachamim, that Rosh Chodesh occurred on Monday. So it happened actually, the third day that we're talking about was on Wednesday. So we must say this goes according to Rabbi Yossi. But Yashav Moshe's Divrei Amel Hashem, there's 2 psukim. One says, Moshe returned to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Klal Yisrael. So then it says, Vayagid Moshe's Divrei Amel Hashem. A number of pshatim here. Rabbi Yossi Yehuda says that on the third day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael on Hagbola, don't touch the mountain. Rebbe says that first Moshe Rabbeinu told Klal Yisrael about the Einish. Shibuv. Vayashav is lashon shibuv, shoivavim, distance. Keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the schar, about the award, like Vayagid is a lashon about Gadol, things that people, when you teach them Gadol, people come close. And some say the opposite. Moshe Rabbeinu told them about the schar, about the award. Vayashav is lashon of Mashivim. And then afterwards he taught them about the Einash, about a punishment. Vayagid is lashon of Gidin, says Rashi, like bitter vegetables. Right, it says Shish on the 6th day. 6th day of what? Machloikas, according to Rabbi Yossi, it means the 6th day of the month and the 6th day in the week. on Friday. According to Rava, it's the sixth day from when they rested. And according to Rav Achar Yaakov, the same day that they rested, the day that they left. And there's a fundamental point: Israel received Shabbos. The halacha is before Matan Torah. The question is, what did they receive? They received all the halachas, including Kuman, because it explains it means Isa, going, and you wouldn't be able to. And therefore, when they traveled, it means they traveled and they did it in the same day. Or perhaps even for Shabbos, but they didn't receive the Isra of Isa and Kuman. Therefore, it's possible that they traveled, obviously, still didn't have the Isra. It says in the Bryce that first Nisan the Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim, first Makas B'chayros, and the day on the 15th of Nisan they left Mitzrayim. Now we know that whatever day the 15th of the month falls out, that means Rosh Chodesh was that same day. Bryce says that was a Thursday. They left on Thursday. That means Rosh Chodesh is on a Thursday. If Rosh Chodesh is on a Thursday, then the following Rosh Chodesh is always either one day after the Thursday or 2 days after the Thursday, depending if it's a full month or a missing. So if it's a 29-day month, it's 1 day late. Nisan is always a full month. That means that if Rosh Chodesh is on a Thursday, following month Rosh Chodesh was 2 days later on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, Iyar. So the following month, Rosh Chodesh is on a Sunday, because Iyar is a Chassid. Shabbos means the following Rosh Chodesh is on a Sunday. Rabbanan, that Rosh Chodesh on Monday, we have to say that they made us a Iyar, and therefore Rosh Chodesh on a Sunday. And Rosh Chodesh Sivan on. The Torah says, "Vayi b'chodesh harishon, b'shon hashenish, b'echad b'chodesh." The second year, first of the month, Hukam HaMishkan. That's when the Mishkan was permanent. So not only did they put the Mishkan up, but there's 10 things that happened. Number one, it happened on a Sunday, the day that the world was created. Second of all, that's the day that the Nisim brought the Karbanos. Third of all, that's when the Kohanim started doing Avodah. Fourth of all, that's when they started bringing Karbanos of the Tzibur, like the Chamin. That's when fire came down from Shemayim. That's the fifth thing. Sixth thing was they started eating Chachim within Mikol Ziri and Mechitza. The seventh thing is the Shechina was Shari in the Migdash. The eighth thing, started doing Brikas Kahan. The ninth thing is there was the Isra Bamas. And 10th, that was the first of the production. There's a rule that if Yom Tov falls out on a certain day this year, we know that last year the same Yom Tov fell out 4 days earlier, and if there's a leap year, 5 days earlier. So the Torah tells us specifically that Rosh Chodesh Nisan on the second year fell out on a Sunday. Then we know that the year before it fell out on a Wednesday. And if Rosh Chodesh Nisan fell out on a Wednesday, the following month, Iyar, always falls out 2 days later in the week because Nisan is a Moleh. So it fell out on Erev Shabbos. If that's so, the following month, Sivan, falls out 1 day later in the week because Iyar is a hustle. So Sivan fell out on Shabbos itself. That does not fit in, not with Rabbi Yossi, not Chacham. Both Rabbi Yossi and Chacham have to answer similar answers. Rabbi Yossi is going to say that year happened to have 7 missing months, and Chacham are going to say that there was 8 missing months, and that fills in the gap. Have a wonderful day.
It's tremendous. Double duty, you're freshing your breath before the shot of mid breath, and then you do what you gotta do. So you buy a couple of keep around, to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Corrections,
Shabbos Daf Piches. Today's daf is one of the classic dafim in Shas with many valuable life lessons. But first, we need to take care of the studio that we started yesterday. It says in Sefer Olam, which was written by Rabbi Yossi himself, and that's the machlokes we have right now between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbanan. It says this Mitzrayim happened on Nisan, which occurred on a Friday. And I know if the 15th of the month is on a particular day of the week, that means Rosh Chodesh is on the same day. So that means that Rosh Chodesh Nisan that year was on Erev Shabbos. We also know that since the Nisan is a full month of 30 days, the following month must come out 2 days later in the week, which would be on Sunday. That's Rosh Chodesh year is on Sunday. Therefore, the following month, Rishon Sivan, since we are cluster, 29 days, that means the following month is going to come out 1 day later, not 2 days, 1 day later in the week, which puts Rishon Sivan on a Monday. And that was according to Rabbana. Although Rav Gracie wrote this goes according to Rabbana. This is a verse that says Moshe Rabbeinu went up Mayim on Monday, down. He went up on Tuesday, down, told us about the mitzvah swallow like we had. He went up on Wednesday, told us about Russia, separation of wives, down. And on Thursday, he looked at his that's the day that the place was in Nasa, and he Bryce begins and says that on Friday he's going to have time. It doesn't mean that that's when Machaira was says it was. It means a concept of preparing for Shabbos. Here, even Moshe Rabbeinu had, since he himself prepared for Shabbos, didn't have time. And now, the beginning of a sugya of Agarita, the law, somebody can go and pain, and stood over a Chizda, and Agarita says, look at how beautiful it was given in threes. Now, Kari Nadim Sugya is 3, Chai Yisrael, Kayin, and Levim Yisraelim. Moshe Rabbeinu was born third after Aaron and Miriam. The Torah was given on the third day after our flushing, because from the common 2 days of separation, and on the third day, the Torah, in the third month, Sivan, the third month. By Yisrael, the Sahara, the famous Gemara, that was both Hafalim, Hakidim. He picked up Har Sinai and put it over them and threatened them. If you come to the Torah, right? Not Shom Tiyagastim, that's where your burial will be. The Rav Yaakov says, this is a great excuse for Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael is fourth in the mitzvahs. Therefore, you can't come to them with any complaints. Yet, later on, 950 years later, approximately, in the time of Purim, Klal Yisrael re-accepted the Torah out of love and not out of fear. It says, we say in Kiddush, Hashishi, what's the hay? That the 6th day of creation corresponds to the 6th day of Sivan when the Torah was given. Meaning, we both made a deal with nature, with earth, and said, if Klal Yisrael accepts the Torah, which that is the reason why I created this world, then I'll keep you in place. But if they don't accept the Torah, I'll put you right back to tell you about when Klal Yisrael said, nah, so the 600,000 Halachim, corresponding to the 600,000 men of Klal Yisrael, came down and put on each Jew 2 crowns, one for Nasa and one for Ishma, and then when 1.3 million Malachim came down and took away those crowns. Har Sinai is where they got the crowns, and Sinai is where they cooked. The Rabbeinu was going to take all the crowns of us Lava, the Baruch Hu, and return the crowns to Klal Yisrael. The Baruch Hu come place, he gave you the secret, and he said, Nasa, we will do, and then understand what you have to do. You learn between the Malachim and the Malachim also. They do before they understand what they need to do. Like, also says, like an apple, because it explains referring to an esrog. An esrog can live on a tree from year to year, you don't have to pick it off. So the fruit comes before the leaves. Like Klal Yisrael said, Nasa, before Mishma. It was a min. A Pfeiffer who saw Rava sitting on his finger and brushing his finger while his finger was bleeding because he's speaking and learning, and he didn't realize that he was bleeding, and the min tells Rava, I'm a Ziza, your impulsive nation. You say you will do before you know, and here also, you sit down on your finger before you think. And Rava said, we're a nation that goes after the Baruch Hu, with out of love. We know that the Baruch Hu is going to steer us wrong. He wants our best interest, and therefore we need to know what it says in prayer. We know that it's a gift for us. You, on the other hand, you will go, mine, the Baruch says, I fell in love with because of one of your eyes, but after you did Torah, after you checked the Torah, it's Mishneh in both of your eyes. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael acted like one of the worst things possibly imaginable. Is a kala to be mizah under a chuppah. Another Klal Yisrael, as they received the Torah, they were getting married to the Torah, they went and had an affair with Avodah Zarah, with the Egel Azal. It's like Hakadosh Baruch Hu was sitting there by his chuppah, and we come and give our perfume somewhere else. Yet Hakadosh Baruch Hu didn't write in the pasuk. He gave us a nice lesson in Nasa. In one of the most famous, amazing Gemara, the Jew and somebody insults him. Well, there's levels. There's people that are insulted and they don't respond. That's a tremendous level. There's people that hear their shame, which is even worse. And and they don't respond. And the third level is even greater than the first two. And that's you hear the shame and you take it with love. You take that shame and you say, I want it. And then that the Torah says, the first creation that was insulted was the sun, insulted by the moon. And the sun didn't respond, and what happened? The moon was reduced and only gets its light from the sun that didn't respond. The Rebbe says every word, every one of that sentence that came out of the prophet's mouth split into 70 languages for the nations. The Hebrew Torah have a marshal initial to a prince. A prince could kill at will and let people live. And so too, if a person learns Torah, meaning which is right, in other words, with all his might, he tries to understand Pshat and Torah and to understand the secrets, then it's the gift of life. On the other hand, if people learn with the left, they learn in order to outdo somebody else and to show them up, that will cause death. So even though his word was upset at us because of the Egel, nevertheless he commanded us to make the Mishkan, which resembles Shaddai. Every word, every Hebrew of the Six Hebrews that a Baruch said, the entire world filled up with perfume, and Christ was the Shoma left them, and they were backed up 12 mil to the end of the encampment. What happened when got rid of the perfume, and then the next word brought in more perfume. It was Machayim Mason with the Jew, and then he again said another Hebrew, and then they died. And the Malachim, they encouraged Christ to walk back like a mother encourages her child to walk. When Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Shemayim to receive the Torah, the Malachim said, why would a human being get this Torah? You waited at Baruch Hu 974 generations. Why would you give it now to Svedam? And Moshe Rabbeinu answered them. Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful to answer them. And Moshe told him, hold on to Kisei Kavod. And Moshe Rabbeinu said, look at the Torah. Nothing in the Torah really is appropriate for Malachim. You don't have parents, you don't have Tzitza, you don't have Yitzhahara, you don't have Shabbos, don't work. And they agreed to him, and they all gave him secrets of their own, including the Malachim, to tell him exactly where to stand between the live and the dead. So with that, had a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Pei Tes, we're continuing with the beautiful Agate Gemara. Shimon Levi said a number of statements. After Moshe Rabbeinu came down with the Torah, he was made sure that the Sahara was occupied and didn't realize that it was given. And the Tzara soon realized that Stam Shemayim says, where's the Torah? He says, I gave it to the earth. He goes down and he asks the earth, where is it? I don't know. He goes to the ocean, to the Tahim, to the depths, the Gehenna. Nobody knows where it is. He goes back to the Jerusalem. I searched everywhere. It says, I gave it to Ben Amram. We know Amram is one of the people that never sinned. I gave it to his son. And so he goes to Moshe Rabbeinu. He says, where's the Torah? Moshe looks at him and says, I have a Torah. I know what you're talking about. Moshe heard this. He says, Moshe, he says, a lie. He says, Moshe, you delight in the Torah every day. You have a kind of music. Coveted, beautiful Torah. I'm worthy of having the Torah. And so, since you put yourself down with that, I'm going to name the Torah Avdi. At a certain point, Moshe Rabbeinu was in Shemayim. He noticed that the Baruch Shalom was writing sounds like you have Tagim, little Tagim letters. He asked the Baruch Shalom, what is that? It's the whole Gemara Menachos. But the Baruch Shalom tells Moshe Rabbeinu, why don't you say hello to me? It's their affairs to say hello to someone like this. It's not their affairs for a servant to say to the master, hello. The Gemara tells us, when it says in the pasuk, "Vayara Moshe Moshe," Moshe Rabbeinu was delayed and was coming down from the mountain. That's why Christ called the says the Gemara, "Moshe is nothing of Baal Sheikh." The 6th hour of the day, noon came and went, and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't come down. Tells the Gemara the story. The Tzara first asked Klal Yisrael, Where's Moshe Rabbeinu? Now Moshe told Klal Yisrael he's going to come down after 40 days. What he meant was Shabbos V'Tamid. Klal Yisrael told him a day earlier. And the Sahara made an evil in the world dark, like a cloud, and he confused. He says, "Where's your at?" They didn't listen to him. He's dead. They didn't listen to him. And finally, he showed them a picture of Moshe as if he's dead. And then they realized that perhaps that the word Sinai perhaps means that Nisan had to tell you so. That doesn't really fit. The word Sinai, the Gemara says, Siman type, as if it is. The Gemara says, what does Sinai mean? That's the mountain that caused sin of the nation. Once we got the current names in, the sin of. We see something where there's door. 5 names of 5 different locations, one midbar. One is our sin. That's what the Caesar commandments in the third will give the Kadosh for Kadosh. Kadosh became Kadosh. Kadmos is where the Torah that was there before the world existed was given. Number 4 is Para. After they separated from the wives, she let them go back. She says that every woman became Ben Zachar. And finally, Sinai. Sinai is going to the Yidden. One man says the name is Sinai. One man says it's Torah, but we call it Sinai, and Torah is a lesson of Purva, of destruction. What says, the Lord was telling Israel, go and be rebuked. Maybe it should be come. Explain to the Gemara, the Lord was telling Israel, go to Avram, your forefather, and get rebuked. Get the help. Why should we go to Avram? Avram heard that we're going to be in slavery for 400 years and he didn't down to us. Yaakov, Yitzchak, gave the brachas to Esau and he didn't down to us. Yaakov knew about the 4 Goliaths and he didn't down for us. We want you, we want rebuke from you. Baruch said, if you want rebuke from me, you have to open the sun and if your sins will be red, the shall will be. Then I'll whiten them like snow. Mark told us an amazing thing. Baruch went to Avram, what should I do with your son? He sinned. And Avram said something incredible. I can understand. You mock off the Shemach. Wipe off the face of her. They deserve to die. People should know that if you're doing Avera, that's what happens. Baruch didn't like that. So maybe I'll get a better answer from Yaakov that we're going to repeat the same thing. Yitzchak was our best defense lawyer and he told him a bunch of things. The person lives for 70 years. The first 20 years, you can't give him an einish, and it's brought down. This is the side of 20 years of the einish. See in different places in the Torah. 25 years out of the 50 people are sleeping. So now we're up to 25 years. Out of the 25 years, 12 and a half, you have to do these personal things like davening and eating and going to the bathroom. So you have 12 and a half years. Either you can take on the responsibility of 12 and a half years, or we split it 50-50. But even if you split it 50-50, I was knocking myself by that Kedah. I deserve a little bit of credit. And that credit should go towards Klal Yisrael. Says the Gemara, Klal Yisrael started calling Yitzchak Avinu out there. You're our father. He says, no. I want to show you, point out, it's the Rebbeinu Shalom. Ki Ata Avinu. Ata Hashem Avinu. Ve'aleinu Mo'elim Shema. You are Chazbon, you are Hashem. Says Rebbeinu, Yaakov Avinu, when he went down to the sky, he should have gone down. Like a prisoner, metal chains, because of his supposed to save them, he didn't have to. And now we are back to Sefer Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, what is the amount of wood that one takes out if you should surround with another domain and it's higher? When it comes to wood, we had it already when it comes to wheat. When it comes to wood, it's the amount of wood that it takes to cook up the easiest egg to cook, which is chicken egg. And the amount will be a great garret. Size of the dry food. This fact that we learned the same halacha by reed. And that is because by reed, you can't do anything with reed. But with wood, you're supposed to do, you can make a key for a lock. And even so, that you can make a key for a lock, the shear is the shear of each of food of the great garret.
And at the bar,
Once the shear of spices enough to spice this eat egg, this chicken egg, different spices combine with each other as long as they are all from the same category. They're all there to sweeten the salt, the food, and have a wonderful, wonderful
I
day.
had like an 8-minute set, and for like 6, I had them. And like the last 2, you just were like, you get mad at me. We're like, don't do material for midnight shows. I just went off the cuff a little bit. But that was really fun. And actually tonight, what I'm super excited about is I'm actually going to see Adam Sandler tonight. And I'm fucking, where at?
Shabbos Daf Tzadik will continue with the different amounts necessary in order to be chayav on itself and taking something from one domain to another. The Mishnah talks about things that you can create direct, the peel of a pomegranate, the peel of a nut, something pua, and the shear is pisvacha. Svacha is a head covering that women wear under the head. Pisvacha is the opening of that covering. That's a larger shear than if the dye is already made. If the dye is already made, then it's dugma ira, which is the sample that merchants have of their garments. Ira is a weaver's body, which is the device that holds the thread when they throw the thread through the loom. From side to side, it's a smaller piece of fabric. Meraglayim, these are stain removers, and the shear is also pisvacha. According to Rashi in the Gemara, it's when the meraglayim is at least 40 days old, according to Chesed, it's from 3 to 40 days old. Rashi is in another place. Nesser. So the Gemara is also saying that it has to be from Alexandria. Virus. The Gemara translates as aloe vera. There's 2 types of aloe vera. In order to be chayav in Shemitah, it has to be a vegetable, something that grows in the ground that has roots. Therefore, when the Gemara says that they added virus to Shemitah, it cannot be that it means it is sulfur, which obviously doesn't have roots. Amalia is shleif dots, which Rashi says he doesn't know what it is exactly. Rashi says possibly salt ashlag, translates as shoshana, which is in a pearl which removed with a very sharp metal object. Hilbel, some sort of pepper. The shear is kolshu, a very minor amount, and they use it as a mouthwash to remove the odor in the mouth. Itro, which is zephet hard, then is kolshu, it's used for migraines. Certain besamim, kolshu, anything that has a bad smell, which is used to chase away mazikim from sick people and young people. Great smelling oils, fragrance, argamon, which is purple dye, which also has a nice fragrance, kolshu. A young rose, one petal of a rose is the shear. Different metals, the shear is kolshu in a very small amount, enough to make a product go. If somebody says, I want to donate metal to the Beis Hamikdash, the amount would be 1 amma by 1 amma enough to make the kalya oil, chase away the ravens which have sharp spikes. In Erica, we learned another sheet means a physical. So copper enough for Leslie says not less than a small copper fork. But if you think you can clean out a menorah, the wick, etc. Abin is back, the stones in his back, is that kolshu. If you have plain secret Torah and the mantle, the covering of the secret Torah, they decay because of a worm called mekek. It's because you have to the more different types of worms, grapes, figs, pomegranate, they are all extremely dangerous. The one tells a story that the Talmud told the Rebbe, I just ate a fig and it has thorns in it. So Rebbe turned to others and said, this Talmud is going to die because it's not thorns, it's the worm puff that makes real holes through a person's neck. Says, you also have on the Sham Shabbat things that hold up with Zara. he argues with what we learned that the Mshachar has no role. He also since he says the pasuk the Yod Chamalula, he get rid of it, so it has purpose. Says the Mishnah. If a person takes out a box of samples, you only find one chatas for all the samples. The big chiddush isn't that even if you have an awareness between sample and sample, and you do carbon on one sample, and you realize if you got the second sample, you still putter. Whereas if it wasn't in the box, and you had an awareness between two different items, you try to different seeds. One man knows kind of coming says it's a little bit less than a Regeris is okay. He says it's 5 seeds, whichever is less. If you have seeds of a cucumber which have value, they are royal in other words, you could plant them, not that you are going to plant them, it's 2 seeds. If you're going to eat them, it's 1 seed enough to fill a pig's mouth, which is 1 seed. If you're using the seeds for, these are seeds of dates for fuel, then enough to cook a easy egg with chicken egg. If you're using it for math, you count something, it's either 2, or according to Pasteur, then later it's 5, because you don't need 2 seeds. You start losing the count, they're right around 5. If it's a seed of a pumpkin or a pulmitzri, it's 2. This that fertilizer, and there we learned whether it's enough to fertilize 1 seed of a cabbage or 1 seed. That's because you already planted it, and as we said, then the shear is much less. If you're going to plant, then you need 5 seeds or more. If one takes out chayev, why you can make sure with it. Very hard bristling the back of a pig is 1. Palm tree leaves, palm tree vines, leaves 2, the vines are 1. A live grasshopper, if it's kosher, you can eat it. It's kosher because you give it to your child to play with as a toy. Once it's dead, now it's food. The shear of all food is Regeris. There's a grasshopper called Paris Brahmin. It's alive or dead. The shear is kosher or small amount because you use it for refuah. Abaye says you can find it in a very young palm tree that has a single vine. What you do is you use it for a memory. You cut it in half, you leave half, you put it in a small copper tube, you seal it many, many times. You want it to 60 ratchets many times. You put it on your left arm, you learn as much as you want. Walking, you are going to remember, provided that you eat the left side, you will lose everything that you try to learn. Kalkama says, you don't give a non-kosher grasshopper to a youngster because it might die and you eat it. The Judah said a toy for the child, instead of eating the grasshopper, will realize the grasshopper, will leave the grasshopper. That's the therefore, there is no concern. Have a wonderful day.
Sing like fucking the black singer from New Jersey. At the end, before they get shot, like Mary J. Blige. That's whatever is fucking David Ben. This guy's up there fucking. I wanna be, but those black singers, women, just chubby black chicks.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Aleph. As I do every day before the shir, I read some emails. I'd like to start reading a synopsis of an email. So send me in your name, where you live, how the 8 minute has inspired you, or whatever, or try to get to it. We're starting a brand new parak from Tzniya. Up until now, we've learned different foods, different items have different shiurim for what it is that you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus. Says the Mishnah, that's all good for regular people, but if you yourself decide that a certain item is valuable to you, you put it aside, you store it, then no matter what size it is, if you take it outside, think of it, you are chayiv. For instance, you set aside seeds for planting, or for a sample, something for a sample, or for medicine, then it's valuable to you. You are chayiv. And that same item that you think is kosher, for him, he is not chayiv. What if you put something out, let's say for plants, and then you change your mind, you want to bring it home. Now it's no longer not planted. The shear goes back to the original shear. Let's say 5 seeds, the size of almost a great Geras. Abaye explains that we're talking about where he took the seed and he threw it back into his house and landed. It has its own specific place, and that is the finish. That nevertheless, the shear reverts to everybody else's shear. Abaye explains the Mishnah. Now we are talking about a case, the beginning of the Mishnah, that is, where a person set aside, let's say, a seed to plant before Shabbos. And on Shabbos, he forgot why he set aside, and he brought it aside. Nevertheless, his original machshava remains. The person always does based on his original machshava unless he has an opposing machshava. He undoes his machshava with another machshava. Let's say a person, since his intent is so important, and he can create an object just by thinking that this object is important. What if this person doesn't reverse? He says, for me, the entire thing in my house is important. Anything less is not important. We're talking about somebody who gates, a billionaire. More about that since it's very weird to find somebody that say you need an enormous amount of things to take out, and only then it's kosher, that's buffalo dice. But to see that one seed is kosher versus 5 seeds, that we can find plenty of people. Rameir says, and Rameir is the author of our Mishnah, he says even one kernel of wheat you are trying to taking it out, the plant, in order to tell us a finish, that it's not anything less than a gregarious, meaning you need at least an hour's worth, but even a kernel's worth is what you can make. The husband Azariah says, we had this earlier in the Sefta, if a person decides that this kernel is kosher to him, he wants to take it out and plant it, then this kernel becomes also for the entire world to take out and plant. As we learned in the first daf of the Sefta Shabbos, in order to be over mitzvah, whether it's taking out from one domain to another domain, or even walking down the mountain, you have to do 2 things. You have to lift it up, walk down to the next source and put it down, or walk into the next source and put it down. Rav tells us that even if you have 2 different intents, one by that pira and one by that other, when you got pira, you would think to yourself, you want to eat this item, and it was the proper size of your gregarious and has the right shape. You took it aside, and then before you put it down, you switched your intent to plant it. That doesn't ruin anything. You are chayiv. Where has the shayla? What happens if he takes out a half a sheet, a half a gregarious, with the intent to plant? So far, he would be chayiv. This half a gregarious grew up on full gregarious, and then he switched his intent to eat it. The worst suffix is, when he took it out, he didn't have enough of the shear. It was only half a shear. Later on, it grew. So perhaps in that case, we're not going to see that the 2 machshavas, the 2 intents are not in starters. Perhaps they're going to be true. And if you say that you are chayiv, what about if the reverse case happened? In other words, he started out thinking that this full shear gregarious food, he wants to get it outside. Then it shrunk. And only then, the first initial machshava is no longer here. He wants to eat it, and he can't eat it. If he left it as is, he would be chayiv because there is no shear of regret. He had to switch his intent. That's in that case. He's caught him. And if you said he's chayiv, what happens if he started out with full shear? As he was walking, he shrunk that half a shear, and then afterwards, he moved back to the full shear. You say, Yesh to the Shabbos. The Shabbos is pushed off for the time being. When it shrunk, the shear, it pushed off, like we say, Yesh by Karbanas and Mitzvah. What remains in the another shayla in the Gemara, what happens if he has less than an egg's worth of food in the house with his dead body? That less than an egg's worth will not be recovered. So he goes ahead and he throws a piece of olive size, onto that egg. And now together you have fish here become Shabbos. We say that olive's worth since it has the ability to make an egg's worth for Tumah. So now it's a piece that has And therefore, you'll be over on Shabbos, where typically you need a larger shear than ours, maybe the Garrett's we grow on land. Over here, since it's big something, that's enough to be high. Guys, in the Gemara from Lechanach Hanan, if you want to be over, like Son Shabbos, you have to take out this. Then the question is, when you take out Lechanach Hanan, usually on a Zayis. So Yotze, Shabbos, now that is the fire. What you're saying? Should also be over on Shabbos, but that's not you're only over on the Garrett. So the reason why that's so, because when you go out just like the Lara into those discussion things, they're kind of Yotze. In order to get to the surrounding much further, so they happen in different stages. Turn takes up food from a on a stoop. This stoop says more caramels. Can't be you're over from taking it from the Shusayach to the and it can't be Rosh Hashanah because you'll be over right away if you take it out from your house and drop it on the stoop. So the stoop is a caramel. What I want is to take it out, put it on the timeless, and then you kind of stop. From that point, you are putter, and even somebody else took it on the stoop. It's not because it's stopped in the middle. That's your one continuous traveling. What happens if he took food and he took it out of his house where it's on the scoop of it? The scoop is already just around the scoop. Says the Mishnah, since there's part of the fleet is still inside that house. The night holds, by the way, that if you are going from or it's just a yachid to Rabbit and you walk in the scoop of it, because walking is you have your 2 feet on the ground is a excuse like. This he explains our Mishnah. The fleet is ma'agid food. What happens in the fleet? He says that our Mishnah only talks when there are long keeping food. So some of it is when some of the foods are in the Shirav, this needs to be decided because that is already outside. So the fleet is not the food. The fleet all food one. So even though yes, you have one, nevertheless you don't look at the seed, you look at the whole fleet, and the whole food part is inside. And therefore, your partner seems not to say like not to be each one will explain the mission, add a word or two to make it fit his way. And with that, we'll finish today. Have a wonderful day.
Birthdays on Facebook. How you doing? Happy birthday. You're still and some motherfucker. But ain't no way. Hold on. You friended the cop who arrested you? I had to. What do you mean you had to?
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Beis. Please send me in some emails with pictures, or even without pictures. Tell me where you learned Daf, how it inspired you, your name, where you live. I'll try to read it out. We learned the halacha about a person who steals a couch money. As he put it up, he's over Neva. When he takes it out from the Rabbin, he's over and up. Those two things happen at 2 different times. However, if he took the couch out from the Rabbin, stealing the money, and the Isser Shabbos comes simultaneously, and then we say, come to the Rabbin, and he's only chayav on the greater Isser, which is Isser Shabbos, which is Misa, versus the money. The other who holds Eged Klishmei by the pouch, and not what's in the pouch. All the money is in the pouch, and you only chayav once the third pouch comes out of the Rishayachim into the Rishus Rabbin. However, if the opening of the pouch faces the Rishus Rabbin and he's access to the money, he's chayav on Neva before the pouch comes out completely because he could access the money. So they don't happen simultaneously. The pouch is flipped over. Although he has access back, but we're dealing with larger pieces of silver, says the Gemara, and therefore the money, since some of the Sayachid is not high, everything comes out. The Gemara says, what about the shnut, these drawstrings, the pouch? If shnutzim were inside Rosh Hashanah, that would mean the entire pouch is considered Rosh Hashanah. The shnutzim were folded over, or there are no shnut at all. Abaye and Rav refers to this later on in life, and Rava holds that Eged Kli Shmei Eged says Eged Kli Lo Shmei. Therefore, we have to flip the memra of a machlokes between Abaye and Rava. Rava holds that if you have something that you go from the Shayachid, Adam, since Eged Guf Lo Shmei your body, so you're chayav right away by putting it into Rishus Rabbin. We're talking about that your hand is within Tachim of Rishus Rabbin, so as if you did Hanoch and Abaye, the reverse. Now we're going to be dealing with the halacha of la'achar yad. We all know the halacha looks like your elbow, but have your comes from this mission. You are chayiv on a yitzah when you do it in the typical manner. You carry it with your right hand, you carry it in your chest, you carry a baby, you carry it on your shoulders, like the naked husband in the midbar. But what if you carried something in your feet, in your mouth? It's not food. In your marpeg, according to Christ's armpit, or in your elbow, you carry something in your ear, or in your ear, or you have an upside down money belt. You carry between your belt and your garment, and in your derech, and you are fine. Leza says, although Rosh Hashanah is up to 10 tefachim, if you carry something above 10 tefachim, and that's your height, it says Moshe Rabbeinu must be at least 10 amas high, which is about 20 feet tall. And that is because Moshe Rabbeinu himself put the Urias Hamishkan Hamishkan, that was 10 amas high. Therefore, because all of them were approximately 10 amas, and they carry the on their shoulders. And we know it's 10 amas. And you typically carry something 2/3 and 1/3 above. That would leave 3.3 amas, which is 20 tefachim between the bottom of his back and the ground. And we're looking for a rider above 10 tefachim. Here's a rider almost 20 tefachim. Now, tell me that Moshe Rabbeinu was really tall, because the king was Shayran, and somebody who's the Shayran has to be taller and wealthier and smarter and stronger. So I'll say, okay, let's say that all the Levim were average height. Approximately 6 feet tall. Don't forget, they also carried the Aron. The Aron was 9 tefachim. Another time, but it was 9 tefachim. And if you do 2/3 below the shoulder and 1/3 above the shoulder, it comes out that there was 11 free tefachim at the bottom of the Aron, and because the shoulder was approximately 18 tefachim tall. Ruchia says that even Anshe Hutzal, people of Hutzal, used to carry things on their heads like barrels of wine and oil. If someone like that went on Shabbos with something on his head, he would be sure because public evidence of all of them, they are a minority and we don't go by them. If someone wanted to take out a family wallet, put it in the back of him, and it came out to go to the front of him, it's high because he only would do a shmira to watch it. Not the best way. In front is a much better reverse. Try to put it on the front, and it flipped his putter because it went from shua to a shmira. And according to the laws, it's two different man'orim saying this. The Mishnah says it's an interesting notion. The MS Amru, the Lord tells us that means this is halacha. A woman who wears some sort of undergarment, Rashi says it's like pants, and she puts like a spoon or something between her pants and herself. The typical derech is that it's going to reverse it, go from the front to the back. And therefore, she is chayav, because that is the derech. Rabbi Yehuda says even the male couriers who run and bring letters for the king, they have a two, they put the letter in, and that's a flip from the front to the back, from the front, and therefore they're chayav. According to everybody, if somebody put something, a fat on his back, and it remained on his back to everybody, he's chayav because the intention was done as he intended. For anybody who do something to la'achar yad, you carry something on your ear, you are potter. The machlekes is if your belt is flipped over, your money belt is flipped over. According to Yehuda, that's similar to somebody who went out with a money belt on his back and extended on his side. According to the Chacham, that's considered la'achar yad. That's not the normal way to wear a money belt because the money can fall out if it's upside down, or you are potter. The Mishnah tells us two people who've done a malacha, who carried out a loaf of bread, for instance, and they both get carried by themselves. It's very strange for two people to carry something really light. Therefore, according to the time of our Mishnah, Yehuda, they are potter. She was well potter because it's very unusual to carry like that. However, if it's extremely heavy item, like a piece, like where one person can carry the second person. That's the normal way to carry with two people. So according to Reb Shimon, he has a special tomorrow. According to Rabbi Yehuda and Remeir, you're Chai. The other person, he's with one finger, he's not that strong. According to everybody, the person who played it and the second person was having wonderful
Fat 72-year-old 12 about your vacation and who earns a vacation. You're not thinking about what I'm saying. And if you read the comments and if you saw the
the nefesh achas. There are three words here in the singular. According to Restream, they come to exclude anytime a person does a malachah with someone else. On Shabbos, he says, in singular, do it by yourself and then you're chayav. They come to chiddush for the biggest case where one person does hira and the other person does a hanacha. Both parts are. Second case, if both of them are capable of carrying this item by themselves, individually, and you do it together, that's different. No one really carries like that. Biggest chiddush is even if it's a very heavy item, where you typically need two people, and that's how people carry a heavy refrigerator, two people. Nevertheless, on Shabbos, both of them are. Rabbi says, I agree to you that three miyutim in this possible, all in red. However, two of them are referring to the case of Shnaim Shasu, and one of them is talking about something else. So therefore, according to Yehuda, the easiest cases are excluded, and therefore, a person does that pure, one person does that. Now, according to the case where both of them can carry the item by themselves, both of them. The third meal comes to say that had you made a mistake, it said, for instance, you could eat chaylev, and you go ahead and you eat chaylev, you are potter. The Meir says no. This pasuk only has two things. The two words, nefesh chas, go together, it's one meal. Ba'asai says a meal by itself. Therefore, I'll exclude if one person does an akira and one person does not. In that case, you're potter, but in two other cases, zeh yachol, zeh ni yachol, zeh ni yachol, you're chayav. And give you the pasuk. Exclude the case where Bez made mistakes and everyone made a mistake, and you made chaylev because of them, you are potter. In a case where one person carries the weight all by himself, the other person cannot, let's say he's on finger or he's physically weak, the person who can carry all himself, the highest person helping out, is potter. The question is, why is he potter? He helped out, he carried someone. The answer is because we say, anybody not that helper is as if he's a no better. Doesn't carry anything. And the Gemara goes on from three different places. The Allah is that by a zav who sits down on something, or lays down on a beggar, he's mekama that beggar b'medus, provided that he puts his weight on the bed. So let's say lying on a bed and you put a beggar on each one of the legs. He's not putting all his weight on each one of his legs, but 35% of his weight. However, if you were to remove it from one of the legs, you're each leg as if it's carrying all of the weight, and all four of the dozen are tummy. However, when it comes to an animal, since an animal can balance himself on three legs, all four begotten, our question is why? Why don't we view each? The answer is because we say, yeah, therefore, the whole. Perhaps you'll say, I'll tell you why the whole. Look it up. The answer, when it comes to a zav lays lengthwise on a table, like we because all his weight he lays on the width of the tables, all five tables. They're all covered because each one is only carrying a fifth of his weight, and that's covered. But let's say he fell asleep and you don't know which direction he went. He started out lengthwise, but perhaps, or he started out to the width, or perhaps he went to the length. We don't know which way he went, and therefore all the tables are coming. So we should say the same thing about an animal. The answer is because we say, even if the animal puts the weight down, it's the same damage, it's just the helper, and that doesn't. Rabbi Yossi says that a horse, when he leans forward on his forelegs on a beggar, they're metama, but his hind legs are not metama beggar. And a donkey is the reverse. And we don't say, perhaps, by horse, for instance, the hind legs should also be metama because they are healthy. We say, the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, if I had him put with shoes, they're going to be flat on the surface of the same. What if you put one foot on a stone or a bench? Well, if you remove that stone bench and the crank can keep his balance, his avodah is crushed. The question is why? The bench was Messiah, helped him out. He put some of his weight on it. The answer is Messiah Ibn. The halacha is when the blood comes out of the base of the shvita, you have to catch it with a cleave, you have to hold the cleave with your right hand. And if your left hand assisted in catching the blood, Kabbalah said that. About this question, why? It's Messiah who is helped by the left. The answer is Messiah ain't by mamish. This is not like his inner mayor when he says, two people who are very capable of carrying an item all by themselves, and they help each other carry it. According to your mayor, they are both high. The question is, do you need this item to have two dried figs, one fig for each person, or do they share the field in one dried fig? And the Gemara brings three rides to this as well. The first ride is from the case that we had before, when the son is laying on a bed. You say that all four kalesos that are under the legs are tamei, but we don't have four zavim. Perhaps we should need four shiurim of zav. We should have four rugs of zav. We have one zav that divides two of all four. You see that one shear is enough. If a deer was trapped in a house, you close the door, you are fine. If two people close the door, they are puzzled. But if the door is very heavy, they are tired. The question is, if you only have one deer, you should need two deers for two people. The answer is, all you need is one shear. Another right. If two people captured stolen animals, they shot the animal. They are hired for if it was a sheep, time it was an ox. The question is, why one sheep in here should have to have two sheep in order to be tied with two of them? The answer is one shear is enough for people, and so too in our sugya. The Gemara wants to bring a raya from a reed that helps out on the loom. If two people carry it, they are chayiv. And the question is, perhaps I have a raya. There's not enough material for both of them. And the answer is perhaps we are talking about a case that there's enough material, so that's not a good raya from there. It says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a kli into the shirabim, and in the kli there is food, but the food is not a proper shear, it doesn't have a full fig's weight. So he's putter on the food, and he's also putter on the kli because the kli is secondary to the food. The person takes out a live human being on a bed. He's putter for taking the human being and putter for taking out the bed. The bed is secondary to the human being, that's why he's putter on the bed. So the human being is a new concept called the live person in lifting himself. You're not carrying the other weight. You're carrying a live person, which is lighter than a dead person, because he assists with gravity or whatever you want to explain, and therefore you're putting on him, and therefore you're also putting on the bed. However, carry a dead person, you are chayiv on the dead person. When you take out a tezais of a dead person, a tezais of the bed, or a sadash of a shets, you're also chayiv on Shabbos. I mean, wonderful day.
I don't know. This guy, he was on that level, apparently. He was like the next, like a star. Like, that's why they put someone would mention Trump. I would have mentioned Trump. I want to thank Trump on this conversation. The fucking guy died.
Shabbos Daf Tzadikei. I'm going to try something new. To do a synopsis of emails that I read during the regular shir. It's my privilege as the first email. We'll read an email from a boy named Moshe Mosmach from Yerushalayim, a 13-year-old boy. He sent me 2 days ago. He writes that he's had 24 surgeries, correct? The rear syndrome that he has, yet he learns the daf, he learns the full shir, and then he does the 8-minute as a chazara, and he writes, learning the daf feels so good about myself. So we wish you our Musbah for a tremendous amount of atzlacha. Hope to see you live at the shir. And here's a picture of Aaron that he sent me before and after. Such a zisa yai. So let's jump into the Gemara. We have two Lashonos here. Rabbi Oven, in the name of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina says that when a woman braids her hair over on the issur of weaving, if she paints her eyes blue, that's not how people spin and write. Rather, in the name of Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Chanina says, break and protest part is binyan. Because Baruch Hu did Chavos here, and the cause of Tiyasa, which translation is Yasa to build, and Kecheles, painting one's eye, is not Siva, rather it's Siva, dying. As the Gemara says, one should not put brush on their face because that is dying. As when a woman does these three things, the devil is She's popular. For a friend, that's where she's kind of. Looking at an animal, or making cheese by putting milk on top and having the water come down, the swirling of the milk and putting it together, the shear is a good get. To sweep the floor, to sprinkle water on a dirt floor, and to break apart a honeycomb and eat it according to the that's a this is the rice of chatos, as the Torah says, yar fires of honey. In other words, it's like taking off a fruit from yontif. You get malchus because this is rice. According to Rabbanim, it's only Isser the Rabbanim. The Gemara tells this amazing story. The Nachman by Kurio came to the city, and they asked him, "What is the Isser of chayla, of looking at what's the Isser of Megav?" He didn't know. He said, "What's going on here? Was your Rebbe a Katakanya? Was he a wheat chopper? He didn't teach you." So he went around and he asked and he found out. Milking a cow is mafarik. The malacha of Dutch of extracting one thing from the other. The malacha of mechabetz is byron. You're taking the milk, pouring it, and out comes the whey, but cheese remains on top. And the gavin is taking the big pieces, the pearl pieces, that is baina to the build. I mean, this sort of sprinkling water floor is only dirt floor because that's much. That is baina according to Rashi. Sprinkling water on a tiled floor, 100%. Rabbi Sva told Ravina, "I see you're suffering from the dust, an allergic reaction or something. Why don't you do it? Pretend that your hands in this corner, the water will fall on the ground. Pretend you're washing your face. Wipe it down with the water, they know you wash dishes in this corner, and at the end of the day, their floor is watered and the dust comes." The Gemara tells us, "La halacha is you don't intend to do that halacha." So over here, you intended to get rid of the dust. It happens to be that the water on the ground and clean out your floor, but it's not necessarily it's going to happen. Sometimes it happens, but it doesn't. It's mutter. Says the Mishnah, there are two types of flour. One has a hole in it, one does not have a hole. The one with this preparation, it could have that hole on the side, on the bottom. Sometimes it's considered as if it's part of the ground, it's from the ground. You remove a fruit from that on Shabbos, it's like removing fruit from a regular tree. However, it doesn't have a hole in the bottom, and it's separated from the ground. There's no isha on Shabbos. They're alone and only. Shimon says there's no difference. All pots are not considered attached to the ground, and if you remove a fruit from a pot, even if it has a hole, you are part of it. The only time Restream makes a distinction is when you mature food. That is, in order for fruit, you have to introduce them to one of the 7 liquids. If they are attached to the ground, it doesn't matter how much liquid you pour in it, it's not mekabel tuma. However, if it's in a pot that doesn't have a hole in it, that it's not attached to the ground, you could introduce water to it. It says Reb Shimon. In this case, I agree that if it has a hole in it, it nourishes someone from the ground, it won't be mekabel tuma even if you pour water on it. This brings a story from Abu Sav, or sometimes it means Eliyahu Hanavi has a root coming out of it. It's poking it. It's directly by the hole. Is that nourishing the ground? And therefore, Reb Shimon would agree that's considered attached to the ground. Zera didn't have an answer. Later on, Abu Sav, Reb Zera saying, if this pot has a hole of an olive's worth, then it's considered completely not a pot, and it's nourishing from the ground. I said, I don't understand. Halachically, you said it's not a pot, it nourishes the ground. But when it literally nourishes from the ground because the root's poking out, that you don't know? And Abai explains, well, the case was where the was all in the bottom and it wasn't even able to hold a revius of liquid. It says, well, there are 5 levels of holes in the in the earthenware that have different halachas. First of all, before we even get to the level, we have to talk about something called a broken piece of wire. The only thing you can do is put it under another that has a tiny hole in it and it will catch the liquid. If that gistra has it, then it's a garner. Put one gistra to catch the liquids that are both broken pieces of shards of earthenware, you toss them out, they're not complicated. Now let's talk about the kli itself. If the kli has a small hole, the water leaves it, then it's mekabel tuma like every other kli, and it can even receive the mechatos from the Paradu. However, if the hole is large enough, and this is level 2, that water could go in, which is a much larger hole than water coming out, then it can no longer receive made chapels. However, it's considered that the kli is not attached to the ground, and as I said before, you cannot be mixture fruit. If you pour water on them, then they are mikabel tuma because they are not attached to the ground. The third shear is if a root pokes out. Small root, no, it is attached to the ground. It can no longer be mixture with mikabel tuma. Attached to the ground. It's still considered a kli for mikabel tuma because it can hold olives. Fourth shear is that if it has a hole the size that it's come out, it is no longer for anything, unless you specifically designate that to hold pomegranates. Fifth shear is if it has a hole that large, that even pomegranates fall out of it, there's no way out of it, it's completely not mechanical. And finally, the halacha is that if an earthenware kli has something in it, and it's in a room with a dead body, typically the oil hametz will go into the kli and be mechanical with it. But if it's sealed, it can protect that tumor. What if it has a hole on the side? The hole doesn't make a difference. It has to have on top and then. What if the hole is so large, and it's as large as 51% of the whole kli? Then tumor will come in if it's a very and if it's a small kli, hole is as large as a pomegranate. Then the tumor will come in from the side. A wonderful day.
Good idea. Let's shut up. I've been looking for them best mosquito like something. That would actually do very well right now. Oh my God. Yeah, those will say works yourself. Let's get
Stop. White, my highest compliment to you on this wonderful shir that you share with me and thousands of others daily. It really enhances my learning. It's an excellent review of the daf. Thank you, Brother Meshua. Also, our great friend from Crown Heights. The Gemara tells us that in order for a flower pot to be considered attached to the ground, it must nourish from the ground. What size hole does this flower pot must have in order to be considered attached to the ground? Machlokes Rabbi Yosef bar Avin and Rabbi Yosef bar Zavda. The Gemara is not sure exactly who says what. It's either one says the size of a pomegranate, which is very large, and the other one says the size of a small root. It's mixed side to side with two very different shiurim. And the way to remember these two very interesting shiurim is the famous line Amar B'Lechad Amamit. Actually, have an English line. It doesn't clear whether you buy expensive carbon or a cheap bowl of flour, you have the right that holds. But when it comes to early, once the kli has a hole the size of an olive, it's no longer mikabel tuma. It's not considered a kli, even if you designate it and say, I want it to remain a kli and I want it to hold pomegranate. Unlike Rava yesterday, who says that typically the kli is buckled, but if you have the right designation for pomegranates, it will remain a kli. And with that, we finish Perek Hamatzliya. Unbelievable. One more Perek down and many more to go. Perek Hazorik, dealing with throwing items, continuing with the theme of the taking items out from one rishus to another. Throw from rishus hayachid to rishus harabim, or rishus harabim to rishus hayachid. If you go from rishus hayachid to rishus hayachid, and there's a rishus harabim between, pretend you're throwing from one side of the street, from your house to across the street, you are potter according to everybody. Why? Because in the Mishnah they never threw or passed from one side of the ship to the other. The way it worked is they pull up with 4 wagons. 2 wagons with each other and the other 2 would touch each other. And they would pull up to the Mishnah. Let's call set number 1 northbound and set number 2 on another lane going southbound. They would pass the beams onto the first wagon and to the back of the wagon. It would go from the front to the back. From the wagon on the northbound to the wagon to the southbound. Therefore, if you're going to pass from a porch to another porch on the same side of the street, you are higher, because that's how they did in the Mishnah. But if you're going to pass from one side of the street across to the other side of the street, According to Chachamim, they never threw in the Mishnah. It would be very difficult to throw these beams, which might weigh anywhere between a ton to 20 per bank with the extremely heavy, and it wasn't coveted, according to another Pshat Rashi. And on the Abdalam and Beis Rashi says they didn't throw because they were concerned to ruin the work, covered in gold. So no throwing gold. It's also to throw on Moshe Rabbeinu commanded Israel to stop bringing items from their Rosh Hashanah, from their where they lived with Rosh Hashanah, to his camp, which was considered Rosh Hashanah. And as Xer Shavim, when Moshe Rabbeinu said, just like the actual day is also to do malacha, so too that day Shabbos was also to bring items, not because he had too much, also to bring. And logically, we say, since it's also to go this direction, from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, it's also to go Rabbin back to Rosh Hashanah. However, that's called a tol. The main halacha, the main issue is going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. So, if a person committed these acts in one awareness, he did. He went from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah and did achnasa from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Only chayav one carbon because they're both in the same category. One is the av category and one is the tol category. You do an av and a tol in one carbon. If you were to do two separate malachas, like Eitzah, bringing wood in to Rosh Hashanah, you would be chayav two karbanos even if it was in one awareness. However, according to Eliezer, who says if you do an av and a tol, you're chayav two karbanos. So you do Eitzah and achnasa, you're chayav two karbanos. The difference between an av and a tol is that the av was what they did in the Mishkan, and it was an important malacha, versus the tol which wasn't done in the Mishkan. That's why it's called a tol. If somebody throws an item in Rosh Hashanah and it's wet toilet paper or a juicy fig, if the wall where it's stuck to is above 10 tefachim in Rosh Hashanah, and Rosh Hashanah, because Rosh Hashanah has to have square tefachim, and this is if it landed on top of them, that would be a different story. So this was as if it landed in mid-ear. However, if he threw it in a land below 10 tefachim, below the part of Rosh Hashanah, he is chayav. Where do we see the concept of throwing in the middle? There wasn't any throwing in the Mishkan. Therefore, we think from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, you might say, well, they did throw in the Mishkan. They threw the book. That's the device, the barber's, the weaver's bob, or the shuttle that goes. It has the Arab thread, and it goes through the chassis back and forth, and they would throw it. But you would hold on to the thread. But perhaps it was the end of the thread. So you threw it 4 hours. Well, the actual loom is considered mucking food, not Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, there's no right from it. Perhaps you say that as they were using the loom, one would borrow from the other and say, hey, pass me the book here, pass me a needle. And they would toss each other. And so you see, there was tossing. That can't be either because everyone in the Mishkan had their own book here, a needle. Everybody had their own kalim, as the pasuk says. There's machlekes. This week's parsha we're going to be learning about the Mepashas Eitzim. What exactly do the Mepashas do? 3-way machlekes. One man Omar says, Shmuel says, he was over on Eitzah. He walked to Rosh Hashanah 4 hours with the wood. The Rebbe says he cut the wood. And Rebbe says he piled up the wood. His ma'amah. What is the difference? What he did? The difference is, if we know what he did, then we know in the U.S. starting it says there's 1 out of 39 months you don't get the punishment. Now we know. According to whatever the Ma'amah, whatever you hold, let's say you hold the Mepashas did Ma'amah, you know for sure it's not Ma'amah. Ma'amah there is like Polish is for sure. Who was the Mepashas? The Mepashas says the Mepashas is Slafka. If you live in Syria, you're not like that. Remember, if the Baruch didn't put it in the Torah, he wanted it hidden. Why are you telling people that? And if you are wrong, then you're going to get Oidish to be way too less on Slafka. Similarly, you see by Aaron and Miriam. It says in the pasuk, Bob. It says that the people they both got tzaras. It says in Sarah, you have no right telling Yisrael that Aaron and Miriam got tzaras. Because both wanted it hidden. And if you're wrong, you might tzaras. So what does he do with the word Bob? Bob gave him a zifa, gave Aaron Musa. He never got tzaras. Wonderful day.
They didn't even do black people that bad. Like the slaves, they at least took them from one destination to the other. These motherfuckers. Against like Chinese people. Oh yeah, this podcast is definitely getting taken down. This is amazing. Anyway, I just want to, I really wanted to bring the Charlie Kirk thing up. No, even though I'm not political.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Ches. Today's email comes from David Gladstone from Cedarhurst. After giving his own Var Torah, he writes, "Just want to say how much I love the shir and helps me start my day off with Torah. I do sometimes join the regular Zoom shir in the middle of my day, but recently everyone has been booking meetings at 2 p.m. They continue with this great shir, David from Cedarhurst. If somebody takes an object, throws it from one Rishus Harabim through Rishus Hayachid into the second Rishus Harabim. The trick here in this brayso is that in the first Rishus Harabim, it only traveled 2 amas, traveled through Rishus Hayachid, and finally in the second Rishus Harabim, travels an additional 2 amas. According to this brayso, the 2 amas plus 2 amas and the 2 Rishus Harabim combined together to make a shir of Isser. But we don't say that since it went from Rishus Harabim into Rishus Hayachid, it's chayav right away on Achnasa, because this brayso does not hold of the concept called Pluta. We don't say that halachically it rested in Rishus Hayachid. We started now with beautiful sugya of the Mishkan and how the crushing worked. The Gemara tells us the concept. There is no Isser to carry in a Rishus that has a rooftop, because in the Mishkan there's no rooftop. And the Gemara analyzes this to see whether or not there was a rooftop in the Mishkan. We're talking about the beams, the crushing that built the Mishkan. When they transported these beams, they transported them on 4 wagons. The wagons were 2.5 amma wide, 5 ammas long. And they would transport the length of the beams on the width of these wagons. Says the Gemara, if we can find ear gaps between the crushing, then you're right. There's no ceilings in the Mishkan. But if the wood was together, stacked together on these wagons, perhaps that would create a rooftop. So how were these crushing stacked? The simplest way, and that's the first step, perhaps they were stacked on their long side, 1.5 amma by 1 amma, so they put it on the 1.5 amma, so they should be more stable. You were 48 crushing, 12 crushing per wagon. That would give us 3 stacks, 1.5 amma times 3 is 4.5 amma. That leaves us a half an amma for the 2 gaps in the 3 stacks. 3 stacks of 4 high. A half an amma is 1.5 tefachim per gap. That's less than 3 tefachim, which we typically say love it, and that closes the gap, and now we have a roof. We have a ceiling. So let's say that they didn't stack them on the wide side, on the 1.5 amma. Perhaps they stacked them on the amma side. An amma will give us the potential to put down 4 stacks. We have a 5 amma wagon. We can put 4 stacks. You can put 5 stacks because if you have rings, it's too much. We'll put 4 stacks of 3 high. That gives us 3 gaps. The extra amma, from 4 ammas to 5 ammas, extra amma for the 3 gaps. That's all per gap. In love it. Once again, have a ceiling. Why does the Gemara say there are no ceilings in the Mishnah? According to the Manda that the crushing started out as an amma on the bottom, tapered off all the way to nothing, to a finger on the top. If you stack them on the wagons like that, you will indeed have large gaps of air, no problem. But what do we do about the other Manda? Says the Gemara, they stacked them like clothespins. They took 2 stacks and put them together, creating 1 stack, and then they took 2 stacks, putting them together, creating another stack, second stack. The reason they go is to give it more stability. When 2 stacks put together like a clothespin, they won't crumble. Therefore, the gap between the 2 major stacks is a full amma, and that ruins the roof of this Rishus. And we're dealing with a wagon that doesn't have a bottom. It's just a frame. Because if it had a bottom, once again, we have a roof in Rishus. What is machlokes whether or not the crushing were even on the bottom and top, or perhaps they went on a tapered angle? One Omar says, it says the pasuk, "You samim al roshe." Samim means to finish. Some will say no. Hamim means that should be made out of 1 solid piece of wood. You can't connect 2 pieces of wood. Rabbi Nechemia, on the other hand, says yachtav. That to look similar from top to bottom. Rabbi Yehuda says no. Yachtav means that the wall should be nice and straight without any wood going in and out. The Gemara says, since one of the walls had 6 crushings, we had to find two more crushing to put in the corner. But if you are going to have crushing that are on an angle, it doesn't work out very well. You're going to have a little bit of exposure on one of the crushing. Says the Gemara, therefore, you have to cut this carrot on an angle, a very specific angle for the corner. The Gemara tells us there's a big nace. The way these crushing were held up was with metal looping around the outside of the Mishkan. But there was one according to Rashi that went in the center. The Beria half point went in the center. And it was a big nace. It was over 70 amos long, and it was snaked its way through the walls and made the turn on the corners. Even though it was metal, it was able to turn the corner. That was a big nace. The Mishkan was covered with three coverings called Urias. We're going to be discussing the first Uriah called the Mishkan and the second one, the Izir. The first one consisted of 10 sections. Each section was 4 amos by 28 amos. In other words, we have 40 amos long by 28 amos wide. Now, the Mishkan was 10 amos long and a 10 amos roof. That gives us at least amos. So to start off, we're missing 2 amos. According to Yehuda, that the walls did not take up any room because it came to a finger breadth on top. So we have a 10 amos ceiling and 10 amos walls. It's exactly 30 amos. So the fabric came all the way down and exposed the adonim, the sockets on the bottom. According to Nehemiah, that the actual wall takes up a full amma on each side. Now we're missing an additional 2 amos. So the fabric came down and it was hanging 2 amos above the ground, exposing the adonim, plus 1 more amma of the wood. Now, if we take it from the other side, the fabric was 40 amos long. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the fabric went all the way down to the floor on the other side. 30 amma roof plus 10 amma wall, that's 40 amos exactly. But according to Rabbi Nehemiah, the wall itself took up an amma. So now the fabric went all the way to the adonim, leaving 1 amma of adonim exposed. Second, is the real season. That consisted of 11 sections times 4 amos, which is 44 amos. But the width was 30 amos. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, it went all the way down to the floor. According to Rabbi Nehemiah, it exposed the adonim by 1 amma. Now, if we take it to the length side, since you have 44 amos, according to Yehuda, it went all the way down to the floor, plus 2 amos on the backside, dragging like a towel's gown. So for Nehemiah, it was only 1 amma on the floor, and it was 2 amos longer than the Urias HaMishkan. The crushing was chiseled on the bottom and fit directly into the sockets. Have a wonderful day.
The spirit will punish you. Double K got one motherfucker. I can't eat it because you're on a diet, I'm on a diet, whatever. It's just so that's what you're really supposed to do when you really
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Test. Today's email comes from Manchester. Ben Gittleson from Manchester. He says he works in a bakery. He's 19 years old. He hasn't been in the yeshiva for 3 years because he doesn't think learning all day is for him. He went to the Seder Shas, got inspiration. His boss Velver introduced him to our daf, and he tells him it's geschmack and it's fun. So he gave it a try, and he's never missed a day since. My days feel different when learning the daf with you. I really enjoy it. He said, it made me learn every day. Sometimes he watches in the bakery with his boss, and then he goes home and watches it again with the Gemara. I can't believe I still do the daf every day, he says. I can't wait to finish Shas, coming from a boy who says learning for him all day is not for him. All the way from Manchester, Ben Gittleson, Chazak Yamak. We learned the other day that the Mishnah was covered with 3 garments. The lower one was made out of purple wool, blue wool, and red wool, and sheish, which is linen. The second layer was made out of goat's hair. The Gemara tells us it's a lot more difficult to make the goat's hair. You have to have a lot more chachma, like the Torah says. Liban the chachma. It's not just chachma, but their heart and chachma. What is the difference? For the goat's hair, they would wash the goat's hair while it was still on the goat and weave it while it was still on the goat, and that took a lot of chachma. The Priya says that the wagons that carry the crushing between the wagons, under the wagon, and between the wheels is all considered Yeshus HaRabbi. The reason why the wagon was 2.5 amma wide Although a carriage is only at most 1.5 amma wide and it can fit directly on the wagon, the reason is because they put the crushing lengthways on the narrow way. And we're concerned that if it was only an amma and a half wide, the crushing, which are 10 ammas long, would tip over. If the wagon is 5 ammas, and the way we set up these crushing is either 3 stacks of 4 or 4 stacks of 3, but either way, the most it is 3 stacks of 4, and each stack is 1.5 amma wide. 1.5 amma times 3 is 4.5 amma. Why was the wagon 5 ammas? To have an extra amma. Says the Gemara was necessary because first of all, the person had boys, they had a youth. Second of all, you can't squeeze them that tight. If the wagon was only 4.5 amma, for instance, it would be impossible to squeeze something that's 4.5 amma into 4.5 amma. You give it a few extra inches. If you take an agala is 2.5 amma plus the wheels is 5 amma. 2 agalas side by side is 10 amma. But between agala and agala, there was 5 amma space. Together, you have 15 ammas. Why is it that we say Rosh Hashanah has to be 16 ammas? Where do we get that extra amma? Says the Gemara something very interesting. When the agalas were moving through the midbar, there was a lady behind the agalas keeping eye on the crushing. If you noticed that a carriage was about to topple over, he bent over in a half an amma area on the side of the agala, and then he would rearrange the crushing. That half an amma on each side is another amma, and that's why we have 16 ammas for Rishus HaYarab. The Mishnah tells us that if you have a pit and the bank of a pit, in other words, somebody dug out a pit and he has a bank, together it's 10 tefachim by 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, 10 tefachim deep, that creates Rishus HaYarab. If you have the reverse, you have a stone on Rishus HaYarab that's 10 tefachim high, 4 by 4 wide, that's a Rishus HaYarab. So you take something, you put on top of the stone, take something, you put it into the pit, you're over and it's the Gemara says, why does it tell us a case of a pit with a bank? Just say a 10 tefachim pit. The answer is to tell us the Chiddush that 5 tefachim, let's say, of a pit and 5 tefachim of a bank combine together to make one Rishus. If a pit does not have walls surrounding it, it's a little Rishus around it, it's also to drink from it. Even if your head is over the pit, perhaps you take water out of the pit, and Rishus around it, it will be open on a chassid. If there are walls, it's mutter. And if there are no walls, and you put your entire body, or most of your body and your head into the pit, then it's also mutter. But Mordechai asked Rava, what happens if you take an object and you throw it on top of this stone that's in the middle of Rishus Rabbah? Do we say, since you picked it up from Rishus HaYachid, you did an Akira, and it landed, or from the Rishus Rabbah, you did an Akira, and it landed on the Rishus HaYachid, you did an Akira and an Anacha? Or perhaps, since it had to travel through a Makkah Tur, we know that above 10 tefachim was no longer Rishus Rabbah, since this object traveled through a Makkah Tur, the person should be perfect. He asked Rava, he asked Abaye, he asked Rabbi Yosef, all 3 of them holding the same exact word. It's our Mishnah. In our Mishnah it says that if you take an object and you put it on top of a stone, you're over. So you see, even though he went through the Makkah Tur, through the Makkah, you are still chayav. And he told them, you spit the same spit. Why are you telling me the same exact word? And what about you? What do you think of Mordechai? He said, I think that you can explain our Mishnah. We're talking about a needle that is that landed, or you put it up a protrusion flat rock. It's not on top of the 10 tefachim, it's below the 10 tefachim. Nevertheless, that protrusion is considered part of the Rishus HaYachid because it's part of the rock. Or you put it into a groove in the rock. That's how you can be done with our Mishnah. If you have a very narrow fence that you built in order to surround the Carmelites, which is only Rishus HaYachid, and you just created Rishus HaYachid. One has a question: what happens if you throw something and it lands on top of that fence? Now the fence is not 4 tefachim, it's not Rishus HaYachid. On the other hand, since it created Rishus HaYachid, the inside of Rishus HaYachid is as if it's filled up, and now the fence, rather than looking at it as a very narrow fence, it's a very wide fence. It's the entire size of Rishus HaYachid. It comes along and says a third shot, and he says, if this fence has the power to make a Carmelis into Rishus HaYachid, then the fence should have a power to make itself a Rishus HaYachid, and therefore you are chayav. We often had a beautiful question, 2 questions actually. What happens when you have a pit that's only 9 tefachim deep, and you go and you dig out the final tefach? Is that considered an akira? Did you lift up something from within a pit? Or perhaps it wasn't a pit when you lifted it up, but it happened together simultaneously. Do we say that simultaneously you're able to be chayav on each other? Because even if you're going to say, when you lifted it up, it didn't have a proper 10 tefachim. So what happens if you do something reverse? You take a pit that's 10 tefachim, and you throw dirt to the bottom of the pit, and now it's 10 tefachim. Are you over? At the end of the day, you threw dirt into those 10 tefachim. But by the time it landed, it just became, let's say, 9 tefachim. It's less than 10 tefachim, but it happened simultaneously. Are you chayav or not? The Gemara says you cannot prove from Rabbi Yochanan himself, who says that if you throw a very juicy, sticky fig onto the wall, 4 hours in Jerusalem, Rabbi, you're chayav. Why should you be chayav? Let's say that the fig just refused, even in a case where it was exactly 4 hours, you threw it on the wall, you're chayav. It just refused a little less than 4 hours because now you have the fig penalty. You can't answer that because the fig is something you're going to eat later on. So you don't want to be mevak with that fig to the wall. But dirt, you want the dirt to stay on the bottom of the pit. So perhaps you reduce the size of the pit. If you threw a plank of wood, let's say, onto very narrow beams of Rosh Hashanah, and you just created a Rosh Hashanah with the plank. And on top of the plank, let's say you had another item. And as it landed, they both landed together. Do we say that that other item landed on the Rosh Hashanah, but it happened together with the plank, and that's the same thing as Rabbi Yochanan says. It happened together, and perhaps it shouldn't be. But maybe as it landed, the item was jumped up a little from the hard landing, and it's down. That second landing should make it another hanafa, which should be fine. The Gemara remains with the Heiku. Have a wonderful day.
I think your uncle ain't mad at me at that point. It's like a 3-month stretch, man. I'm going crazy. I can't. I have nothing to like compare it to. Like, cause you don't plan to go on a bender like that, right? Just sort of happens. You just, it's a holiday.
Shabbos Daf Kuf. Today's email comes from one of the guys of the Shir, Eitan Ugarik. He traveled from Ramat B'Shemesh to New York for his mother's levaya on Friday. And he writes, he'll be missing some of the days, which will be very hard. And once he landed here, my mind right away was looking at the clock and saying, when is the daf? He's completely involved in the daf. So, the mother's Neshama Miriam Bashmul Shmelta should have an aliyah. Our thoughts and our davening are with you. Water, since it moves, you would think that there's no hanacha. You're not really putting it down, you're putting it down on a moving surface. Yet the Gemara says, water belongs on water, and that's why it's hanacha. If you take a nut, floating nut, and put it on water, that's not a hanacha. The Gemara has a suffix and remains in the paper. What if you take a nut and put it in some sort of other vessel? You view the nut relative to the vessel, and it's not moving, or relative to the water, it is moving. Oil that floats on top of wine, machlokes, whether or not, if it's truma and a tul yom, somebody who went to the mikvah for truma was waiting for a pair of shemesh for the sun to go down to become completely hard. If one touches the top oil, what becomes tummy? According to Rabbi Yochanan Ben Nuri, both are tummy, and on Shabbos it would be similar to the halacha of water on top of water. According to Rabbanan, just the oil is puzzled, and on Shabbos it's like the nut floating on top of water. Rabbi says an interesting halacha. If you have a pit that's 8 tefachim wide and 10 tefachim deep, wide enough to make 2 bayros, and you put a reed mat right down the middle, and the reed mat picks up a little bit from each bar, so now you don't have even a single bar that's 4 tefachim. Each one is 3.999. Therefore, you put something into one of those bayros, you are potter. Rabbi Yochanan, who had a suffix regarding if you take dirt and you put it on the bottom of a 10 tefachim pit, and you move that dirt to the bottom, certainly when it comes to a machzeles, to a reed, it won't become butter because a reed has value. But a baya who says it's halacha by a machzeles, by a reed mat, certainly by dirt is mevatel. It says a baya, if the pit is full of water, and you throw something heavy that sinks to the bottom, or you throw water on it, the water is not mevatel the pit. If you put in fruit into this pit, fruit is no different than filling up a pit with dirt. And the fruit, explains taisvis, it's like wheat, and it's needed to be stored for a long time. It's mevatel the whole pit, and if you throw something on top of the wheat, it's not as if you threw it into a pit and you are puffed. The more brings a right from Shimon, who says a very interesting halacha. If you're in the ocean, and on the bottom of the ocean bed, there's a carve out of 10 tefachim deep and 4 tefachim wide, that consists of Rishus Hayachid in the middle of the ocean. So if you throw something into that pit, you're chayiv. Although ocean is harmless, that pit is Rishus Hayachid. Even though it's full of ocean water. So you see that water is not mevatel the pit. The famous mission that we had a number of times, if you take something and you throw it like a juicy fig and you throw it on a wall that's above and Chacham, you are potter because it's not a Rishus Harabim, it's above and Chacham, and it's not a Rishus Hayachid because it doesn't stick out or dot out. However, if you throw it below 10 Chacham, it's as if you threw it on the ground and you are high. The Chia says if you throw something above 10 Chacham and it lands in a small hole in the wall, according to Rameir, we say a concept called Chaytik. We carve out the wall halachically. We see the same halacha in Machlokes. The doorway has to have 10 tefachim height by 4 tefachim width. What if you have on the bottom 4 tefachim, and as it goes up, it gradually arches? Halachically, we pretend that there's no arch, that it's squared out, it's carved out. So too over here, Rameir says you carve it out. According to the Chachamim, you don't carve it out. There's a concept in English, the rise over the run. The Gemara tells us that if after 4 amas of an incline, you reach a height of 10 tefachim, that's as if you have a vertical wall, and that creates a mechitza. The same thing we say by a mavli. If going into the mavli downwards, there's a incline 4 amas that reaches a 10 tefachim height, or going into Rishus Harabim, they are both considered walls, and therefore in that mavli, it's not necessary to put a lefty or a pyra for a hectare. Very interesting halacha. Let's say throw a frisbee 2 amas, and the wind takes it another 2 amas for a total of 4 amas, you are potter. What if you threw it? You threw this frisbee 5 amas, and the wind stops it in mid-air and holds it there momentarily, and then 180s it right back to you. You are chayiv because the judgment says it rested in mid-air. Rava says that although an object came within 3 tefachim to the ground, we don't invoke the concept of chuta. Even though we know the trajectory of this item and it's going to land very soon, there's no wind. It's not similar, says the Gemara, to what Rabbi Yochanan said a minute ago about this frisbee, and he had to come on to a shot that it rested in midair. Why did they just say that it's within 3 tefachim? And the answer is because we're talking about a wild wind. But Rav is talking about no wind at all. It says the Mishnah, if somebody throws in an ocean, which the ocean is a caramelist, if he throws it down Amas, he's potter. There's something called a rekat mayim, like a giant puddle in the middle of Rishus Harabim that people walk through it. It still has the halacha of a Rishus Harabim as long as it doesn't have 10 tefachim. If it's 10 tefachim deep, then it turns into a caramelist, says Rashi. And the Mishnah repeats the same words twice, and the Gemara tells us to tell us the halacha that when people are inconvenienced by walking there, it's still considered Rishus Harabim, but if you're inconvenienced using a pit, let's say 9 tefachim, it's not considered Rishus Harabim. And the reason why it says the word rekat twice to tell us. Read shutting the Gemara, according to Rava. One is talking about in the summer that typically people would cool off. But in the winter, I think people won't go through the water, Kamash Malan, they do. And if it just says the winter, I'd say, well, people have dirty shoes anyway, so that's where they go through, but not in the summer, Kamash Malan. Abaye says that this rekat is Dalet Amos. And I would think that people, if it's Dalet Amos, they would walk around it. And if they walk around it, it shouldn't be part of Rishus Harabim. Kamash Malan, it is part of Rishus Harabim. Rashi says it's only 4 tefachim. And I would think because people could jump right over it, but if it's larger, people jump over it. Kamash Malan, yes, and similarly, Rashi says when you have a bridge, and you have one step in the bridge that people don't like to use, that looks a little bit weak,
how are you?
And it's by itself. Nevertheless, if you throw something onto that piece, onto that board of the bridge, it's considered throwing it in.
All right, girl. Are you ready?
Ready, money.
You're 100% ready?
I'm 100% ready.
Excellent. How was your day?
You look good. How was yours?
Lovely. Thank you. All right, girl. Get it.
Let's go.
Did you see Cardi B is pregnant?
Yeah, I heard that he's pregnant. That girl stay pregnant. Look. That girl stay pregnant. Popping baby down.
There you go.
Let's go, That's good. Yeah.
I've got to get this one. Give it to me.
Stephen Curry, I bet you.
What'd you say, girl?
By Stephen Curry, or whatever his name is. I
Stephen
don't think it's by Austin.
Stephen Curry?
Yeah.
Isn't he married?
I thought, oh, she with somebody. Who she with? She with him, but she not with Offset no more. She got her new boo. Whoever her boo
Oh,
is.
Stephen Curry,
I mean,
the.
that's who she said.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. He has a podcast. NBA player.
I guess I don't know. Okay.
Oh, this is going to be big. There you go. That's a big score. Get these three. Oh, and you did. Did not look like it was going to go, but then it did. All right, I've got 4 in a row here that I'm going to get nice.
You got this.
Oh, for sure. Are you serious? Are you sticking serious? Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get a strike. Ooh. All right. You got a split.
Yeah. Whatever you did. There we go. Come on.
Give it to me. Give it to me. All right. It all comes down to this. Strike, girl. You take the lead.
Ooh. You got it, Rabbi.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. Got it.
Let's go. Right.
I'll take it. A win's a win. You win, I win. All right.
Yay.
I'll take it. Your turn, ma'am.
You did it.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go. Right.
Give it to me.
Good job. You got this.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. Give it to me. All right, I'm going to get these 4, and then that pesky one in the corner. Got it. Oh, boo. Boo.
It's okay. What's the Come on, Rabbi. Right. You got this one. Ooh.
Oh, what a strike. Miss Aquarius. Give it to me. This is one of the most difficult spares of all time. All right, you've got a really great opportunity here. All right.
You're
Miss
good.
Aquarius
Come on.
takes the lead. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about. I'll take it. You win, I win, Miss
Yeah,
Aquarius.
you guys are like, you win now.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah. Yay.
Good job.
Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to bed now.
Sweet dreams. God willing, we'll see you in the morning. So,
Just rub in your chayiv. If you throw something and you are in the water, which is a caramelist, and you throw it to the land, which is Rishus Hayachid or Rishus Harabim, or the opposite, where you go from the boat, which is Rishus Hayachid, into the water, which is a caramelist, or the opposite. Or what if you go from one boat to the other, Rishus Hayachid, you're all potter. The way to allow you to go from one boat to the other is to tie them together. If they're not owned by one person, you make an Erev Chatzeros. In order to draw water from the ocean, you have to either make, according to Rav Huna, a little pipe, and you say, this is where I'm drawing water for as a hecker, that typically you're not allowed to. Or, according to Rav Chizda and Rav Huna, you make a frame 4x4, and then you invoke the concept called Achis Mechitza, that frame goes all the way down to the water. The difference is Rav Huna says that the caramelist starts in the bottom of the ocean bed. By the time you get to the top of the water, it's already a makom tur, therefore it's completely mutter. Rabba and Rav Chisda hold that the caramelist begins on the top of the water, therefore we have to make a much larger heker or a good achas mechitzta. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing in Muncie. And he says he's a 34-year-old Hasidic young man with a beard and payas, and he's never really enjoyed learning up until this point. He started to have true ahavas hatayr, he says. He realized that he's a visual person, and because the shir involves so many visuals, he's enjoying learning. And finally, after a whole long email here, believe it or not, Shabbos afternoon, instead of taking books out to read, he takes out a Gemara to Chazer old daf. It's crazy. I never knew I'll be on that kind of level to enjoy learning and to do Chazara on old daf. Keep up the good work. You have a big schus in Shemayim. Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing, Alei v'Hatzlach. We were discussing if a person is on a ship on Shabbos, he could draw water either by making a heker with some sort of rod or making a frame 4x4 tvachim, and he goes through the frame. The frame has a good achis and chitz all the way to the water. What about wastewater? The Gemara says you don't want to spill the wastewater in that frame because you'll be disgusted to draw fresh water from the same place. Rather, what you can do is spill it on the boat's wall, and then it goes down. That's called koicha. It's an indirect force going down into the water. And when it comes to a caramelist, you are not geyser on koicha, is indirect, carrying on Shabbos. The Gemara brings a raya that says that the Tanakama says you do not carry from a ship to the ocean, which is a caramelist, and the ship is a Rishusay Yachid. You don't go from the caramelist to Rishusay Yachid. Rabbi Yehuda says if the inside of the ship has 10 tefachim, but the outside wall of the ship is less than 10 tefachim, therefore you're not allowed to carry from the water into the ship. But you could carry from the ship into the water. And we have to explain, like we just said, you spill the water onto the ship's wall and it goes down, and that's koicha. Rashi points out that if the ship was 10 tefachim above the water from the outside, then it would be mutter to carry from the water into the ship because you're going through a makom tur, over 10 tefachim makom tur, and you let it go from a caramelist to Rishusay Yachid through a makom tur. If you have a very, very small boat, like a canoe, a kayak, that starts out on the top, it has 4 tefachim. And Rishusay Yachid needs 4 tefachim by 10 tefachim tall. The problem is that it comes to a point. And by the time you get to the point, you don't have 4 tefachim. So it's as if the walls are hanging in midair. So that's not a good Rishusay Yachid. It continues to be a caramelist. However, if it comes, the walls come all the way down to within 3 tefachim of where it becomes narrow, then we say love it and it's okay. Or if you fill the bottom of the boat with some sort of reed or whatever, you fill up the bottom, again, once again, you have walls that come all the way down, and you don't have a point anymore, then it's okay. If Nachman asked, why don't we invoke the concept of good achis mechista? Let's pretend that the walls on the side go all the way down. Why do we care about the edge, the sharp point that the boat comes to? And Abaye explains that even though Chachams don't say good achis when it comes to a basket on top of a pole, because of machlokes, but they do agree that if you have a pole that's 4 tefachim wide and above 3 tefachim from the ground, it narrows down. Over there, since it doesn't come down to a very narrow pole, it's still wide. We do say good achis mechista. What's the difference? Because you don't say typically if a goat could go through or animals could go through, then you can't draw an imaginary line because at the end of the day, it's not effective as a mechitza. But this wide pole, although it's not 4 tefachim at the bottom, but a goat is not going to go through, so it is an effective mechitza. The same thing when it comes to a boat. It's an effective mechitza because goats cannot swim. What about fish? We don't care about fish because fish are not visible, and therefore it's an effective mechitza. Ravin also says the same idea, that if you have a hanging mechitza above, let's say, a pit, it's an effective mechitza. Or, similar to what we said earlier, if you have a 4x4 frame, you say gurachis mechitza all the way down to the water. We don't say, oh, but you have fish under there and they'll ruin the mechitza. Fish do not ruin a mechitza. The Mishnah says, as we learned, that if you have two ships that are connected, tied together, you could carry from one to the other. And the question is, what is the fish? So Rav explains one way that we're talking about that there's a third ship here, a very small ship, a canoe between them, and you can carry from the large ship to the canoe, even though the canoe is not tied down, and from the canoe to the second large ship. The Gemara asks, but it doesn't mention anything about a third ship. We're talking about two ships. Therefore, and Rav Safra uses a very strong language. He says, Moshe. In other words, Gadol Ador Rava, how do you say such a pshat? So he learns, Rav Safra, that we're dealing with two different owners. And the chiddush is that you can make an Eruv Chatzeros on two ships. I don't think Eruv Chatzeros is reserved for houses. Maybe ships, you can't do Eruv Chatzeros. You can do Eruv Chatzeros on two cars. You can do Eruv Chatzeros on two ships. The halacha is, you're not allowed to build a mechitz on Shabbos. But if one did it inadvertently, or was an honest, he was forced to, or he made a mistake, he was misasik, he thought he was making a mechitz for something else, then it's allowed. The same thing if you tied the ships together, it goes back to the heter. If you had two tied ships and you let it carry from one to the other and it became unattached, you can attach them back together. If you have a mechitza on Shabbos that fell down, you put it back even though you weren't supposed to, it's a good mechitza. But if you do it amazing, when it comes to mechitzas on Shabbos, Rav Nachman holds you can't use it, it's a knas, you punish you say you can't use it. When it comes to tying ships, explains Taisvis, then you could use it even if you did it b'mezid. Because you have the two rishuyas there, all you're doing is you're connecting them, it's this the Rabbah. The halacha is that if you tie a ship with a metal chain to an oil amis, you have a tent, you have a body there, and there's an oil. What happens is metal, since it's about metal has the same halacha if it touches a mace, or it's an oil as the mace itself. A mace is a voice atuma. That chain touches the boat. It goes down one madrega to avatum. That boat touches the vessels in the boat, and the vessels become rishon. However, if the boat was tied with a regular rope, a non-metallic rope, so the rope becomes, instead of a via voice atuma, it becomes avatum. It goes down one step. That return is metame the boat one step lower to a rishon. A rishon cannot be metame the vessels inside the ship as a shame. Yet, Shmuel says that's halacha by tumah. But by us, you could use any rope you want. It doesn't necessarily have to be a metal rope. It could be a cloth rope as well. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Beis. Today's email comes to us from Kalman Milberg of Woodmere. He says he watches the shir every day on Zoom. If he can't, he watches it on YouTube. He loves the shir so much that because of all the corona and the riots in New York, he says he wants to move to Ramat Beit Shemesh to be closer to the shir. So we wish him a lot of luck. Thank you, Kalman. And now to the Mishnah on Daf Kuf Beis. The Maskonas Sugya. The Mishnah is talking about a very big chiddush. The guy takes an object and he throws it. When he threw it, he was a shogeg, he didn't realize it's Shabbos. All of a sudden, in mid-air, he realizes that it's Shabbos. Although he doesn't have any control over the object, he's no longer considered a shogeg, and he does not bring a carbon on that action. What if he threw the object and there was no hana? Another individual came to him and caught it. Or he threw it into a dog that wasn't moving, but the dog's mouth is not 4 amos, 4 tvachim. Or is consumed by a fire. There's no hanacha. So Rav Ashi takes all these cases into one. He says if a person threw an item, he realizes it's Shabbos, and on the way, in midair, he realizes that it's Shabbos, and then it landed in a dog's mouth or another person came towards it, then he's potter. But if he forgot again that it's Shabbos, and it landed without a dog, without another person, then he's chayiv in a carbon. Because it goes back to a shogeg. As long as you start out b'shogeg and you end b'shogeg, you're chayiv in a carbon. The Gemara tells us we can't say that our Mishnah is talking about a case of lechta u'misna. Lechta is the device that holds the saddlebags on the animal. It's a piece of wood, and it's tied to a string, and he tosses the piece of wood but holds onto the string. So I think, perhaps, if he realizes in mid-ear that it's Shabbos, he has the ability to stop the action, and therefore only in that case he's halted from a carbon because it's considered amazing. That doesn't make sense, because since he's holding onto a string, then the action doesn't even begin. There's no akira. It never left his hand. Mars is a very interesting case. What happens if a person did a hitzah? 2 amos b'shoigeg, 2 amos b'mezid, and 2 amos b'shoigeg. Can we combine the 2 amos in the beginning and the 2 amos at the end and make it one shogeg that is chayv b'karban? Says the Gemara, if we're talking about that he was carrying something, so he carried 2 amos and then he carried 2 amos b'mezid. Then he's potter from a carbon because it's considered amazing. He finished off his action b'mezid. Even according to the man the honor that says, Ein yidia lachatzi shir. In other words, if halfway through an action I write 2 letters, and after the first letter I realize that it's Shabbos, that realization, that awareness does not break up my action, and I am chayv b'karban. Over here it's different, because as he's finishing off the walking and carrying the item, it's in a situation of amazing. Whereas when he was writing the 2 letters, as he was finishing off the second letter, he was in a matzah of shogeg. What if he threw the item? It traveled 2 amos b'shogeg, and then he realized that it's Shabbos 2 amos b'mezid, and then the final 2 amos b'shogeg. Then he would be chayiv in a carbon. Why? Because he couldn't stop at a mid-ear. And even according to the Omer that says yesh yidiyah l'chatzi shir, that the awareness in between breaks up the action. That's only when he could stop it. Like when he's writing, he could stop writing the second letter. But over here, that it's in mid-ear, he has no power over it. Says Rabbah, if a person has intent that the item should land inside the dog's mouth, then although the dog's mouth is not for tachim, he just created a place for landing, and he's chayiv. Gemara tells us that if a person who's tamei and he can't eat kachim, and he eats a piece of kachim, and that piece of kachim is also noisar, and it's on Yom Kippur, he's chayiv 4 karbanos chatos and 1 asham because he ate kachim. Machlokes is whether you could add. Rameir says, I have a case. You want to ask me a riddle how a person's chayiv a lot of karbanos? He also on Shabbos, Yom Kippur Shabbos, and he took it out with his mouth. Say Chachamim, well, that's not part of the riddle. We're talking about an Isra Achila, and now you're adding an Isra Yitzah. But nevertheless, everybody agrees that he would be chayiv on Yitzah even though it was in his mouth. The issue is, who carries items, if they're not food, with their mouth? The answer is, if a person decides that his mouth is a makam chashuv, then it creates a makam chashuv, and it's as if it's in a place of 4 tvachim. And with that, we finished Perik HaZorek, and the many dapim that we learned of Luchas Yitzah pretty much come to an end. And from here on out, we're going to be discussing the rest of the Lamites Malachas, starting with one of the last Malachas in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol, which is Baina and Makabeh Patish, the second to last. Building, says the Mishnah, is B'kol Shivu, meaning, according to Rabbi Yirmiyah, since a poor person will create a hole in his house, and creating holes in the ground outdoors is chayrish, but indoors is baina, he would hide his few pennies that he has in those holes, so that's baina. And in the Mishnah, they would hide their needles. Says Abai, in the Mishnah, they didn't hide needles on the ground because it would rust. Therefore, says Abai, they would build a small tripod to hold their small stovetop. That's the shear. And the Beis Hamikdash, they would build a small tripod to cook up the few spices that they needed that they didn't have for the dyes. Ravaka argues, he says there's no anios, there was such wealth in the Beis Hamikdash, it doesn't make sense that they didn't make enough of this dye. They would overdo it, not underdo it. Therefore, he says, even wealthy people, they would plug up holes in their mansions, just like in the Mikdash, they would plug up a hole in a piece of wood caused by. The Gemara tells us when you build a stone wall, there's 3 parts to the wall. The first row, you take the stones and you wedge them into the ground, into the dirt. Everything else is with cement. The final top layer, you just put a stone on top of a stone without any cement. And that's the malacha. Mesates means to chisel a stone. That's really part of building. When you make a hole in a chicken coop, that's not really building, because building is you make a window and a door, but it's similar to making something that you do in a house to get the heat out. So there's a big chiddush in that. Then there's shufta b'kufina demara. That is, you want to wedge a piece of wood into a shovel's handle, so it sticks to the shovel or to the axe or whatever the kli is. That's not similar to boina at all. Nevertheless, Rav says in all three of these things it's boina, and Shmuel says in all three of these things it's makav patish. You think maybe makav patish is in the last one in the axe, and everything else Shmuel might admit to Rav that is boina mashmalan. Not. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuf Gimel. Today's email comes from Yisrael Goldstein from Barabar. He writes, "L'chvoid, Moir Rabbi Harav Reb Eli Shlita." By the way, it's Eli. That's enough. I've been with you live on Zoom since Kuf Gimel Odor. This stream are really enjoyable, very exciting. Makes you stay up till midnight to watch on Zoom. Now I'm watching during the day. Every day when you read out the emails, it is busy to see that there's so many people that are joining or doing the Pyro. But from time to time, even you mentioned that these emails sometimes get to your head and you say to yourself that it fills up some diaper. Until last night, when you invested more than a minute of America, that's Yomi Torah time to praise the greatness of another Magashir from across the pond. This was referring to at a great conversation, 40-minute conversation with Restream Forest, tremendous time of unbelievable talent, and tremendous Shem and a role model. He's a Balabas who spends most of his day learning Torah and admiring Torah, and he's truly and watch for Shemaket stuff on top. He has something called the Great Go check it out. It shows a tremendous another so-called competitor. Thank you for the confidence. I'm honored to call myself a talent of yours and consider myself lucky to be part of the Ramat Shemesh brings up Yonis. Yisrael Goldstein from Bar Park. Here is Yisrael Goldstein. So let's jump into this. Small error from a vocal that when it comes to chiseling out a stone, that's a makkah package, not button. So we have to readjust the Mishnah slightly. The Mishnah says Hamasatis, chiseling. You have to take out the log. Hamasatis, makkah package because it's makkah package. What about drilling a hole? Even a match. Now, according to Rabbi, who says it's boina, it's understood it's similar to drilling a hole to let out air in the chicken coop. But what about Shmuel? How is that a makkah package? Not because the package is always the final blow, the finishing cut. Over here, you still have to put a screw in. If you put something in, it's right in the Manabi. We're talking about he put in a long nail to hang up something. And the Mishnah says Zach cloud. It's coming to include something in boina. What is it? When a person carves out 3/4 of a cow, he plans on continuing on to do a full cow. But since there are many people that stop right there at 3/4, that is considered boina. What's this thing about taking a hammer and banging it on an envelope? Why is that not going to happen? This is more because when you smooth out gold, the way they do it is they bang 3 times in the gold and 1 time on the envelope to smooth out the hammer. That's what they did in English. That's why you are shy. Now we're going on to the malacha of chayriv. How much do you have to put out? A small amount in order to put in 1 seed of a pumpkin. That's what they did in Mishkan. They planted 1 herb in order to make dye for the clothing, for the Mishkan. Endives are edible to humans, and then if you take it to that, you would be high bigger again. If you're taking it for your animal, it's the size of a goat's nut. And if you want it for heating up your house with fuel, it's enough to heat up an easy egg chicken. Anytime you want to enhance your land by taking things out of the ground to plant, that is also compulsory. Now, that should be anytime you pull something out of the ground. But that's not so. We said sometimes endives you need to shear over repairs. The answer is because yes, it's a situation. It's going to happen. You're going to make your land better, but it's a situation of the way you feel it. This is a major sugya. The point is there are Shimon holds that if you don't want it, or you don't care about it, if you don't want it, then you are potter from the other. You're in fact what you do is if you gather wood from a tree, it depends on your intent. If you're trying to make it grow, you want to make it stronger, that's you are kind of compulsion. If you want it for fuel, firewood, then it's easy egg or chicken egg. If you are gathering grass, again, your intent. If you want to make the land better, then it's supposed to. If you want to give you animal, then it's the size of a goat's mouth. Moving on to writing. Writing, you need to write two letters. So ambidextrous person will put right with his right hand, maybe his left hand is a little weaker, also high. Jason says, even a righty is high writing with your left hand. If you're not writing, you are marking. That's what you're marking. Anybody can mark up something with a left hand. According to everybody, you're chayiv in any language. Writing two letters in English, you are chayiv. Two types of ink. One letter with one ink and the other letter with the other. Chayiv. Now we have a bunch of sheets. The Yudah says in the Mishnah, you are chayiv when you had intent to write the full name Shimon and you stopped at the mem. You did shin mem. That's also word, also chayiv. Or you did daled nun from Daniel, chayiv. According to Yehuda, the name of this Rebbe Gamliel, it's even if it's two identical letters, like Gimel, Gimel, Shin, Shin, which spells Gag, Root, or Sheish, six, you are chayiv. Because it says, even if they're two letters that have nothing to do with each other, they don't spell a word, you're still chayiv because we're not talking about writing, we're talking about marking. And the Shimon says, you need to finish the entire word. You don't need to do the whole puzzle, you need a whole word. The Gracie learned, it says in the puzzle by Shogun, it says, for Asa, Me'achas, Me'eh. Two extra names. And he learns before you move from here. Because he says, Achas Mehena and Mehena Ma'achas. First name of it is what we just mentioned. The person intends to write a whole word Shimon. And he wrote son that Me'achas from it. Shimon, Mehena, you learned. Hena refers all the Chabis Malachas. Mehena means from them the whole place as well, you're chayiv to their eyes. And then he says, sometimes you're chayiv one korban from many malachas, and sometimes you're chayiv many korbanis from many malachas. And that is, if a person doesn't know what Shabbos, and does many malachas, so he only is over on one thing, he only made one mistake. No Shabbos won't come. If a person knew Shabbos, he just didn't know that each malach is also, he's chayiv on each malach. When a person writes shin out of shimon, then it's chayiv. What? He wrote shin and a mem, but the mem is a mem so fit, it's not a closed mem. The answer is, an open mem is just as good as a closed mem when it comes to the fire. Let's say you write very many mistakes, it's good. In fact, you say, you know the famous sukkah that you laid on sukkahs. Every day, they're almost the same. There are three exceptions. On Monday, on second day, you say the escape mem with the extra mem instead of with a beniska. And on the sixth day, we say with a sachel with the extra yod instead of beniska. So you have an extra mem and extra. And finally, on the seventh day, we say kiddush with a mem instead of kiddush. So you have mem yod mem, which sells mayim, water, that's a him, the nisal mayim, and a fire. Which is, the first mem is comes from the word. The escape hem is the last mem in the word. It's a closed mem. How do you spell a word? Mayim with a closed mem. You see, there's no difference between a closed mem and an open mem. Now, it's a very lengthy price. So that it has to be marked. It says it's not pump. It should be two tama when it's ready, full in the mezuzah, so you have to be complete. And cannot confuse a mem or open mem with a closed mem. So that's the full mem. The other halachas in the brisa is that you should not mix up the aleph with the ayin, or any letter that looks similar to the other, like a yud with the vav, a vav with the nun, a nun with the zayin, a tes with the hey, or a chaf pei tzadik nun with their sofit letters. You shouldn't confuse a mem sofit with a sama, where one is rounder, one is square. And if the open parsha will close it, close it, open it. If you're doing a song like a Yashir or a Zinu, it looks like bricks, don't do it straight, or vice versa. You cannot write a simple without ink. And don't write even Hashem's name with gold, and if you do, you have to bury it all. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kufay, 2 emails today from Los Angeles. First one comes from Harry Shalom, who says to Arav Hagoy Nadmar, Rav Eliyos Stefansky Shlitin explains why he says that a Rebbe teaches you Torah is more important than a father, and in some ways doesn't care about the title and the smicha, but you are my Rebbe. Thanks to you, I've learned more Torah in the last 3 months than I've learned in my entire life from a faithful Stefansky Chassid, Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. Second one from Ari Ben Shushan from Los Angeles. Chazak Baruch, such an incredible responsibility, etc., day in, day out. You must be living the daf Ashrecha. He says a beautiful Dvar Torah on Nevuv Bahar Saru. And then he says, thank you, I'm an avid listener and a huge fan. May Hashem give you koyach and continue to teach. Ruchni's Gashmias, many years to come. Ari Ben Shushan, Los Angeles. Back to our sugya. If a person writes a single letter with an apostrophe, let's say an R with an apostrophe, Reb, you know what that means? According to Reb Yehoshua ben Beseir, you are chayev, that's writing a word. According to Chacham, you are potter. As this points out, even 3 letters, an abbreviation, you'll be potter. Where do you see the concept of abbreviation in the Torah and the Freikoin? Also, ki av hamoin goyim nesaticha. Hamoin is extra, so the Gemara Darshans av hamoin. Aleph, I made you a father to all the nations. But Umais, I made you the chosen nation. Chaviv, the hey is interchangeable with the ches. You're beloved from all the nations. Melech, you're the king of all the nations. Vasik, distinguished. Memon, you're reliable from all the nations. Anoichi Hashem Elikecha. Anoichi stands for Onon Nafshi Kosovs Yehavis. I myself wrote the Torah, and I'm giving it to you, Klai Yisrael. Or I'm your name of Ksiva Yehiva, or some people read it backwards. Yehiva Ksiva, Ne'amonim Amareah. Its words are reliable. Bilam's mule, Yorat Haderech Lenegi. What is this word Yorat? It's an abbreviation. Yora Ras Notza. She saw, she feared, and she veered off the way. When Klai Yisrael brings the carbon oimer, so we can eat chadash, it says in the pasuk Carmel. Carmel is an abbreviation of Carmele, a full pillow. The barley is bursting; it's moist. Dabar Melech said about Shimi ben Gera, "Ukilalani klola nimretzes." What does nimretzes stand for? Noyev, referring to the story of Bathsheba. Mem, Moyavi, you come from a Moyavi. Ritzeach, Soirer, you're a murderer, you're hated. Eva, you are disgusting and abomination. Yehuda says, I don't know what to say. You found the Gavia Kesef in our sack. I don't know what to say. It's Tzadok stands for. L'chayim, we're upright. Tzadikim, Tohirim, Dakim, we're clean. Says the Mishnah, if a person writes 2 letters, he's chayav. What if he has an awareness that it's Shabbos or that it's Asr in between the 2 letters? Machlokes. Rebbe Gamliel says he's chayav because that awareness doesn't separate the 2 letters. And Yediyah l'chatzi shir. According to Chacham, he's potter because the Yediyah, yesh Yediyah l'chatzi shir, and it does separate. And with that, we finish the parak Haboina. The new parak Kol Ereg discusses weaving and a loom. According to Eliezer, you're chayiv for 3 threads in the beginning and 1 thread later on, according to Chachamim, whether it's in the beginning, whether it's at the end or in the middle, it's 2 threads. At the end, it's only 1 thread. There's a stira contradiction in the Brises. The Brisa says, according to Rebbe Lezer, you're chayiv after 2 threads. We said in the Mishnah 3. We have to say that one is talking about thick threads, one is talking about thin threads. The Gemara is not sure which one is what. On the one hand, 3 threads, if they're thick, that's the only way they won't unravel, but it will unravel if it's only 2 threads. On the other hand, thin threads are not noticeable, and therefore you need 3, and only then you're chayiv. At the edge of the garment, there's a different shear. Usually it's kisit. It's the spread between the fingers. Here it's much less. It's only 3 threads of shasi and 2 of air because it's chashav when it comes to a belt, a tziltzil. Gemara brings a price that says exactly like Rebbe Eliezer, and then the price that says exactly like Rabbanon, so it's one up, and there's no bigger rider one over the other. Says the Mishnah, in a loom that goes up and down, the heddles go up and down. In the center, you have these loops. You put the threads through these loops, and these loops bring the threads up and down. You can pass a shuttle through them. Putting 2 threads through 2 of those loops, you are chayiv. Abaye explains, and if you have to put a 3rd one on another device. Kirus is a type of a loom for curtains. Also, same idea. If you are weaving a basket or an apple kfara, meaning you take reeds or like a lulav leaf, this shesin area, the horizontal leaves are held by 2 vertical. The verticals are held by 2 horizontal. That's all you need to be chayiv, like it's in the picture of blue and red. The Mishnah tells us that if you sew 2 stitches, you're chayiv, but we already had it in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. It's coming to tell us the next halacha, that if you rip in order to sew, then you're chayiv, which we also had in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol. What does it mean to tear in order to sew? It means if you have some sort of bump in your beged, you want to smooth it out, you tear it and you sew it down. But why do we need this halacha? To tell us the following halacha, that if you tear a beged because the person is sad over the loss of a loved one, or he's angry, he is potter. Unless a person breaks tears metalgal in order to build. Says the Gemara, we must be talking about a dead person that he doesn't have a chiyuv to rip kriya, because if he did, then he did something positive and he would be chayiv on Shabbos. One of these relatives, a mother-in-law, somebody that he doesn't have to rip kriya, he's just responsible over it. The person is not a chacham, because if he's a chacham, all of Klal Yisrael have to rip kriya. And on a chacham, you have to do chalitza, which is to expose your shoulder, and you have to eat sudas havra. He's obviously not a kosher person, because any kosher person, you have to rip kriya, and obviously he wasn't at Yitzis Neshama, at the departing of the soul. Otherwise, regardless of the relationship, you have to rip kriya, just like you rip kriya when you see a Sefer Torah burning. Every Jew, says Rashi, has Torah and mitzvahs, and you have to rip kriya. The shiur for whitening wool and untangling it and dyeing it and weaving it is double a sit. But if you are oireg, it's only the size of 1 sit. It says in the Mishnah that if you rip a beged, you do kriya out of anger, you're potter. It goes according to Reb Shimon that says, potter, in other words, you prefer not to have the situation, it's just the solution to the situation, it's not a constructive, positive malacha, and you are a potter. The Bryson says your chayiv goes according to Rabbi Yehuda in a situation where a person had a positive effect. He wanted to teach his family a lesson. This is what happens if you get daddy angry, he tears things. But to calm your yetzer, that would be usher, because that causes a person to get used to getting angry, and eventually will do have a desire, says the Gemara. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda used to teach his family lesson by ripping threads in the bottom of his garment. Ravacha used to break different kalim that were already broken. Abba would break the lid of a pitcher. And Reb Shimon would spill fish sauce on his slave to teach her a lesson and to say, this is what happens when you get me mad. If you cry over a kosher person that was nifter, Baruch counts the tears and stores them away in his base gnazal. Rav says, if you are lazy about giving a hesped, a chacham, you are worthy to be buried alive. Rabbi says you won't have longevity. Mida connected to mida. Even though by Yeshua's hesped, they weren't masculine for 30 days, those people actually didn't have a long life, but they had a good life for the short years that they lived. When it says Laman Yubi Mechem, bracha, since it's a bracha, that refers to long life and a good life. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Shabbos Daf. Today's email comes to us from David Hamlin. He writes, I can't begin to tell you how much I enjoy learning the topic. The illustrations are very helpful and very clear understanding of otherwise complicated subjects. Humor is always fun, it's a session awake, and effective. Your demeanor is always pleasant, even when you are criticized. Then he goes on to criticize, and he asks Mechila for it. He says, when I said jokingly that we bought a refrigerator for our family center here in Israel, it cost an additional $500 just for the ice maker. He says that could constitute a horror on Israel. Initially, I brushed it off saying that this is the Medina versus our Yisrael. This is a product made in China that's being charged as passes here in Israel. Then I thought about it and said, you might have a good point. If somebody might be thinking differently about making Aliyat Yisrael because of this kind of thing, then it might constitute Lashon Hara on Yisrael. I'm telling you this because I love you and know that we do not want to sin respectfully David Hamlin. Jumping into today's topic. The Rebbe says if one of the brothers is nifter, all the brothers are concerned. If one of the Chabura is nifter, the entire Chabura has to be concerned. The Gemara qualifies, as it says, is referring to the smallest of the Chabura or the greatest of the Chabura, but no, not the regular guys in the Chabura. The Babos is a big thing. When the Mishnah says, any destructive malacha that you do, for instance, you knock down a house, you are part because of the company being destructive, and on Shabbos you have to positive that can make a positive effect. That doesn't refer to two malachas. Poison and mavis. Causing injury and creating a fire are not included. You ever heard this and he said, things like that do not say here in the Mishnah, just put that outside. There's no mission that says like you, if you heard something similar, that is because there's a positive outcome at the end. For instance, cause injury can happen, draw blood and take that blood and give you. Or you made a fire because you want the ashes that day. What about our Mishnah? Our Mishnah say not like Rebbe Our Mishnah says follow with no exception. It says where perhaps our Mishnah goes according to you. The Bika holds Malacha she'in tzricha l'kufa chayim. As long as there's a positive outcome at the end, you're chayim. And the Brisa that says that there are two, or Bavo says that there are two malachas that are not included, would go according to Restream. In other words, according to Buddha, no matter what, every metaltal, every destructive act is utter because there's no positive effect at the end. If there's a positive effect at the end, like malacha in Sukkot Gufa, then you are chayim. The truth says, even when there's a positive effect at the end, it's considered malacha in Sukkot Gufa, and you are utter. Besides those two malachas of chayim and maver, where the Torah says specifically, it's the drush of the Torah that you are chayim. What is the drush of the Torah? The Torah says that you're allowed to perform a on Shabbos, even though it's quite causing injury, that is the same rule. But it was also only in the specific case of Mila, it's mutter. And when the Torah says we should not kill a bas kohen who is mizana with hot lead, which is sreifa, which is mavir, the Torah is saying you're not allowed to create a fire on Shabbos. The reason why the Torah was not there. It is a positive, where now this young boy became typically in a positive malacha that constitutes a malacha. In this case, you're allowed to do a milah. And the same thing by a basket. What is the shear of whitening wool and untangling wool and spin wool? 2 times a sip from finger to finger. There's steps that have a much simpler way to measure from finger to finger. It's the same thing. You don't need double this. 1 of these equals 2 of these. Says the Mishnah, according to everybody, if you want to catch a tzipor drug, a swallow or a sparrow, very difficult bird to trap. Therefore, the only time it constitutes save the trapping is if you get it into a small flask. If it's a larger bird, according to Chachamim, even if it's in a beva, meaning an enclosed area, if it has a roof, that's considered trapping. If it doesn't have a roof, escape, it's not trapping. When it comes to a deer, Rabbi Yehuda says only times consider trapping and get it into a small house, into a house. According to Machamer, even into a favor in a closed area, cousins of chewing a wheel, and he qualifies this. He says it's only a favor kata, where it's easy to grab and capture, but not a favor gadol. There's a Mishnah in the seventh page that says, discussing what malach you're allowed to do on your bed. And the halacha is you're not allowed to do a malach that you can do before you. Therefore, you can capture a fish before Yantav and keep it in water over Yantav and kill it on Yantav. There's no reason for you to do so on Yantav itself. Therefore, it's usher to trap a fish. And it doesn't trap a fish in Yantav. The fish is mukta, and therefore you're not allowed to feed animals that are mukta. When it comes to a deer, it's already trapped inside a vapor, inside an enclosure. It's not mukta, and therefore you're allowed to keep it. So the Gemara says, this is talking about a very small enclosure. And that's why you're allowed to have it. But a large enclosure, you're not allowed. What constitutes a small enclosure? Three children of the Gemara. Either you can grab the animal in one shot, or since in the time of the Gemara, the walls were all made the same height. If it has a shadow wall, that's considered small. Or it doesn't have any corners for the animal to run away to. A sleeping deer, or a blind deer, or a deer that has fever, it can still run away. All these can run away, and therefore it's considered safer and kind. If it's an older deer or a handicapped deer, then you are covered with such a deer that's run away. And if it's sick because of fatigue, it's also considered already trapped, and you're not covered. Grasshoppers, hornets, and mosquitoes, according to the mayor, trapping them to a chayev, according to Haman, it depends. If it's typically something that you trap for a positive benefit, then it's also, if you're trapping it, let's say just to get it away from you, then anybody in the Nissan and you are fucked. Grasshoppers in the morning, when there's dew, they can't see, therefore, you're not tired for just picking one up and going. If it's very hot and they're slightly lethargic, you are still tired. Now, if they come in great swarms of grasshoppers, says the Lord of Mahavai, then you are putter if it's hot and they're in swarms. Says the Mishnah, if a deer goes into a house and a single person closes the door, that person's tired for Teda. If two people close the door simultaneously, they are both putters, If the door is so heavy that it requires two people, then they are both chayiv, and Rishon says they are putter. Capture a lion just by grabbing onto it is nothing. Obviously, it will run away. You have to put it into a special designed box that captures lion. It says the Mishnah, if Reuben sits by the door, but the door is wide enough that the deer can run away, Reuben is not chayiv. Shimon comes along, sits in the other part of the door. Shimon is chayiv. Reuben is not chayiv. What happens if Reuben sits down in the entire door? The deer cannot get away. Comes Shimon and keeps him company. He gives a second layer of protection. Shimon is not chayiv. Reuben is chayiv. What happens if Reuben gets up and walks away? Shimon is still not chayiv. He just brings a rag. This is a muscle. A person who tied a deer with a rope, let's say to his door, indoors. If you're strapped, is tied. Is he allowed to close the front door? Obviously, close the front door. What happens if the deer undoes the rope and that's free to go? Does the person that closed the door have to reopen the door? No, that happened a while ago. And the same thing.
Yo,
Shimon sat down and
what's going on?
Doesn't have to get up.
Traceway.
Away. Wonderful.
Kicking us, taking names. How'd you find out about me, Traceway? How'd you find out about me? Dog, I talk to a lot of people. Okay, what did we... Oh, okay, great. And who's your friend here? What's fall, info, co-fall? Okay, very well. And he found me through you?
Yeah.
All right, cool. What are you guys up to? What are you doing?
In English.
Oh, okay. You're streaming on Kick? Oh, you're streaming on Twitch. Okay, very well. And how's that going? There you go, big dog. Pretty soon you'll be at 1,000,000.
Life.
100%. 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Biggest event in global history. Some might say that. How about you? What'd you say, Pimp? Please do. You're more than welcome to. Chill as long as you want. Yeah, I'm just watching Jewish lectures, so feel free to enjoy.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Zayin. Today's email comes to us from Calvin Yosef Murray. Thanks for all the great shiurim you write. I haven't missed any shiurim. My wife and I converted to Orthodox Judaism 7 years ago. I have an apartment in Male Adumim and in Columbus, Ohio, and his wife wrote a book about the journey called From Rose Bowl to Rashi. He's a former Ohio State football player and played in the NFL with the Philadelphia Eagles and then in Chicago. But my greatest accomplishment is joining the most exceptional family in the world. Keep up the great job that you and your team are doing. Thanks, Calvin Yosef Murray. And now on today's daf. In all of the Shabbos, when it says Potter, it means Potter Abul Asr, it's Asr Midrabban. Besides, three exceptions to the rule, and one of them is what we had yesterday in the Mishnah. That is, Reuben sat down by a door and trapped a deer. And his friend came and sat by him and created a second layer. His friend hasn't accomplished anything, he's not tight. Even if Reuben stands up and walks away, Shimon doesn't have to get up and walk away. He's not tight. The Mishnah says a mushal, a person who tied a deer, a doorknob, let's say, inside the house, he's allowed to close the front door. What if the deer becomes untied to the door? He doesn't have to open up the front door. It's already closed. He wasn't over. So Tushin doesn't have to get up and walk away. The second case is Mapis Mursha, removing fluids from a boil, popping the zip. If the intent is just to take out the fluids, it's Moshe L'Chatchila because of the tzar, unless the person has intent to create an opening for to take out the fluids and introduce oxygen inside, that would be awesome. Just like we say, you're allowed to lift up a muktzah needle to take out a thorn. The third thing is to capture a non-poisonous snake, that it shouldn't bite people, it shouldn't bother people. Same way, you're allowed to take some sort of flea and put it over a flame so that it shouldn't burn down the house, to cover waste of a child, or to cover a scorpion. But to do it, to trap the scorpion for medicinal purposes, that is usher, and with that we finish Perek Ba'ir. Following Perek is called Shmoyne Shrotzim, the 8 Shrotzim that emit Tumah after they're dead, as you see in the picture. These are considered, according to Rashi, people like to trap these animals because they have value, whether for their skin or other medicinal purposes. Therefore, if you trap them, you are chayav. And if you bruise them, you are chayav. Now, what are we talking about? How many of them? All of them? In order to be chayav for bruising, you have to create blood, not that it comes out because it came out, that would be we're referring to between the flesh and the skin. So it has to have a thicker skin. When it comes to tumah of the Shmoyne Shrotzim, there's a big machlokes. One of the Rebbe Mehury, the skin of a sheretz is not included in the tumah because it's so thick. Therefore, all these 8 shrotzim have Kabbalah and Shabbos as well. According to Chachamim, only 4 out of these shrotzim have tumah, and those are the 4 on the left side because their skin is thinner. Now, according to Abaye and Shmuel, there's a machlokes between Rebbe Mehury and Chachamim in Shabbos. According to Rebbe Mehury, all 8 shrotzim you're chayav, but according to Chachamim, only 4, the 4 in the red. According to Rava and Rav Ada, it's only in Tumah that Chachamim is saying there's a distinction between the 4. because the pasuk says, Eila, Hatmei, and extra hey, these are the ones, and the pasuk is closer, the four that are closer to these words are the ones that are coming. But when it comes to Shabbos, just like we're doing from Menuri, all 8 is a Isra Kabbalah. According to Yehuda, it depends on how thick the skin is. We can feel it goes by our gush. So therefore, a lizard is similar to the choylin and has thick skin and this kabura. How do we know this concept of the kabura has to be something that never goes back to its original? We learn from the pasuk. Just like a kushi, the skin never changes color. The word number the Gemara learned is not referring to leopard, but rather the word timura, it doesn't go back. The Lezer learns from the Elam in the Mishnah, just like Elam. It was an Akilas Neshama, you killed it. Therefore, it doesn't matter what kind of animal we're referring to. It could be the largest animal, like an elephant, a camel, to the smallest animal, allows your over if you kill it. Chacham say no. Elam are part of they reproduce. But lice do not reproduce according to the Gemara halachically, at least halachically they don't reproduce, and therefore they're not included in this halacha. You're allowed to kill them, and the fact that there's a louse that the Gemara says that zan at the eggs of ginim, the Gemara says according to this we have to say beit zikinim, just a name of a certain species of lice that are called beit zikinim, not referring to the eggs of the lice. A flea, little fly, according to Lezer, you're chayav to say that because he holds, even if ain b'mina nitzay, you don't trap a fly for a productive reason, it's still chayav. According to Rabbanan, ain b'mina nitzay, you are potter. Of course, killing the fly, you'll be over, you'll be fine. All other shrots, besides the shrots, like a worm, a snake, a scorpion, they don't have thick skin, and therefore there's no Kabbalah, because the blood does not come between the flesh and the skin. Typically, Rashi says, there's no, their skins, people don't trap them, and therefore it depends whether there's a use for the trapping or there's no use. Tosfos doesn't understand Rashi, and in a very rare instant, Rabbeinu Tam says we have to embrace Rashi completely. And the Gemara says this goes according to the Shita of Reb Shimon. That malacha she'etzricha gufa. Since there's no positive, constructive act in this malacha, there's pasha. Some say it's going on this other halacha, makas musa, removing food from a boil. It's not a constructive malacha. Some say it's about trapping a snake. There's no constructive. You don't want to trap a snake. You just don't want it to bother you. Shmuel says if you take a fish out of water, if there's a size of a sela that becomes dry under its fin, that constitutes killing it. Even if you see that it's alive, you throw it back in the water, it will eventually die from this. Therefore, if you're over, you kill it. And they explain it means even not only if it's dry, but even if it has some sort of mucousy liquid attached to it when you touch it, that's also considered killing it. And wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kuftes. Today's email comes to us from Rabbi Eliezer Kessler of Texas. He said that his wife was inspired by the concept. It's not about the daf, it's about the value. And she started a WhatsApp group that today has almost 34 women. She's enough for each other a day. And yesterday she made a stream on safe declaration. She plans on quoting this quote of it's not about the daf, it's about the yoyim. So that was a tremendous amount of atzlacha. You should see thousands and thousands of kamidas and spread the fire of all of Israel. Jumping into today's daf, the halacha is that there are certain items that attach them your either on either government anyway. Separating, detaching something from its natural growth. For instance, detaching a fetus from within an animal, causing it to miscarry a live animal is awesome. Detaching hot from a grumble or a mud from a pail is detaching inside. On the flip side, if the detaching has grown in an uncultivated pot doesn't have any holes, it's why or puzzle. The reason is because that's not its natural growth, whereas the other things that's the natural. But what it says, you're allowed to write fluid on the hide skin of a bird, chicken skin. The big condition is even though it has small holes from its feathers, it's still mutter. Now look at his, as long as the ink goes smoothly over those holes and doesn't go into a pump, then hide of a bird, as we said yesterday, is certainly considered a hide, specific skin. So you're not allowed to cause it on Shabbos. Nevertheless, the halacha is that you take the hide of the oilas the bird oilah, you put it on his back. Whereas a regular oilah, you don't put the skin on his back, and usually a person specifically do so. What about letting children on the hide of a fish? First, the political tells us whether or not it has a truma according to the rabbis of Ruchni. It tells us that it has some sort of Ruchni stench. But nevertheless, it's definitely considered just hide of a fish. Separate of the fish, where it's not the truma and it creates on the sun a titza, that if you're in a room with a dead person and there's objects behind that skin, the skin protects it from the one tells us one of the saddest stories of China's Shmuel and Karna were walking on the banks of the Euphrates, and they noticed that the water was coming up and it was this color. To Shmuel, this is a sign that a tremendous bubble is coming from Yisrael and he's not feeling well. In fact, Rashi explains the water came up and gave him a pizza around him when he was relieving himself. Shmuel dispatched Karna to go check out who this person is and if he's from the Prophet. Karna met Rab, the famous Rab, the Galador, and he gave him a kaher. He started testing him, which wasn't right. He started asking him, why do you have to write tefillin on a kosher animal? And he tells him it's a mafurish pasuk, a mukabeticha, that it should be something that's allowed to eat, will not get test Hashem the ticha, then I'm something like it. And we know that Milah is very pasuk. It says, "Mine are doing to them." Why is Milah the place that we do today? Some other part of it is part here. He says this is their Shabbat from Parlas and Pri, so the Pri is part of the Rama, so keep the Milah. Excuse me. And the word Orlasai is preferable to learn a their Shabbat than the word Orlas. Orlas is missing something. You have to say another word after it. Another chapter the Gemara says later on is that it says in the passage of Oral Zachar, from a place they could tell whether it's a Zachar or anything. Rav realized that he was tested for a person's Karna. Says, your name is Karna, should have a horn, parrot, grow out of your eye. And in fact, he hadn't had that. Shmuel bumps into Rav for the very first time, the famous Jewish Rav Shmuel. He takes him to his house, gives him food, he gives him beer, and has the harson of fried fish, and barley bread, which was Rav's stomach. Sure, but the point was Shmuel was a big bastard. He wanted his stomach to go inside out, and he didn't give him a bathroom in order to clean out his stomach. Rav was very hurt by this. He didn't realize for his ailment, and he cursed Shmuel that Shmuel should and his son. The different Gemara says that when God realized that Shmuel tried to help him, he gave him tremendous honor from that day on. Tefillin have to be on the hide of a kosher animal, but not only a kosher animal. You can be on a kosher animal that dropped dead, died from that, which causes a situation. But on a non-kosher animal, it's us to write tefillin. The question is, why? Because there has to be mutah or something to eat. But a dead animal is not mutah. It died on its own. It was accepted. The Gemara says the muscle you have to be the executioner. You both kill one person. Who's more likely? The person who can kill. Here, or kill this animal to write tefillin. So why can't you do it? Because that's the reason. Now let it eat another day. The Allah of Sinai, it says that the parishes of tefillin have to be read or clear from a kosher animal. The tefillin boxes have to be sewn with seeds from the kosher animal. So the Mishnah, you're allowed to make a small amount of salt water in order to eat without sweet to be fresh in your different foods. You're not allowed to make large amounts because that looks like ma'adah, but you can't keep it for long term. Yossi said, you can't make a large amount, so you also can make a small amount. And therefore, when you make this concoction of salt water, water and salt, and oil, make sure that the oil from the first ingredient is not all at the end. Because the water and the salt is combined together to make a very strong salt water. That's also. It's also to make strong salt water, which means that either salt water with egg will float on it. You will use that for fish fry. According to everybody, you're not allowed to salt a radish. Even those who held you're allowed to salt a radish, but it ruins it when they realize they have to salt. Just pile up many radishes and salt them. They realize it's a good thing to salt radishes and make a sauce on top. An egg is not like, according to the Jews by Chaviva, it's a good thing for the egg to salt and therefore also for the value of its food. Three things that without their shells, you wouldn't be able to digest them. An essence, a radish, and the egg. When you talk about an egg, it's not referring to the outer shell, it's talking about the white of the egg that helps you digest the egg. But Pini says that certainly a piece of wood cannot sink in the Yamamela, in the Dead Sea. Yet, even a person cannot sink. Why is he telling this? He's telling this to us to show us that the Dead Sea has medicinal properties. Nevertheless, you're allowed to wash yourself with that water. Now, what about putting that water in your eye and blinking? It's obvious that you are doing so before you are doing the right, that it's awesome. Because the Lord said, on top of the eye is mukher. And you can take a piece of bread and soak it in water and put it on your eye. However, saliva from a fasting person that has different properties in it is also put even on top of the eye. The Lord says the major halacha in Hilchos Shabbos is you're allowed to take water which is tasted during time and soak it before Shabbos. You so before Shabbos, which says many ramifications of Hilchos Shabbos in medicine and soaking it before Shabbos, etc. You know, I think this precaution put on your eye. It's also the Ukhra, because that looks like Yannick asked my Ukhra for some of this Jabari, this paste. Or he said, I have a much better idea. First of all, I'll send you some so you don't think I'm stingy. You should know, it's a much better idea. Wash your eyes out with cold water in the morning, wash your hands and feet with hot water in the afternoon, and that works a lot better than Jabari. I mean, one more foot there. Shams Daf confessed today's email comes to us from Rabbi Nachman Seltzer, the author and writes in relation to the email that was sent to us. Mazda, the Rebbe was inspired to be sheep to begin to not for so many people on WhatsApp, which begin to spread prayer with the clients WhatsApp. I just want to point out to all the people listening to this show, that just as sheep were inspired from what is happening here and used it to come up with their own way of being a Chazal client show, so can every person in the share can and should do the same to find their own way to spread prayer in any and every way possible. Next one is from Larry Cohen from James H. Property from Baltimore. I just want to say thank you for having so much punch into the Eastern Southwest. Last night was the first time I took shots, so this time, Shema Givaldic, Mazel Tov, this time around, I wanted to add something to my learning and working in shots. It's perfect, etc. Thank you, Larry Cohen. We're continuing with different Talmudic medicines or fluids. You know that when you get up in the morning, you have to wash your hands 3 times when you can, negovasser, and if you don't, it's extremely dangerous touching any body parts. Touch your eyes, cause blindness, tears, deafness, mouth and nose, bad smell, bloodletting wound is dangerous. Touching the wrist, Rashi says the child will carry. Touching the bathroom, touching the child of cleanliness, touching a barrel. The child for anybody who drinks the beer afterwards. This spirit is free to do as it wants, and it's very important to wash your hands 3 times. To reverse some of the damage, put something on your eyes called cook. It's like a mascara, and it reverses damage, it stops tears, and it increases the growth of the eyelids. Allen, which is coriander, doesn't work on Shabbos. Yosef, who was blind, said it doesn't really work for blindness, and therefore you're allowed to eat this on Shabbos. Hops doesn't work, and therefore you're allowed to eat it on Shabbos. Besides the variety called Matraiza. Rav Sheshes, who is also blind, says that rocket plants do work, and therefore it's possible basting a roast, a warm roast. His mother beating eggs in Shabbos looks like you're about to. That's awesome. The Gemara says that Zuri's wife basted a roast for Kia Barash. Rabbi Nissen points out that at that point they were actually married. And he refused to eat it. And she says, Rabbi Zuri, what is this that I did on Shabbos? And what is Zuri eat? Because it doesn't just like pouring clear wine through a strainer on Shabbos is mutter, because if you're not accomplishing anything, so to baste the roast, which is edible without the basting doesn't create anything, male it's mutter. Somebody injured their hand or foot and has swelling, reduce the swelling with wine because it doesn't really work. Use of red vinegar is also that does work. The name of are people that your body is spoiled and wine does work. So the other than Mar says that on top of the hand and on top of the foot, that's already a sakana. And you're allowed to use vinegar as Ravashi was stepped up by a donkey and he used vinegar, some said he used wine, and Rabbi called him what are you doing? You're a machuna, you're a small person, and he said it's a sakana just like having an internal room. Any body of water, a lake, an ocean, is mutter to pay Shabbos. unless two conditions combine which make it possible. Condition number one is that the water is really bad. People usually don't bathe because they're only for the fuel, so it's obviously they do it. But you need another condition. You have to be there for an extended amount of time. You don't have the two conditions together, and it's always mutter. Let it go into that sea or into flaxen water if you're there for a few moments and you never understand. Yamagogo, it has two parts in it. It has the bad water and the good water. In the bad water, extended amount of time, it's also in the good part, you let it go in, even if you have, I thought that you have natural things on your head, which is obviously doing it for. Says the Mishnah, a zoyvin, which is not for human consumption, and you eat it, obviously you're doing it for refuah. The Ram says, you're talking about lavender, any normal food or drink that you eat, but you want it for medicinal purposes as well, is 100% mutter, because everybody else eats it regularly. Made that up. The water of liquor we're gonna have more tomorrow, and the wine that has roots in it, since it's very tough stuff, it's very sharp. People don't drink it unless for food, and therefore it's possible to drink. If you're a healthy person, you drink it, but you're thirsty, then it's mutter. So anoint yourself with oil that has roots. Excuse me. It's mutter. When the Torah says Ezai, Rav says it meant Bar Hemek, Ula says it's referring to white sage. Rav Pavi says it's shumshur, known as Marjora. And it makes sense that it's this Marjora because it has stems and each stem has three leaves, and they describe it. A Zayden, people eat because they have intestinal worm, and it's good to take it with 7 black dates. It comes from eating flour that's over 40 days old. Penny Royal, which is known as Yoy Ezer, you're allowed to drink it. People drink it to heal liver worms. But it's good to eat it with 7 white dates, not black dates like we have here. And why do people get these worms? It comes from eating raw meat on coals or fatty meat. This is all on empty stomach. Ox meat, nuts on empty stomach, penny wheat stems on empty stomach, and people wash down with water. It's very good. If you don't have your yezer, or it doesn't work, you could eat white cress, does the same job. You don't have that, fast, and afterwards put some fatty meat on the coals, suck the juice, sip it with a little vinegar. Some people just take out the vinegar and that's it. You don't have that, take a bark of a bush. Now it's very important how you remove the bark of the bush. You go from top to bottom of the bush, not from bottom to top, otherwise the worms will come out from a person's mouth. You take this bark, you take this, you cook it up with beer, only during Ganesh mushrooms, and you relieve yourself on the bark of the bush, and then why do people drink Abu Draw? They drink it because if they drink Mayim Megulim, things that were uncovered overnight, were concerned that the snakes injected poison into the Megulim, like you learn out of Zar. The medicine is Abu Draw. If you don't have Abu Draw, you make a concoction of 5 roses, 5 cups of beer, cook it until you have a the mother of Bechadwe Barami used the recipe for 1 rose, 1 beer, and she gave it to a person. She pulled out of the oven while the oven was still somewhat hot. She put him into the oven. She had him sit on a brick so he doesn't burn himself, and he started vomiting like a green leaf. Or you drink a revis of goat milk, a white goat. One of our Yehuda says you take a very sweet esrog, you carve out a little bit, you put honey in it, you cook it over coals, and then you eat it. Urine, Mayor's that's 40 days old, has medicinal powers to it. A very small cup worth is good for a hornet's bite. A revis log is good for a scorpion bite. A half a log is good for if the person speaks Megillah. An entire log is good for witchcraft. Rebbeinu says anigroi, which is teachers with water, and anger and kariakia, are great for people who drink Megillah. If a person swallows a snake, the best way to relieve that and get the snake out is to eat hops and to run 3 milk. More tells the story of Shimi. You saw somebody swallow a snake, so he pretended that he was a horseman and ran after him and said, listen, you must run 3 milk. He forced the guy to run 3 milk, gave him hops, and the guy indeed threw up the snake in pieces. Some people say it was Shimi himself who ate the snake, and Eliyahu Navi pretended he was a horseman. The reason why this works is because it's in the body, and the fear, together with the hops, kills the snake, and the snake comes up. The wonderful Shabbos Daf Kufiyun. Today's email comes to us from Soul Frozen from Bar Park. And he writes, "We cannot express enough our gratitude to you for being Marvis Torah in such a beautiful manner. Your sense of humor only adds to the enjoyment of the Black. Like we say many times, it is also Gashmias besides the true Ruchnias." And he goes on, "Thank you, Soul Frozen." We're continuing to discuss different remedies, refuahs of Talmudic nature. Somebody's bit by a snake. You should find a fetus of a white donkey. He tears it and he puts it on top of the bite. But he has to make sure that the mother is not a traitor. The mother tells us that there's a person appointed by the king of Portuguese that was bit by a snake. He found 13 white donkeys like that. He tore them open and he found that they were all traitors. He heard that there's one on the other side of town. He ran up to the other side of town. And by the time he got there, a lion ate that final donkey. Says Abaya must be this person was a favor on the Rabbanon. He's mitzvahs in the Rabbanon. It says impossible to carry it together. There's no remedy for that. And that's why he died from snake bite. Indeed, the Gemara says, after Rav was lifted, Rabbi Yisrael instituted a year of Avelos that when you bring a dasim to a wedding, you shouldn't use the belt. And he insisted on using belts. And therefore, he died from snake bite. The person finds himself wrapped by a snake. He should jump in the water and put a basket by his head and let the snake climb into the basket and toss it into the water and run out of the water. If the snake is extremely upset at him and he's tracking him down by his smell, he should have his friend carry him 4 amos and throw off the smell. If not, he should jump over a puddle. If not, he should jump over a river. If he got away from the snake and it's nighttime, he should sleep in the open so the snake doesn't come down from the ceiling. He should put 4 barrels on each one of the legs of his bed, put 4 cats here, and put something down on the floor so that when the snake comes, will make noise, the cats will eat him. If a woman is not sure if the snake has a tie her, she should take off her clothing and have the snake go to the clothing. If the snake goes there, that means she's in trouble. What she should do, she should be shamash with her husband. Some say that will actually increase the snake's time. So what should she do? She should throw her nails and her ear at the snake and she should say, in other words, she's a nida, and that will turn him away. If the snake went inside of her, she should sit on 2 barrels and put very fatty meat on top of coals, and she mixes cress with very good smelling wine, and when he starts coming out towards the food, grab it with a pliers or something and throw it into the fire. Says the Mishnah, all foods that you eat, and typically people eat, even if you eat them for your food, you're allowed to eat them. What does it come in food? It comes in foods that typically you think that people don't really eat, such as spleen for wiping the teeth. It's really bad for the stomach, or fetch, which is good for the stomach, but really bad on the teeth. So you think people don't eat it, Kamash is considered food. Mashkin, all liquids, all drinks, with food, paperberry, and vinegar. It sounds a little gross. Nevertheless, people drink it, and therefore it's considered a drink, and you let it drink it on top. What's really gross is Meriglay, and normal human beings don't drink that. Made the cone that we had yesterday, which is really sharp drink that people don't drink unless they're sick. It comes from within 2 palm trees. The first cup heals, the second cup causes diarrhea, which cleans the body, and the third cup comes out as pure as it went in. In other words, it did its job. Ula says, Babli beer is much better than maybe Cullen as long as you haven't had a cup of this within the last 40 days. Some say it's not made the kalim with the lamed, but made the karim with the rage, meaning it stabs the gallbladder. And it's referring to Zisoy Hamitri Egyptian beer. How do you make this? Rabbi Yosef says you take a third barley. The papa, who's a beer maker, said no, it's not barley, it's a third wheat. And the other ingredients are the same, a third saffron, a third salt. And you drink this between Pesach and Shavuos. Koisi Karim that the Mishnah talks about consists of a zuz weight of Alexandria sap, and these are important ingredients to remember. Alexandria sap, a zuz of alum, and a zuz of saffron. And you grind them together. If the person has jaundice, you pick 2 out of the 3 of these ingredients, and we'll have a little bit more of this later. And now, the Gemara is going to give us 11 remedies. No less than 11 remedies for a zava. One of them is you take 3 of these ingredients. If you don't have 3 ingredients, you can take 3 loaves of easy of pearls of onions, and you cook them in wine, and that's the theme now, a lot of cooking with wine and beer, and you tell the woman, Kum Mazoida. You don't have that, you put her on a crossroad, you give her a cup of wine, and you have somebody come behind and spear her. If you don't have that, you give her a handful of fenugreek, saffron, and cumin, and you cook it with wine, and you say, Kum Mazoida. You don't have that, you take 60 clay barrels here, and you smear it on her, and you say, Kum Mazoida. You don't have that, you take something called tashkina, and you cook it in wine, and you say, Kum Mazoida. You don't excuse the noise. If you don't have that, you burn a ramisa bush, and in the winter you use cotton rags, and in the summer you use linen rags you put in there. If you don't have that, you dig 7 holes in the ground and you burn a vine from Arla and you give her a cup of wine and she stands up and sits down in each one of those holes and you say kum nizera. You don't have that, you give her fine flour, you put it, smear it on the bottom part of her body and you say kum nizera. If you don't have that, you might have an ice cream jug running around. So you take that and you burn the ice cream jug and in the summer you put it in linen rags and in the winter you take a cotton rag. If you don't have that, you open up a barrel of wine for her and you make sure she drinks a lot of it all the time. If you don't have that, and here's the final one, you take one barley that you find within the waist of a mule, a white mule, and if you hold it for 1 day, it stops the ziva for 3 days. If you hold it for 3 days, it stops the ziva for 3 days. And if you hold it for 3 days, it will stop the ziva forever. Jaundice, we take 2 of the 3 ingredients of Alexandria sap and the alum and the saffron. However, it has a really bad side effect. It causes sterility. It causes to become upper. If you don't have that, you take the head of a fish paw, you put it in the milk and you cook it in wine. If you don't have that, you take yummy locust juice. If you don't have that, you could use the juice of a small bird called the mikra. And you smear it on your body. You go to the bathhouse and you smear it there. If you don't have a bathhouse, you can stand between a wall and an oven. You need that heat. The Reverend says there's another way to heal jaundice, and that is you take the linen, the sheet of somebody that has jaundice or that person himself, you wrap them up really tight. But I did this for Dr. Yosef and he was healed. That doesn't work. If you don't have one, you take 3 times 3 glugium, 3 capices of Persian dates, and 3 capices of wax that's overflowing from a honeycomb, and 3 capices of red aloe. You boil it in beer. If you don't have that, you take blood from the forehead of a very young donkey, and you shave the head of the jaundice patient and you put it in the center of his head. You have to be really careful about this blood because it's a blood. If you don't have that, you take the head of a ram that was pickled in, and then it was pickled and you cook it in beer. If you don't have that, you take the head of a pig that has spots, you tear it, and you put it on top of the heart of the sick person. You don't have that, you take leeks from the middle row. So Gemara was a Arab who had jaundice, and he traded with the gardener. He asked the gardener for leeks, and he gave the gardener his coat. And once the gardener had his coat, he said, "Can I borrow your coat and sleep in it a little bit?" And he slept in it, and when he woke up, the coat just crumbled into pieces from the heat and from the healing of the jaundice. Had a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Yudal, the first email comes to us from Yitzi from Lakewood. Dear Rebel, you can send traffic that plays Lakewood my drive through from Kiva to take upwards of an hour. It used to be such a nuisance, now traffic is hailing. Without it, I won't finish this year. Admiration Yitzi from Lakewood. Second one comes to us from an individual that people wondering who's this guy on Zoom every single morning. He reached out to us and his name is Leah. He's from South Africa, and he's in the process of Gators. He goes through this whole thing and finally says he got his a little bit of color. And he's almost at the end of the Gears process, the finishing line. He plans to become a full day learner one day after his Gears, and if the show one day will be like, I'll be like you, he said. And he's very excited about the community, about welcoming him with such open arms. So I saw him very low, Leah. We're sugya of different medicine, perhaps it's brought down the tip of course from Marbella. For John's, the says he takes 2 out of the 3 following ingredients: Alexandria sap, alum, and saffron. 2 out of those 3 cures jaundice. The only problem is a very slight side effect, which is called sterility. The person won't have children after. The question is, how is one permitted to take that? The Mishnah says you can't take it on Shabbos, you can't take it all week long. It says in the puzzle, by bringing carbon, 4 languages that have to do with the castration of an animal, and from the word of the arts of them, the chem, we learn that it also applies to human beings. The Gemara must be talking about a woman. According to Madonna, it says that a woman is high in the food. You must be talking about an elderly woman or an akara. You already say akara. You say an akar, a man is what? By a man. Drinking this potion, even if he's already an akar, would be usher because there's a cirrus after a cirrus. Even if it's not their red, even if he's taking jaundice, it would be usher as an indirect cirrus. Just like you say that there's Kimus after Kimus is serious after serious. Meaning, the person who is a carbon, and he's not careful and he makes a comment, he's either the next person that needs it, the next person that puts in the oven, makes the shape. They're all over one after another, just like the Torah says by Siros, that you're over on you catching, and then you're over on cutting. So the Siros, an old man who just can't have children, since he can take some potion and he might be able to, it will be awesome to do Cyrus. The halacha is that you're allowed to cut off the crown of the rooster, the carboilus of the rooster, even though that will cause it to be sterile. So it's not causing it to be sterile. It's not a physical thing, it's a psychological thing. When you remove his crown, when he feels bad, and he's in the pit, and therefore he doesn't. It's a division. It's also take in vinegar to heal your teeth on Shabbos and spit it out. But if you were to swallow it, that's the norm, and therefore it's mutter. You're allowed to take, as a trick, you're allowed to take your bread, dip it in vinegar, and eat your bread. That's normal. And as a side benefit, will heal your teeth. Rava initially tried to make a distinction between dripping in or drinking vinegar before the meal, which would be more, and that's the norm, and drinking vinegar after the meal. One thing is called fire. Fire says it's mutter before the meal, it should be mutter after the meal. Where do we find this? We find this by people in a mikvah on Shabbos. You're permitted to go. Why? Because even though fixes the body, so to speak, but perhaps you go to the mikvah, cool yourself down, and people won't know that you're going to come up. But in Kippur, you don't have that excuse. You're not allowed to go to the mikvah and cool yourself down. Yet, since it's even more, go to the mikvah Shabbos, fail, since you're also looking to go on your Kippur. Since it's looking to drink vinegar before the meal, it's after the meal. Therefore, we must since we know that vinegar is good, yet in the Bible says the sunshine, it's terrible vinegar. It's like smoking the eyes. It's like a lazy person. So this person must be referring to unripe grapes. Or a person who doesn't have a wound in his mouth. Yes, a person who doesn't have a wound in his mouth is actually detrimental to drink vinegar because he has a wound in his mouth. A person who has loin pain, there's pain in his loin. It's us for him to use vinegar and wine because that's a real. But he sweet it out with oil that's moving. That's normal. In those days, people used to anoint themselves with oil. When the Tanakama, if you were a prince, you're allowed to use rose oil. When they're trimming, once princes are looking at rose oil, then all Klal Yisrael are looking at rose oil. All Klal Yisrael are considered princes, and we cannot distinguish between different groups of Klal Yisrael. In all of the Shabbos, Rav Paskin, like a Rebbe, Shmuel Paskin, like a Shmuel. Yet when it comes to this rose oil, Rav says the same thing as Shmuel, as Reb Shimon. Reb Shimon says that rose oil is looking anywhere and everywhere since a prince was used. Rav says in his city that was the norm to use rose oil, then everybody in his city is allowed to use rose oil. But other places not. With that we finish the Perek, Shmoinish Rotzen. Now we go on to the Perek, the Eilut Sharim. These are the knots that you're not allowed to do on Shabbos in the time. The nose ring, there are two knots as you see in the picture. The red one that goes in the nose, and that stays there forever. It's a permanent knot. That's also it's a special shayama. That's what they did in Shalida when they were tying the Uriah to the Mishnah. Just like you're not allowed to tie knot, you're not allowed to undo a knot. In the Mishnah, they undid knots when they came to the nets of the Chilazim. The boat has the same kind of thing. It has a small knot that stays there forever, and then you tie the longer rope to it. But every time you undock, every time you move the camel, you undo that long rope. That rope is a Rabbanan. The mayor says if you undo a rope with one hand, but you're not with one hand, you're not high. The Gemara mentioned something. What about if you do a tie knot, which you can undo with one hand on the one hand, but on the other hand, no pun intended, it's a really tight knot, and perhaps that's also the Gemara remains in a. There are some knots that are literally only for one day, such as a woman's shirt that they had two buttons, they're tied the right side to the left side, the side to the right side, but that has to be undone every day. The Gemara is going to say what the finish is in each and every one of these cases. The smacha, like the strings, she has two strings, or to tie a shoe, or a sandal, or a belt, or a bottle of wine or to cover a pot. Reb Elazar ben Yaakov says they even made a knot to tie to make sure an animal doesn't leave. And with that, have a wonderful, wonderful day. Shout out to Gimel. Today's email comes to us from Dr. Al Rabinowitz, who's on a flight through Eretz Yisrael, steiging away doing the daf. Very impressed with people that are learning while they're traveling. He says he can't wait to get out of his medrash after 14 days of quarantine. Brand new Mishnah. It says that if a person needs to tie his pail to draw water, he should use a belt. And he should not use a rope. We have to make it clear, even if it's a rope for a weaver, the weaver will come and retrieve his rope, and we're not concerned with Shikayama. You still have to be concerned. But he says, don't be concerned, don't make it zero. You can differentiate between a rope of a weaver and that of not a weaver. And review this before the Remeir Dalton. Remeir says, you can undo a tie with one, a knot with one hand. That's not a knot that's Shikayama. This is no, it's depending whether it's definite or not. If it's there for the long run, then it's a Shikayama. It says in the Brisa that if the rope for the tail snap, the usher can make a knot. If you make a knot, you can make a slip knot. It says no, a slip knot is considered a regular knot, and that is usher. So what do? You use a belt and tie the two things together without a knot. Rav says that you could tie a cow to the trough with a rope meant for the weaver. And we're not concerned that he might undo one knot versus two. We'll take it back. A regular rope, you can only tie one knot. If it's already tied to the cow, you can tie it to the trough. If it's tied to the trough, you can tie it to the cow, but only one knot, not both, because you might do one of them in forever. Going back to the loom, according to Shmuel, you're allowed to carry any part of the loom on Shabbos, even the Kavod the Tachim, which are the heavy beams on top of the bottom that you wrap the garment around. According to Yehuda, he wasn't so sure. They asked him, and he said yes. He said no, he wasn't sure. Levi says it's us. Why? Carry those heavy beams, carry other stuff, not heavy beams. Even during the weekday, not meant to be carried around. The two beams that are on the side of the loom, of the woman's loom, the vertical loom, that are meant to be going to the ground, also take it on Shabbos, because when you take them out, you expose a hole. Now, to expose a hole in Shabbos is not a problem because the hole was there already beforehand. We see that halacha when it comes to vegetables. If you have a vegetable in the ground, put in when it was whole, to grab the vegetable without touching the ground, much to pull the vegetable out. The concern is since it's in your house, you might cover up the hole, that's also because of what? New Mishnah. You're allowed to fold clothes Shabbos if it's 4 Shabbos, and there are 5 conditions. By folding the clothing, you'll be picking out creases, but if it's for that Shabbos, it's supposed to do it over and over. The 5 different conditions are: it must be a brand new clothing, not old clothing, because they'll be creasing. Only white clothing, not colored clothing, because too many creases. Provided you don't have another set of clothing, and you do it by yourself, not with your friend, because your friend and yourself will pick out more creases. And that's to be for that Shabbos. You're allowed to make your bed on Shabbos if you're going to use it that Shabbos. But you're not allowed to make your bed on Shabbos or after Shabbos. The next step, we're going to see more about the halachas from Shabbos to Kippur and Kippur to Shabbos. If you don't have another set of clothing for Shabbos, you only have weekday clothing, you should undo your weekday clothing, make them longer like the wealthy people do, and it doesn't constitute diving because everybody understands that doing it will cover the beautiful puzzle from Navi that a lot of people say we Kiddush. We learn from the puzzle that everything you do on Shabbos must be different than the weekday. So, even your clothing has to be unique and special for Shabbos. Your walk should look different. The Gemara says you shouldn't take wide steps more than a wide. Now, a wide step is also during the weekday as well because it takes 1/500 eyesight, and we make killers Friday night. Drinking the wine gives your eyesight back. Some people say you put the wine in your eyes, according to some trying. Nevertheless, you have a really good reason to do so. You do so on the weekday, but not on Shabbos. According to Rav Huna, if you have a puddle in front of you, if you could leave one foot on one side and get to the other side without jumping, that's okay. It says Rava. What should you do? Go around the puddle, creating more different Shabbos. Go into the puddle. It might wet your clothing. You'll see it. That's awesome. Jump over the puddle. Preferable. Continue with the pasuk. Do things for the Shem Shemayim or a mitzvah like shidduchim, or discuss how much stuff you're going to get. That's allowed on Shabbos, but not business. Your talking on Shabbos should be different than talking on the weekday. Places points out Shalmi that you should let the amount of words that you say, like by his mother, Shabbos, she's quiet. Nevertheless, you let her think about business in your mind. Gemara tells us that dirt is exeris l'chamen. Since our forefathers were buried, also some people say all the shvatzim were Muslim from the Mabel are all over Babel. Therefore, you shouldn't eat the dirt yet. The problem is that everything became disintegrated. It's not there. Nevertheless, there's because of harm since it's unhealthy, like somebody wants to eat clay, and then he ate cress, and the cress grew in his stomach to the point it hit his heart, and it killed him. Naomi tells Rose, we're going to go into a bunch of psukim about Rose. She tells Rose, bathe yourself, anoint yourself, and then put on your clothing. Obviously, she has to put clothing on. What she meant to say is, put on your biggest Shabbos before you meet Bayaz. Gemara says, referring to Rus and Shmuel. They were told things, they did exactly what they were told with a slight variation. Rus listened to everything that Naomi said, but in a different water. She didn't bathe and then go down to the garden. She went down to the garden, to the field, and only afterwards she bathed. She didn't want people to think that she was there. Shmuel and Naomi heard voices. He thought it was Aiden. He went to Aiden and said, are you calling me? Aiden realized after a couple times that it was like a Baruch Hu and a Nevuah. So he told Shmuel, lay down in bed, and when you hear a Baruch Hu calling your name, say, Daber Hashem. Shmuel changed it. He said, Daber. You don't want to say Hashem's name just in case it was in vain. Boaz says, Lemi Anaro. Boaz look at women. The answer is that Boaz noticed that she knew these halachas. She was very smart. When she was picking up the grain off the floor, she was only picking up ones that were 2, not 3, like the halacha says. Or he saw that she was tsinua. When she was picking the ones that were upright, she stood up. Or when she was picking the ones that were laying down, she sat down on the floor not to expose her feet. When he noticed that Arba left and Rus stuck around and she was Dava in Nami. Then he realized that she's becoming a Gyaris for the real reasons, and therefore he was able to marry. Baya said to her, Baishi Haloim, which is a very rare word. And he was around her just like David HaMelech said the word Haloim, that you will have descendants, David, Shlomo, etc. But without Peter Bachayim, dump your bread into vinegar. He was hinting that you'll have descendants that are Rishayim, like Menashe, who is English Chelik Mabah, who caused the Kurban Abayit. But Tesha Mitzadek Baitzur, you put her on the other side of the table, the cousin in between them, to say that eventually Malchus David is going to split. But he's well college. Like the Gemara, David HaMelech accumulated wealth, Shlomo HaMelech had enough, and Chizkiah had too much. Some say it was Rebbe who had too much. In other words, he was so wealthy, Rebbe, that even his stableman had more wealth than the king. Sancheir, the Gemara, the Torah tells us that Sancheir is 180,000 soldiers that are consumed by fire. Whether they consume their bodies by fire and their clothing as is, or it means that the neshama was consumed. The is how to learn exactly that the body was consumed. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kufidal. Today's email picture comes from Montreal, Canada. This is Moshe after it says Moshe loves learning because of you hearing his reeling away and watching the shir at the same time. He's a 13-year-old buffer who watches the shir on Zoom every single morning. You should go with Chayil El Chayil. The Gemara tells us that his Baruch appreciates when you change your clothing for him. For instance, when the Kohen takes out the dash and the ashes, and it gets dirty when he goes back into the requirement of his day, he should change his clothing. We learn from your direct. If somebody's making a nice dish, but he gets the aroma, the nice kugel flavor from his dish, you should know pour wine in his rubbing the same clothing, you should change up his clothing. It's a bizarre for an Al-Khafam to walk around with shoes that two patches. One patch is okay. The famous Gemara Rebbeinu says, Al-Khafam who has a stain, a free stain on his outer clothing, this Chayv Misa, the Gemara dashes from the word Misanai. It's also to make somebody else hate Torah. And people are going to say, look at that guy, he learns Torah and this is what he looks like. Ravina adds, and he says, not only the outer clothing, but also the inner clothing that are not so noticeable, if they have a stain of Shikha Zera, also Chayv Misa. Ravina says, when Shikha Shayo, she go naked and barefoot, it wasn't literal. What it meant is she go with patterned clothing and shoes that have patches. You know that when you put something in the mikvah, if it has something on it, it's chaytzeit. It's not a good tefillah if you are makbid, if you care about it. So when it comes to clothing, according to one man, only this thing goes through, penetrates to the other side, then you care about it, then you send it to the cleaners, then it's a chatzitza. Rabbi Yishmael says, even outside, the Gemara says, what Rabbi Yishmael means is holding up banai. So one shot banai means the one that built the world. Al tikra banai elaboinayim. Coming the chachamim who built the world. Those, like we just said, have to be makbid on stains that are on the outer of the clothing. Shlomo says, what we're talking about, banai is not necessarily common. Rather, we're talking about a type of clothing. It's clothing for the VIP, the nice towels that they give out in the Kashima hotels. They are white, and if they have a small stain, people are makbid and they wash them immediately. Yanai told his sons, don't bury me in white lachritim. What if not Zonichan, I'll be in Gehenna, Shalom, and over there everybody's charcoal black. I'll black clothing, because perhaps I'll make it again, everybody's in white. So put me in these clothing that are clothing the garden, which are basically red. Yana was talking about the outer clothing, people can see visibly. And Rish was talking about an inner one. A couple of halachas regarding Khalid Chachamim, Rebbeinu says, we know that when somebody loses an object, he has to give simanim to retrieve it. But a Talmid Chacham doesn't need simanim. If he says he recognizes it, he give it back to him. But that's only Talmid Chacham who cares about inside out, doesn't wear his clothing all shlumpy with the seams on the outside. But a Talmid Chacham that wears his clothing inside out doesn't have this halach of tiyus eye. If a Talmid Chacham knows one is set inside out, You ask him Allah, he knows. You can be a rub on that community. If he knows in all of Shas Allah, because you ask him any Allah, he knows him himself is Kala. He could be with Farzal Tzibur, he could be the leader of Klal Yisrael, the Rosh Hashanah. Given that Chacham leaves his business in order to be Isaac and Kafs Shemayim, the community must support him. But bare minimum, the necessities. Torah says, Oylas Shabbos v'Shabbat. You should read the Quran on Shabbos. Now, the second word about this is extra. It's a riboy, but it also has a meal. It's an exclusion as well as the vav. So Rishmol, two things. First of all, Rishmol whole Shabbos has no. Therefore, if you have leftover carbon chalavim from Shabbos, Kippur, your Kippur falls out on Sunday. The vav, the meal, we learned that the reverse is true. If your Kippur fell out on Friday, on a mission, if Kippur can fall out on Friday or Sunday, you cannot put the chalavim on the mizbeach on Shabbos. There are people who hold that your Kippur and Shabbos have the same kedusha. And the pasuk is not talking about Shabbos and Kippur, rather the pasuk is talking about Shabbos and Yom. If Shabbos falls out before Sunday, in other words, Yom falls out on Sunday, you can put the chalavim on the mizbeach. The response is Paul says, if a person would bring his own private Lutava carbon on Yom to be accepted from him, so certainly you can take the Baruch's carbon that you always can make on Shabbos and you have left over and put it on the mizbeach. Or if he doesn't hold that, a person can bring his own Lutava, therefore, he uses the pasuk for numbers. Yom Kippur, which fell out on Motzei Shabbos, according to everybody, you don't do Havdalah, it's the same kedusha. If Yom Kippur fell on Erev Shabbos, according to Rabbi Kiva, you don't blow the shofar because there's no additional kedusha. There's nothing to tell us to be careful with. According to Rabbi Shmuel, if Yom Kippur falls out on Erev Shabbos, we do blow the shofar to tell people that there's a difference between the kedusha of Shabbos and the kedusha of Yom Kippur, and that's only important for another year when Shabbos falls out before Yom Kippur to know that we can take the chalavim and put them on the mizbeach. Reb Zera says there's no need to blow the shofar and let the Kohanim know this. There's a kind of called Kohanim's reason. Kohanim are very careful with mitzvahs, so there's no reason to blow the shofar for them. The fact that in the Beis Hamikdash they would blow the shofar an additional 6 times on every to tell people, hey, it's almost Shabbos. What about the fact that the Kohanim are reason? We must say that that blowing of the shofar is not for the Kohanim. That's for the Israelim, for the Levim, the people that live in Yerushalayim. Just like we say that Kulmi Hamalkish donated a beautiful gold menorah, so that the sun should shine on it and people should know when to say Kriyash. Now the problem is Kohanim say Kriyash way before that. Kohanim the Mikdash in order to be Mashal Shavanas. So we have to say Abai says that it's for everybody else in Yerushalayim, not for the Kohanim. There's a concept called Nivas Yerek, and that is peeling the bad leaves off a vegetable, which is also to do on Shabbos, much to do on Yom Kippur because that increases that nefesh, the fast you're thinking about food, and that's good. Hey, yet, if Yom Kippur falls out on Erev Shabbos, blow the shofar to tell people hey, permitted to do Nivas Yerek. And the reason would be that if Yom Kippur falls out on Motzei Shabbos, you don't blow the shofar after nightfall to tell people, oh, you're permitted to shecht animals now and do malach for Yom Kippur. Rabbi Yosef says, why? Because we don't break halacha, that is, blow a shofar, in order to allow people to do things. We blow shofar in order to tell people, don't do malach. Rav Shesha has a hard shot here. It doesn't really fit into the halacha of telling people to blow shofar Yom Kippur, therefore the Gemara is not. Shesha says, since this halacha is not important for this year, it's important for next year, so that's why we don't blow the shofar. But this halacha of shechting tonight on Yom Kippur is this year, therefore it doesn't really fit. What happens if Yom Kippur falls out on Shabbos itself? You do clean the Sierra. Machlokes. Ramona says it's also because we learn out from the word Shabbosin. We know that you can't do 39 malachas because it says Lisas malachas. So obviously the word Shabbosin, if you should rest, it's going to tell us this kind of this here. On the other hand, Rabbi says you are permitted to. What about the word Shabbosin? I have to say that in addition to 39 malachas, you're also over every time on a naseh. The word tells us that Rabbi's family, they did on a regular Yom Kippur, they were peeling nothing. But before midnight, allowed time, I was concerned that they wouldn't listen to him. He made up a story and said he just received it from the Vietnam from Eretz Yisrael. You're not allowed to do the Sarah. Even though we just said the Vietnam holds, you're allowed to do the Sarah. Wonderful thing. Shabbos Daf Vav. Today's email comes to us as a response from Reb Eliezer Kessler from Houston, Texas. He says, "Thank you for mentioning his wife's Tanakh Yomi program. And since then, over 100 people has spent. And when he was speaking to Yosef Gilead, in charge of sending out the Ibn Yosef told him that we have over 46 groups. So he does the math. 46 groups times 256 people. That's 11,776 people that Yosef sends out, which is true. Chazli Hashem, we have well over 50,000 people that receive the Daf from our app, from our website, from YouTube, from all, from Torah Anytime, and other. So Chesed Hashem, Baruch Hashem, tremendous brother. We have a brand new parak today, which is parak Kol Kisveh, which discusses what are you permitted to say in case of a fire up. Says the Mishnah, what if somebody's saving the Sifrei Kodesh, Tanakh, Torah, Nevi'im, Ksuvim? If they are written in Lashon HaKodesh, obviously you can save them. Even Ksuvim, which you're not permitted to learn on Shabbos, there's a Gzeira in the time of the Mishnah, because people love to learn Mishlei, Koheles, and Hillim, and they would refrain from going to the drushes and shul to learn halacha. So they say, even so, you can save Ksuvim. If they were written in other languages, according to the Mando Omer that says you are permitted to write Sifrei Kodesh in other languages, like the English and Archie Torah, you're permitted to say it. Obviously, you have to say it because that's Busha. But according to the Mando Omer, that's also to write. You have a machlokes, Rabbunim Rav Chisda, and both Rabbunim Rav Chisda have Tanoim that say like, but both Rabbunim Rav Chisda have to amend and edit our Mishnah, as you can see in the red word. Rav Chisda fit in better, so to speak, in the Mishnah. It's in the Mishnah that you can name Sifrei Torah that were written in languages, and he has a process like it. It says that Sifrei were written, or Tanakh was written in the language of Iftis, Matis, Ifris, save it because of the design of the Busha. What we have to amend is the end of the Mishnah, which talks about these. The question is, if you can save Sifrei Torah from a fire and carry it without a sheet of advice and go through the whole period of carrying, certainly during the weekday you should bury a Sifrei Torah like that. So you have to say that what the Mishnah means is even if the Sifrei Torah was decomposed, that's the Kiddush. Bury that as well. Rav Huna says you don't say it, and he has a Mando Omer, Rabbi Yossi. He goes like the Tanakh Rabbi Yossi, that holds that you're not allowed to translate Tanakh into other languages, and therefore if you do, you don't say it. Mishnah says, nevertheless, if somebody did translate it, you should bury it and be places for that sake. Like the story with Abba Chalafta, with Rabbi Gamliel. Rabbi Gamliel was the grandson of Rabbi Gamliel HaZaken. He was also the grandfather of Rabbi Yehuda Anasi, the author of the Mishnah. And he told Rabbi Gamliel, you must bury your Iyai that has a translation in Aramaic, translated in Aramaic. Just like your grandfather, Rabbi Gamliel HaZaken, he told somebody to bury Iyai on Harabais. And what that person did was, there was a builder over there that was building the stone, and he told him, put it underneath the stone. The Gemara says, another sheet, according to Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, you have to destroy it, whatever it was, and put it lay over. Says Rebbe, the little grandson, it doesn't make sense. First of all, there's no play, Harabais, no play. Second of all, how do you destroy it with your own hands? What you do is you put it in an open field, composed on its. To write a siddur, which was also in the time of the Gemara, each monastery does, right? Prophets, they have Hashem's name, they have Psukim, etc. That Rashi brings down, that are brought in tomatoes. Hashem's name. Fire comes, what do? You don't save it, you let Hashem's name burn. And that's where the saying comes. If you write down brachas, you're like burning the Torah, because in case there's a fire in Shabbos, you won't be able to save it. There's a story, there's a person that would write down his prophets, he wrote down Siddur, and he told Shmuel went to check it out himself. As Shmuel was climbing up the ladder, the person heard somebody coming, he realized it's from God. He grabbed a bunch of these Siddur, these prophets, and put it in a pail of water to raise Hashem's name. It says in Shmuel, the Avera that he did the second time is a lot greater than the first time. If a person wrote the Sefer Torah, in Lashon HaKodesh, with the wrong meaning, it's not going to last, it's going to fade away then. Rabbi Rahuna wants to say logically, you don't say Sefer Torah. However, there's a Mefurish Brisa that says you do say it. Brisa says, wasn't it all Tanakh and Megillah Esther? Megillah Esther has to be written from the Ashurish, the Moshe therefore, Rabbi Baruch, even though logically it didn't make sense to him, he had to give in to a Mefurish Brisa. I say that all the ink fell off. It's left with one Shem Hashem, one Askara, you have to say it. If it has less than 85 letters, you don't say it. 85, significance of 85, like the partial by even Toyara. Yarsa Dusa are two words in the Torah that are in Aramaic. If somebody translates those words, or anything in the Big Psulim, translates from Aramaic to Hebrew, those words and letters are mixed and they combine to the 85 necessary to say the same Torah. Rav Huna said letters have to be in one place. And if this says they scattered throughout there, Rav Huna has to explain this, right? The difference in Torah is decomposing and gather 85 letters from all over. You have to say. So Rav Huna is going to explain gathering words that contain 85 letters. If the words are all over the place, then they add up to 85. If there are individual letters, 85 letters must be in one spot. I mean, wonderful. Shabbos Daf Kufta Zayin. Today's email comes to us from Yankel Shepherd. During one of the shiurim recently, we discussed about making peace with somebody that you're in a fight with to increase achdos, to break this corona that is creating a divide. You can't go to shul, weddings, social distancing, etc. So he writes, hope you were all well, you and your family. Straight after shir yesterday, I phoned someone. Thanks. Way to go. Many of us will call out, reach out to people that we weren't on such great terms. You're right, during coronavirus, I learn every day, not 4 times, I heard myself, Hatzlacha Yankel. The parsha of Vayikra ben Tzayah starts with the upside down room and ends with the upside down. The shadow is what? Machlokes. According to Restream Gamliel, this parsha doesn't belong here. It belongs by the Golim. When Yehuda moved, and Ruben moved, then the Mishkan moved. And in the Mishkan, the Aretz, it should be over there. La'aseh Lavi, it's going to be there. So why is it here? Prayer wanted to break up 2 bad episodes in Klal Yisrael. The episode of the Safsuf where they complained they wanted to eat. So that was Vayisu Mahar Hashem. That was the Safsuf beginning. Then comes the parasha of Alright. And then later on, the parasha of Misoidim, they complained about how hard the way is. Rebbe says no, Vayikra Torah belongs right there, and it's to show us that Vayikra Torah is a secret by itself. According to Rebbe, we actually have 7 sfar, not 5 Torah. We have until Bamidbar is 4, Vayikra Torah is 5. After that, the rest of Bamidbar is 6, and the Harim is 7. The Gemara has a suffix. What about the margin? Excuse me, the blank part of the same Torah. We save that from a flame. Now, if there were words on it, the word where it says, I can understand that there's no teaching about it. There's only other things to work. But when it started out, and that's what it's meant to be, making it in, don't bring the radish in the touch the black parts of the place with your hand, you become healthy. It's one of the 8 commandments of the Quran. It's very possible that it only has a use of the rest of the same. As the Bible says, prayer to me, it says, and blink. And I like the best of the watch. Explain what it says. Those who do it. Oh yeah, that's great. Fucking great. Explain them. So when I watch this Netflix special, I got to ask them up to and to this day, that's the best special of the year. My hands down. It was a few years ago. He has a writing stand up. He comes out with a guitar. He does sketches. He brings things up. He does stand up. It's a party. He knows what he's doing. He's a fucking genius. And that was when he shot it the entire tour, right? Like that was, I think, like because he had the other guy playing the piano for him. That was a great trip. Something different. And remember I always told you, what have I been telling you? Sometimes you change everything, go to shows, with street comedians. Something's got to change. He changed right before he changed. He changed. Like he just said, this was a I don't like it, Doctor.
Right. I do not like it. I don't, it's for a certain person. It's for a certain person. Like that want to be the band. That shit drives me fucking insane. Okay. When you always think about the people that are hard to follow. Right. And you always think about, I'm going to have a hard time following Eddie Murphy. I'm going to have a hard time following Rock Hard time following Bill Burr. No. You look there and your stature. I just have to follow this fucking guy. And then not only that, like I used to have different fucking head. And I would have to follow this guy that didn't have a joke throughout his whole life. Nicest guy in the world. But then he went in the back. And this is this motherfucker will put a Tina Turner outfit. The whole thing. And say, like, couple Tina Turner songs.
But I'm a woman.
Listen,
There's a man.
Nobody can follow this dude. Were they laughing after this? Going fucking nuts. Fucking standing ovation. The people dying in the hall, holding on to their hearts. And you're like, I work every day with fucking comedy. And I can't get them to laugh one time. This motherfucker puts on a wig, goes up there as Tina Turner. And look at these white people, they're all over the floor. They're having a heart attack, giving a standing ovation. I couldn't figure it out. I could not figure it out. Right. And those are the toughest people. If done correctly, that you're going to have a follow. Because it's not a joke they're following. They just did like a music parody. That was the comedy show one night. James Steve is the third one up. And they fucking hated him. Everybody hated James Steve. Nice guy. The comics hated that. Oh, James Steve was a turd. I was in his face. James Steve was a black dude. You guys might remember he played the piano on the Stephanie Miller show at night. There was a show after Kettle or I don't know. This is 95, 96. So me and Josh went to Seattle. Seattle. Okay. I got the Vino and Bob. Very nice guy. I got the LA, he was sent me. He thought about to take a couple jokes. Good looking. Then the booty like fucking the black singer from New Jack City. At the end before they get shot, he's like, I'm Mary J. Blige. That's a woman. Whatever his fucking name, gay. No, tell himself that this guy's up there fucking. I want to be a but those black singers, just chubby black chicks go crazy. So fucking specifically, that's what go crazy. Is all the chubby white chicks and black chicks. And Stevie would say, one night from at the Improv, a little organ, he fucking flatlined the place. I left that back in my head. I got an organ.
How much of the height can you remove from that? According to Rabbi Shmuel, Meshach Rhythm and Breaker, you can only say as much as you need. In other words, up until the chest, so you can remove the Ivar. Or the Rabbanan, you can remove all of it. Fire says, everything that was broken, he did for his own honor. Rabbi says, in other words, that the animal shouldn't spoil, so you have to remove it all. It's better to remove it. Rabbi says that the third person shouldn't be laying around like in a veil. What's the difference between
Live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery. With the Tony Chan Orchestra. The William Montgomery.
No more Kiss Rock. So I had to confirm we're not a pot. Go fuck yourself.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery. With the Tony Chan Orchestra. William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. This week, Rattlesnake Dave. A performance by the Great Rapini. And a mysterious loaf of raisin bread. And now, here he is, the Big Red Machine, the Strangler, William Montgomery! exactly see what you were doing.
You're just saying, someone called in.
Whoa. But yes, no, it was very exciting this past weekend running into Julian from Trailer Park Boys. Really? Oh my gosh, it was very nice. I have to get a juicer, and I have to start eating putting 3 cucumbers in the juicer and 3 lemons, and then you drink that every morning. That's what he was telling me. Damn. And then it gets your body alkaline. So then you can't get the flu. Did you know all this stuff? This is what he was telling me.
Sounds very legit.
Yeah, but I told him, I was like, man, but if you ever got cancer or something, you need to maybe go to the doctor. But then there was but oh my gosh, he was so incredibly nice.
It's his tip?
Yeah, that's him. Julie and I, we got to be buddies, and then it was very regretfully, I wanted to get his phone number, because I wanted to, text him. I wouldn't have bothered him, but I wanted to text his ass. Yeah. And I don't know, but I did write down on my little note, my jokes were 3 cucumbers, 3 lemons, drink it every morning.
Is that what he's drinking right here?
No, that's probably a whiskey and Coke. That's what he was drinking, at least on, the other night, on Saturday night. And also, very special shout out to Kansei Yasuda. He was also there with me. We were talking to Joy. We were going to smoke some hash, but it didn't work out. I was very upset about that. What is hash? Is that it's like weed, I think?
Isn't it just another word for it?
I think it's something different. No, it's not like it was a powder that you can put on tobacco. You gotta get it from the Middle East. That's where his buddy from the Middle East was gonna come meet up with us, and it all fell through.
Well, we do have some surprise gifts for you. Gifts? Maybe gift isn't the right word.
Well, and I don't know. Yeah, don't spring some weird.
But we had some deliveries come in for you.
To here to the studio.
Yeah. I was gonna bring it to you.
Really? When did this happen?
It happened this week. I don't know if you were expecting this.
I wonder what happened at the studio.
I don't know, I guess, but
I hadn't checked the P.O. box.
I figured you'd be excited for.
I am.
Let me see.
Oh, really? Okay. But yeah, for anybody curious, anybody that grew up watching Trailer Park Boys, Julian is a real pleasure, and also the man who has his shirt off all the time, who eats the cheeseburgers. He was so incredibly nice. It was very nice talking to both of them. I was in Vancouver, Canada. Very worried. Okay, so you've opened this. And I don't know. Oh my gosh, okay, so some Tennessee stuff, and I do want to say Tennessee really shit the bed.
You're just telling me you love Tennessee.
Yeah, well, in my heart, for anybody curious, because people ask me, I'm sure nobody even gives a shit. My girl, a giant Florida Gators fan, but yes, I did go to Tennessee, and I do, totally love the balls, and the Gators really suck. There's if anybody who's associated with the Florida Gators team, you'll kind of do something about the coach. Oh my gosh, but I don't need to get into that. But yeah, oh my gosh, well, this is very sweet. Some good Tennessee gear.
Were you expecting this?
No. Okay. Emma Rackley, or yes, maybe I do. Emma, thank you so much for this Tennessee stuff. Oh my gosh, it's wonderful stuff. I love it. Yeah. Very cool. And by the way, for anybody wondering, this UT symbol, this is Tennessee. This is not Texas, okay? Great, because Grant, you grew up around here. When you see this, what do you think? Are you thinking University of Texas or University of Tennessee?
I gotta be honest, I went to the UT Austin, so I do not associate that with UT Austin.
Oh, you do not associate this with UT Austin? Oh, I thought this was like one of y'all's symbols.
That's your symbol, isn't it?
Yeah, but I thought it was like y'all's symbol. I thought maybe we had it first or something, but I just didn't. Cool. Oh my gosh, well, so sweet. Well, Emma, oh my gosh, thank you so much for the Tennessee gear. Very cool stuff. Oh my gosh. And Crockett, for anybody curious. And the dog. The dog is Bernard. He wanted to be a Saint Bernard, but he came out hound of some sort. He's a bloodhound, or what is it, coonhound? I don't know what kind of hound. He's some sort of hound. And I don't know his name. That's very embarrassing. What is the dog's name? Maybe you can help me with that. Somebody can look at it. I have no idea what the dog's name is. Or Tennessee, but yeah, Tennessee really shit the bed this past weekend. And shout out to Jamie, the man that gave me my Smokey. Smokey, okay, that's so embarrassing. Somebody's about, now I look like some giant poser. I can't think of Smokey. Yeah, that's a classic. Okay, Smoky Mountains, Grant. That's how I gotta remember that in the future. If anybody asks me, what is the dog mascot for Tennessee? That's what I gotta remember, Smoky Mountains. Smoky Mountains. But oh my gosh, yeah, Tennessee really shouldn't have been. But shout out to Jamie McPherson. He picked me up from the airport. Very nice guy. And then I watched the game with he and his two children. And then his wife and her friend were smoking on the patio, doing something. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know why I said smoking on the patio. That's like weird of me to say. I don't know what they were doing. It was just good, clean, honest fun, I'm sure. Just good, clean fun. We're in there watching the American football game. I think they're all thinking, who's this weirdo American guy? Why does he care about the sport? Because I don't think a lot of Canadians know about football. I don't know. I don't think the Canadian football is that popular up there. I have no idea. God, Grant, I thought you knew about Canadian Football League. I'm not very much help on Canadian football. Yeah, I have no idea either. We had a coach named Coach Rogers at high school. He played for the Canadian Football League. Shout out to Coach Rogers. He went to our tribal. He left the school I went to, and he went to the our tribal school. So I don't know what I feel about that, but I just hope Coach Rogers is happy.
Shabbos.Kutviches. This week's Mishpacha magazine has a 4-page write-up about fish from official catering in Baltimore. He watches our show every single day on Zoom. He's a big supporter of the show. And he writes in the beginning of the article, it says that he contributes a big part of what he's doing here, galvanized by an important life lesson he learned during Eli Stefanski's popular 8-minute daf shir on Brachos 53. He's referring to our regular shir, which is a beautiful life lesson. You could look it up, Brachos daf Nun Gimel, at minute 42. So, way to go, Reb Official. Talking about life lessons, today's daf is one of the most fascinating davim shots with so many different life lessons. It starts off with the famous machlokes: how many meals are you mechuyev to eat on Shabbos? Chachamim say 3. Rabbi Chitka says 4. From our Mishnah's mashma that it's 3. There's a Mishnah that says that if you only have 2 meals to your name, you're very poor. You shouldn't take from the tamchi, which is the daily tzedakah. If he has 15 meals, that means per day, times 7, 14 meals he has in a week. You shouldn't take from the weekly tzedakah. The issue is that on Shabbos at least 3 meals, so it should be 15 meals or 16 meals according to Rabbi Chitka. We must say like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva has the concept Asi Shabbat Tarif Lebriyos. It's better not take from tzedakah and not have 3 meals on Shabbos. But there's a Mishnah that says that if a poor person is traveling, you must give him at least a kikar bepunya, and it's a weight of bread and enough for a bed and a pillow. And then it says for Shabbos you give him 3 meals, not 4 meals like Rabbi Chitka. Rabbi Chitka must say that we're talking about a situation where he comes with a meal, and when he leaves, you're going to give him an extra meal. Tzedel l'derech. You're permitted to wash dishes on Friday night, because you need those dishes Shabbos morning. You're permitted to wash Shabbos morning because you need it for the afternoon. But you're not allowed to wash dishes when it's for after Shabbos. And here starts the agat of the sugya. If you keep and you are very careful about the shalish sudas, the 3 meals on Shabbos, you'll be saved for the shalish peronios, Chavli Mashiach, Gehenim, and the Melcham of Gagomar. If you're ma'anik Shabbos, meaning you delight in Shabbos, and the Gemara is going to explain what that means. They give you nachla b'lunat tzarim, heritage without boundaries. As it says in the pasuk, Os t'saneg Hashem, and later on it says nachlas Yaakov. You get the nachla of Yaakov, not Avraham Yitzchak. Yaakov was promised. That's the yom of the kedma. Says Rav Nachman, you'll be saved Meshibut Golyos, from the oppression of Golos. Rav says they'll give you anything your heart desires. What does it mean to be Ma'anik Shabbos? In those days, it was beautiful dishes of beet dish, or large fish with garlic. Every generation in every place with their own food with their Ma'anik. And if a person can't afford it, even if he makes one small dish of Kasset HaHarsana, the Kavod Shabbos, that is his Einik Shabbos. Rabbi Yochanan says, if a person keeps Shabbos, with all the proper halachas, even if he did have a desire like in the generation of Enosh, they'll forgive him, as it says, Ashrei Enosh. And it says, Kados Mechaloloi, we don't read it Mechaloloi, but Machul Loi. The famous Gemara, if Klal Yisrael would have kept the very first Shabbos, then the nations wouldn't be able to rule over them. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says, if they would have kept 2 Shabbosim, would have been redeemed immediately. The Gemara says, brings Rabbi Yossi 7 different that Rabbi Yossi says he wishes he'll be part of in Gan Eden. He wishes he'll be from those who eat Shalish Sudas. He wishes that he'll be from those who finish Hallel every day. Now it's also to say Hallel every day. What he meant to say is the 2 Mizmarim and Psuk Zimra, Hallelu Hashem and Hashemayim, and Hallelu Kael B'Kol. Rabbi Yochanan said, great mitzvah to daven just with the nights as the sun comes up, and to daven mincha as the sun goes down. From those people, he says, I wish I could be from who die from intestinal disease. It's Yisur Mechaprim. It gives forgiveness to the Averis. He wishes he could die as he's performing a mitzvah, and he wishes he could be from those who accept Shabbos early and let Shabbos out late. He wishes he could be from those who could bring people into the Beis HaMedrash rather from those who bang on the beam and say, time to stop, it's lunchtime. He wishes he could be from those who collect from other people money to give out to tzedakah, rather than to be from those who give out to tzedakah, because you could come into great trouble by making mistakes and giving tzedakah to the wrong people. He wishes he could be from those who are accused falsely. Like Rav Papa said, I was accused falsely and it wasn't right. It turned out to be wrong. Some explain that Rav Papa almost fell off a ladder, and he asked, why did he have a brush with death? And they said, perhaps he didn't give tzedakah to Aniyim. And he said, that's wrong. Or the famous story where a guy said, please sit down on the bed, and he refused to sit, and later on they found a dead baby under the bed, but nevertheless they accused him of killing the baby and he had to run away. Says Rabbi Yossi, I once had 5 relations where I repeated the relations, and each time I planted an erez, meaning Goladar, Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Lozer, Rabbi Chalater, Rabbi Tilas, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi. These are all sons of Rabbi Yossi. Taisus explains the famous explanation that he meant that he had 5 Yavamas. In other words, 5 of his brothers died, and he had to be Miyabim 5 sister-in-laws. And he was only Miyabim each one once, and he had 5 sons. And he says, and it's not recommended to do this today and to say this to your wife, but he says, I never called my wife, I always called her a house. What he means to say is that the wife is the main part of the house. She's the keres habayis. He never called his ox an ox. He called his ox a field. I never looked at my bris milah. So why wasn't he called Chodesh like Rabbeinu HaKadosh? Because Rabbeinu Rebbe, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, the author of the Mishnah, not only did not look at the bris, but he also didn't put his hands below his belt ever. Says Rabbi Yossi, I used to get dressed with such sneers that the ceiling is never seen the inside of my shirt. I never contradicted my friends, so if my friends told me, get up and duchen, be a kain, even though I'm not a kain, I would get up and duchen. In Lashon Hara, if you say something that can be explained in 2 ways, and you say it in front of that person that you're saying it about, that proves that you're not saying Lashon Hara. So Rabbi Yossi, I never said something that I had to take it back. The Gemara says, there were different Amoraim that said, I excelled in a certain mitzvah, and that should be my sechar. Like Rabbi Nachman said, I excelled in 3 meals on Shabbos. Rabbi Yehuda said, I excelled in Iyum Tefillah, having Havana by davening. Rabbi Shua said, I never went Daled Amos without a head covering. Rav Sheshes said, I was extremely careful with tefillin. Rabbi Nachman said, I was extremely careful with tzitzis. Rabbi said, Rabbi was very careful with tzitzis to the point where he was once on a ladder and one of the strings ripped. He refused to move until he was able to replace the strings. Abai was very careful that he would make siyum for different Talmidei Chachamim that finished Mesechtes. Have a wonderful day.
His father and mother.
Because sometimes people get their names changed or whatever, but yeah, that's good.
Yeah, like my name is Beef legally.
You're like, did you have it changed, or that's what your mom and your papa named you?
That's my birth name.
Well, that's sweet. What is it, a first name or a last name?
My middle name.
What's your full name?
First name Danger, middle name Beef, last name Mahoney.
Oh my gosh.
Shabbos Daf Kufi Test. Today's email comes to us from Tzvi Fine, a very inspiring email. He says he just recently made Aliyah, and his son Danny kept on telling him about this Daf Yomi Shir he listens to. Finally, during Corona, he was forced to stay home and decided to join the shir. Now, at the age of 75, I am finally hooked on a shir. I make sure to wake up early so I don't miss any of it. On a day that I cannot join in live, I listen to it on YouTube. It always amazes me how many people tune in from all over the world. You make it so interesting and even fun. I hope to be inspired by you for a long time to come. Thank you, to be fine. It's never too late, and it's never too early, and today is the perfect time to start the daf. We continue with the amazing sugyas about Kavod Shabbos and Shabbos Kodesh. Rabbi says that Talmid Chacham, who comes to him to be judged, he wouldn't go to sleep until he found something to make a schus for him and go in his direction. Rabbi Rashi says, I can't even judge Talmid Chachamim because I am biased towards them. Rabbi Chanina would put on his finest clothing and he would go out and he'd say, let's go out and greet the Shabbos queen, and the famous saying that we say, Rabbi Yana would say, Boi chala, boi chala. Rabbi Bar Menachem would make a tremendous amount of these oiled wafers, 3 saw. Rabbi Abba, he would buy from 13 different butchers meat, he'd bring it home, and he would tell his chefs, be energetic, hurry, make this one, and then I'll bring more meat later. Rabbi Avo, even though he's very weak, he sat on an ivory chair, he would fan out the fire of Anon, would wear black clothing for Shabbos to show that even though he's getting dirty on Shabbos. The famous saying, Rav Safra Machrech Reisha, Rabba Molach Shibuto, Rav Safra would singe the head of the animal to get rid of the hairs. Rabba, which anybody could do, the servants could do, but he wanted to do himself. Rabba would salt, Rav Huna would light the candles, Rav Papa would make the wicks, Rav Chizdo would dice the beets, Rabbi and Rav Yosef would split the wood, Rav Zera would light the fire, Rav Nachman Yitzchak would flip around heavy boxes and things for Shabbos. He'd go back and forth, and he said, it's as if Rav Ami and Rav Asi would be my guests, wouldn't I be schlepping their things? And the Gemara says, some say that Rav Ami and Rav Asi would be schlepping boxes there of Shabbos, and they would say, if Rav Yochanan was our guest, wouldn't we do this? The famous story of Yosef Meiker Shabbos. He was a wealthy guy who went to the stargazers, and he was told that he's going to lose all his belongings. So Yosef Meiker Shabbos, he had a trick. He took all his belongings and he traded them for one jewel. He put that jewel in his hat, he walked over a bridge, the wind came and blew it into the water, a fish came and swallowed it, and the fishermen took the fish out right before Shabbos. There was no one to buy the fish. They had a great idea. Let's go to Yosef Meiker Shabbos, who would probably trade in this unbelievable fish for the fish that he has, and so it was. And he became wealthy. He was able to sell that jewel for 13 attics worth of gold. Rashi says that's an exaggeration. Eliyahu Hanavi bumped into him and said, the idea is that whoever borrows the Kavod Shabbos Kodesh, Shabbos pays him back. Gemara asks, how do people gain wealth in Eretz Yisrael? They have the concept of Aser B'Shvil Shetis Asher. You give Meiser from food, you become wealthy. In Chutzlars, you don't have food to give Meiser from. Over there, it's because they are Mechabed Shabbos. Gemara tells us a story about this. Rukiya Bar Abba was a guest in Chutzlars, and they brought out a golden table that needed to be carried by 16 people. That's how heavy it was. And it had 16 chains of silver with all the beautiful dishes and food and desserts and fragrances. And when they put it down, they said, Lashem ha'aretz u'meloya. And when they took it away, they said, Hashamayim, Shamayim, Lashem ha'aretz u'san l'bnei Adam. And he asked them, why do you think you were zeicha to this? And the person said, I used to be a butcher. Anytime an amazing piece of meat, a cut of meat came in front of me, I would take it and put it aside for Shabbos. And so I would do the entire week. And he said, Ashrecha shezakiso baruch hamakayim shezakicha l'tach shezikecha l'tach. Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananya told the Caesar, you smell that unbelievable aroma? That's a very special spice called Shabbos. It only works for people who keep Shabbos. The pasuk says, "Toish Hashem Chuba," referring to Yom Kippur. We can't be mechaber food. Mechaber with a nice. Rav says you eat at a certain time. You should eat your Shabbos meal earlier, later. Rav Papa says those of us who are used to eating meat and wine during the week, on Shabbos, depending on what you do during the week, if you eat it at a certain time, either eat the meal earlier. If you eat it earlier, make your meal later. Rav Sheshes, who was blind, wanted to make sure that his Talmidim get to the meal on Shabbos at the right time, and he doesn't prolong the shear. So he put his Talmidim where the sun would hit in the summer, or where the shade would hit in the winter, that they would have to get up and run away and go eat the meal for Tainuk Shabbos. Reb Zera, who would see two Talmidim arguing and learning, he would say, please, I'm begging you not to be Mechal Shabbos. Are you talking, learning, and not enjoying the meal? You're not being kind the mitzvah of earning Shabbos. Rava says that an individual should say by Yechulu. It's as if he is a partner with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We don't read it by Yechulu, we read it by Yechalu. Together with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they created the world. You see from the creation of the world that words have power like action. It says in the pasuk, "It's Dvar Hashem," with the words of Hashem. Shamayim nasu. The skies, the heaven was made. When a person says Vayichulu Friday night, two malachim, they come in and they put their hands on his head and they say B'sar Avinecha. One of the malachim is a good malach, the other one is bad. When they come in, they find a candle lit and the table is set. Then they give a bracha. The good one gives a bracha that we should find this the following week, and the bad malach is forced to say amen. If Chas v'shalom, they don't find that he makes the klala, and the good one says amen against his will. A person should set his Shabbos table even if he's full and he's not going to eat only a kazayis, malav malka as well. Set the table, malav malka. If you drink hot water or bathe in hot water, or you eat fresh baked bread, hot baked bread, it has powers of healing. Rebbe Avo would shech a young calf, a tilta, the third born calf, so that he, on Motzei Shabbos, he would shech this so that he could eat part of the kidney. So his son Avini, when he grew older, he said, I don't understand, why don't you just use the one that you use for Shabbos? Erev Shabbos, save the kidney for Motzei Shabbos. So he tried it out, and he put the one animal that he was supposed to shech on Motzei Shabbos, he left it alive. And on Shabbos, a lion came and ate that. They didn't gain anything. Shmuel Levi says, famous saying, whoever says, Amen Yehi Shmi Rabba, B'chol Koichai, meaning with all his kavanah, with all his intent, they destroy 70 years of Gzar Din. If he has some sort of a desire that he did, he'll be mindful. Rish Lakish says, if you say Amen with all your kavanah, you open up the gates of Gan Eden. Amen stands for Kel Melech Ne'eman. The Gemara says that a fire is only found in a place where there's still Shabbos, and it happens on Shabbos where you cannot put it out. You want to give us 7 reasons why Yerushalayim was destroyed. Either because of Michal Shabbos, they didn't say Kriyat in the morning and the evening, they stopped the children from learning Torah, they didn't have righteous money, they took bribes. They didn't give each other musar, pechacha. They were mebayish tam chacham. Rav says whoever's mebayish tam chacham. There's no remedy for that. They stopped being truthful in business. Al tigu b'neshicha, don't touch my anointed one, means the children that learn Torah. U'b'neviyah al tereyu is referring to Talmidei Chachamim. The world only exists because of the Torah that children learn. And Abaye says that the Torah of adults doesn't compare to the Torah of the younger ones having a wonderful day.
So what do you think about Southern people,
Look at this athleticism.
I think I'm in your camp. I also think I'm done. Really? Yeah. Oh, stop. You're just saying that.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
I like the camaraderie. We can all be in the dumb camp. Well, beef. Oh my gosh, and I think that honestly is what the album cover maybe looks like.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chof. Today's email comes to us from Larry Jaffe from Silver Spring, Maryland. He says he's already 55. He started Daf Yomi a number of times. This is the first time that he's reached this far. Due to all the graphics and diagrams, they really help bring each sugya to life. Larry, to finish Shas with the Ezra's Hashem Yisbarach. We continue with the sugya of saving different things, a raging fire. Says the Mishnah, you can save even 100 meals if they are in a basket, or an entire barrel of wine, or a whole cake of fish. And the question is, why is this any different than the Mishnah we had a number of days ago, where you could save only 3 meals? One shot the Gemara gives us because we're dealing with one basket. One basket is less work. It doesn't matter how much is in that basket. If so, if you have an open blanket, and you take smaller baskets and pour it into that open blanket, since you're only removing one blanket worth, that would be a mutter, even though it's more than 3 baskets worth. We see something similar. If you have a barrel of wine that has a hole in it, it's dripping, you let another barrel, put it underneath, and catch as wine as you want. It's not limited. Another shot the difference is, bringing it to this chutzner, you let as much as you want. If you bring it to a different, you're limited to 3 meals. Says the Mishnah, you let call in for help and tell them food for yourselves. Now, if they were smart about it, they'll give back the food and charge that person for their time. Rav Chizah says we're talking about Hasidim who don't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Yes, he was mafkir everything, but he had no choice. He was forced to. So Hasidim don't want to take advantage of that. Says Rava, if there was such Hasidim, they wouldn't take money for working on Shabbos. Rather, says Rava, we're talking about Yirei Shamayim, not Hasidim, who don't want to take advantage of somebody else. They don't want to take from other people, but they also don't want to work for free. They want to be compensated for the time. So if they understand Hilchos Shabbos, they understand that since all this food is really theirs, when they give it back to the person, all they're asking is to be compensated for their time. And that's not considered Schar Shabbos. The Mishnah tells us that in order to save food, it has to be into a chutzner that has a proper area. Then the Sefer says, over here, Chacham were making and said it doesn't have to be a proper area. You could save different items that you have, not necessarily food. And when it comes to clothing, you put on as many of the clothing you have. You can put on 5 coats, 10 pants, walk outside, undress, go back in, and keep on doing this. If Yosef says no, you are limited to 18 clothing that were standard in those days, and only one time. Now, what are these clothing? The Gemara says it's an outer coat, an inner coat, a belt, a shirt, a robe, a vest, socks, the garters that hold up the socks, 2 shoes, afilios, a robe, like a mask, or a mask, another type of belt, a hat, and even a scarf that goes around the neck, and people would clean off their mouth and their. Says the Mishnah, that you're allowed to do gram kibur, causing at a later stage the fire should be extinguished, like by filling up a jar with water, and when the fire reaches that jar, it explodes, and the water puts out the flame. You're not doing it deliberate right now. It's a different stage. Gram kibur. Therefore, he also says, if, let's say a dresser is ignited, there's a flame on a dresser, shida pebel midah, you could take a piece of leather and put it on the other side, and when it reaches it, it singes the leather, the fire doesn't continue. According to Rav Shimon ben Nanas, Rav says, I hold that if there's a fire that's on a piece of garment, you're allowed to pour a liquid on the other part of the garment, and when the fire gets there, it'll extinguish itself. Rav Yossi holds gram kibur is also. You're not allowed to cause that at a later stage a vessel will explode or whatever it is, even though the pasuk says the word asiya, doing, and this is not doing, this is at a later stage. This is the concept that we have throughout the whole parak. Adam ba'olam hamayna. A person acts irrationally when it comes to saving his property, and he might come to extinguish the flame. Therefore, we limit it. If a person puts a candle on top of a plank of wood, deliberately, that plank of wood becomes a basis to that candle, and therefore it's also on Shabbos to move that plank of wood. Even just to shake off the candle would be also. If you forgot it there, then you are permitted to shake the wood so the candle falls on the ground, even if the candle is lit. The candle might continue burning on the floor, it might extinguish itself, but it's not 100%, and therefore it's mutter. The Brisa says you're allowed to open up a door. According to Rashi, there's a candle right by the door. According to Taisus, the candle is on the door itself. And if the flame goes out from the wind, then it went out. If not, not. Rav cursed those who did so, and he said, according to Rav Shimon, that holds Dover Sheinim Skav and Mutter, he didn't have any intent for the flame to go out. But in this case, since it's go out, that's called a separation. And even Rav Shimon admits the case that 100% is going to go out. It is awesome. If you open up a door and the wind helps a fire, let's say in a fireplace, fans it up. Well, it depends. If it's one of these fires, one of these winds that's a common wind, then according to Rabbi Yehuda, it's mutter. According to Abaya, we have to be geyser that it's also, because if it's a wind that's uncommon, that's also. So we have to make all winds also. We have to explain in Brisa and say that this Brisa has no Rabbanan and it's only Rabbi Yossi. And that is, the Brisa says, if you build a wall out of vessels that don't contain any water are not going to explode. For instance, a vessel made out of metal, or even earthenware that comes from different places that are very strong, from Shichin, from Canaan, then it's okay. Very interesting sugya. If a person has Hashem's name written with ink on his body, well, halacha number 1 is you're not allowed to stand unclothed in front of Hashem's name. So we have to make sure that it's covered. You're not allowed to go into the bathroom with Hashem's name. And you're certainly not allowed to erase Hashem's name deliberately. However, you're allowed to go into a mikvah, you're allowed to go into a bath, as long as you don't rub the name off and it comes off by itself. That's called a grama, and that would be mutter. Even according to Rabbi Yossi, because it says in the pasuk leisasum, you're allowed to do so deliberately, but the grama, it's mutter. If a person has a tefillah mitzvah, let's say he's a zav, and he has to go to the mikvah. Since you're not allowed to stand unclothed with Hashem's name, he must put something on it, such as a bandage, a reed. But he has to make sure that it's loose, that the water can get through, so that the bandage doesn't create a chatzitza. Don't cover with your hands, because you might forget that you're covering something, and you'll take your hand off and expose Hashem's name. Now, what if a person doesn't have something to cover his name? According to Chachamim, that tzil is mano, to go to the mikvah when the time comes, is a mitzvah and you must go right away. Chachamim say it's not a mitzvah. Therefore, go around, look for a bandage. But according to Rabbi Yossi, that it's a mitzvah to go right now. Therefore, don't look for a bandage. Go in and cover with your hand. And finally, if the ink is dry, then that creates a chatzitza. Same thing would be with blood, honey, milk, and ink. If it's moist, like in our case, then it doesn't cause a chatzitza. Have a wonderful day.
He's been really good. It's been really great. So, like your house sitting your grandmother's house, or she? Where's grandmother on vacation or something?
She's in Oregon. We have family in Oregon. They go out every year for that. So.
Oh, cool. So you got the house to yourself. Are you throwing a party?
Good. Would you come along? Would you bring in?
Yeah, Grant and I, it's been a little over 4 years, but I think the time I really need to start drinking.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chaf Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Yisrael G. He writes, I have to let you know how therapeutic this Urim are. I was driving back from the Catskills and was sitting in traffic on the 17th for more than 2.5 hours. I started a few weeks ago doing Chazar from the beginning. Now I'm up to Daf Chaf Zayin. Trust me, there's no better way to spend time alone in traffic other than your Gavaldic Urim. Thanks again, Yisrael G. This concept of Amir La'akum Shvus, it's also to tell a Jew or even to hint a non-Jew to do malacha for you on Shabbos. So what if you have a fire and the fire department comes down? So you don't have to prevent them putting out the flame, but you're not allowed to direct them and tell them put out the flame. But if a minor, obviously we're talking about there's no pikuach nefesh, if a minor comes to put out the flame, you must stop him because he's doing it al das of him to appease his father. Let's say there's a situation where he's doing malacha, not for das of him, for his own sake. Let's say he finds keys in the Rosh Hashanah and he wants them. You don't have to prevent it because we paskin that katan oichel velos. If a katan is eating, or at least this sugi paskins, if a katan is eating the velos, ain't bezem mitzuvim. They're not going to prevent him. The Gemara tells us that there was a fire in the yard of. He put it out. His friends, the Roman friends that he had in the government, and he said, "No, please don't put it out. It's Shabbos today." And the Gemara tells us he paid them very nicely, and a nace happened that rain came and put out the fire. Chacham said he didn't have to do so. As we learned in the Mishnah, if the guy comes, you don't have to prevent it. Rabami says that when it comes to fire, or any loss for that matter, you can announce and let it be known that whoever helps you is not going to lose. It will be compensated. You don't say so, you say it, you won't lose. And that's the halacha, but you cannot prove it from our Mishnah. Says the Mishnah, you can take a bowl, flip it over, and put it over a lit candle so it doesn't cause damage, over waste. The Gemara is going to explain, we're talking about chicken waste, which is muktzah, so that a child shouldn't come and touch it. And over, you can take a bowl, flip it over, and put it over and trap a scorpion. The Gemara says that according to Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, he saw somebody do so, trap a scorpion. He said, I'm afraid that he might be chayav achatos. Even though it's a lachshin from the gufa, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai holds like Rabbi Yehuda chayav. Gemara tells us a story that Rav Oven gave a couch to 2 out of 3 guests, to Rav Yehuda, to Rav Yirmiyah, but not to Rav Chanan, the son of Rav. And Rav Chanan took exception to that. And when he heard Rav Oven teaching his son our Mishnah, and he said that you cannot cover the waist of a child so that another child he said a Russian. He said, Oven Shatya. Oven is a shaita. And he's teaching shtusim to his child. Why? Because the feces, the waste of a child is not moved to a dog. It's right for Achias Kelef. So therefore you just pick it up and put it in the garbage. There's no reason to cover it. And there's no issue of noilad. Since you're anticipating it, you expect it to happen. And therefore, our mission is talking about the waste of a chicken, which is mukta. Yes, there's a concept of graf shalrei. Anything disgusting, you're allowed to move. The Gemara brings a story that there was a dead mouse by Rav Ashi, by Summon, and he said, pick it up by the tail and move it out. It's a graf shalrei. So too, the waste of a chicken should be mutter to move. The reason why over here you can't move it and you have to put a pee on it is because it was already in a pile, in a heap of trash in his own chutzner. No head to move it for graf shalrei. Shom Levi says that any animal that could cause damage, you're allowed to kill on Shabbos if it's chasing you. Now there are 5 animals, but even if they don't chase you, they're going in a different direction, you're allowed to kill them. And they are the Egyptian fly, very dangerous, the Nineveh hornet, the scorpion that lives in Chadiov in Iraq, the snakes of Eretz Yisrael, and a rabid dog, a mad dog, anywhere in the world. There's a Tana that said in front of the Rabbi Rabuna that if somebody kills a snake, ein ruach chasidim noichem mimenu. It's not in the spirit of the Hasidim. So he said, what you just said is not in the spirit of Chachamim. Chachamim are not happy with these Hasidim. His own father, Ravuna's own father, Rabba, said that somebody once killed a bee, and he told him, did you finish with all the bees? The bee has many friends. In other words, it's not a good idea to kill a bee on Shabbos. The Gemara says an amazing thing. If a person has the opportunity to kill a vicious snake, it's a big schus. It's megaglim schus al yedei zakan. But if he had a brush with the snake, and his life was in danger and he wasn't able to kill him, that's the reverse side. That's a sign that he was supposed to be harmed by the snake, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu made an ace that he shouldn't be harmed. So he has to start thinking what he might have done in order to deserve this. And that, the Gemara says, is only in a situation where the snake was hissing at him, and it was in a matzav of sakana. The Gemara does a story that once a snake fell in the Bismedrish of Rebbe, and Nivasi, somebody from Niva, came up and killed the snake. And Rebbe said a cryptic statement. He said, the snake met his match. And the Gemara wasn't sure, was it a good thing that he killed the snake, or perhaps it wasn't such a good thing. And the Gemara remains with the suffix. Rabbi Yanai said that you're allowed to kill a hornet and certainly a snake, but we can't bring a riot from that. Why? Because there's a concept called the fituma. If you're walking and a snake passes by, you don't have to go around the snake. You can continue walking. In fact, you're allowed to step on it and kill it on purpose. But it's lefituma. He's just walking. He's not going out of his way to kill it. And that's what the Shulchan Aruch paskins. When it comes to spittle, for instance, the Shulchan Aruch says we do have the concept of lefituma, but you can't have kavana. You can't do it on purpose. The Gemara tells us a story that Abba Bar Marta owed money to the Reish Galus. So the people of the Reish Galus brought him in, and they were tormenting him that he should pay back. Spit on the floor. So he said, cover the spit. So Abba Bar Marta said, what if to cover it? You just walk your feet to my, and it covers itself. There's no problem of boina, of mashbegumais. So there's less rule. This guy's a Talmid Chacham. Let him loose. Don't bother him. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
See, that's kind of getting a little steampunk. That's getting a little steampunk right there with the top hat. I feel like that's part of the aesthetic. Is the top. Yeah, I don't know how you did that, but if you don't, man, it looks like you're literally wearing the steampunk top hat right now.
Can I get some smoke out of my
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chobeis. Today's email comes to us from Alta Morel. He said he's been in and out of the hospital for the past year and a half. He had finished Shas once before during his trade in Manhattan from Long Island, I was in such a difficult state that I did not continue the daf until the end of 2019. When the new cycle started, I decided to try to get back to doing the daf, and then I discovered the 8-minute daf. It is an able to learn the daf, even when I'm having a hard day. I cannot thank you enough for this incredible opportunity, and I fall behind and learn Yomi. It's a lifesaver. Physical mitzvahs, Altam should have a full shlema. You should be zurich to finish shots many, many more times to come. The Gemara tells us that a candelabra, that's one piece, or a wagon that is small, you carry with one hand, you're allowed to carry it on Shabbos. Rebbe Chanina said that wine that comes in on a non-Jewish wagon, even if it has one seal, Rebbe's family could drink from it. The Gemara is only Rebbe. Rebbe is the Nasi and the guy with fear tampering with even one seal. Or perhaps the halacha is like Eliezer, one seal is enough. Says the Mishnah. Up until now, we were discussing forms of malacha. You're not allowed to benefit from the malacha typically that a guy does for you on Shabbos. If even one idea comes out from today's daf, I've seen many times people tell a guy turn on a light on Shabbos. They say the remiza, they hint, but the halacha is that if a guy does turn on the light for you and he doesn't have his own hana from it, it's not to benefit him. It's also to use that light or anything else that a guy would perform for you on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah. If a guy turned on a light, or he filled up a pail of water, he took it from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, or he built a ramp to get off a boat. A Jew could use it if the guy did it for himself, but if he did it for the Jew, it's also to use. The reason why we have three cases that are very similar is a concept when it comes to a candle. If the guy turned it on for himself, he did it for himself, then it provides light for everybody. Therefore, you could use it. When it comes to a pail of water, perhaps the guy saw that you're waiting for water, he had a little bit more. Kumashmal, you can use the water as well. A ramp is the same thing like a candle. A ramp for one person is good enough for 100 people. But the Mishnah tells us a story. The Gamliel and the Skanim were on a boat which docked on Shabbos, and we actually used the ramp on Shabbos. The Brisa adds another case. If a guy gathers grasses for an animal and he has left over, the Jew could use it. As long, says the Brisa, as the Jew doesn't know the guy. If the Jew knows the guy, then he's not allowed to use the grass for his animal. The halacha that you're allowed to take an animal and bring him and put him right over grass that's attached to the ground. Now, grass that's attached to the ground, for the Jew, it's also to detach toilets from the mechuber. This is the right. The animal is allowed to eat it. The man is allowed to eat. He's allowed to be toilets from shachar. However, it's the Jew to bring the animal over cut grass. It's a muktzah today because it was cut on Shabbos. And the reason is, since it's only muktzim d'Rabbanan, we're concerned that you're going to touch the grass and give it to the animal. If you just lead the animal up to that grass, that's 100% okay. Rabbi Gamliel, who used the ramp that the guy built on Shabbos, either we're talking about that the guy did it not in front of Gamliel, so he didn't do it for Gamliel, or we're using the concept of Ner Le'echad, Ner Le'meah, since the guy already built it, and it was for himself, so it doesn't matter that someone else is going to use it. It's just like a candle. When it comes to a bathhouse, or even a candle, so it depends. If the bath water was warm Shabbos, and most people in the city are goyim, you could use it immediately after Shabbos. But if most of the people in the city are Jews, you have to wait time after Shabbos that would take you to warm up that water. You can't benefit from the fact that the guy heated up the water on Shabbos. Now, we must say, guy did so because he had in mind to do it for the Jew. Once he heated up the water, what's the difference if the Jew is going to use it? But since he did it for the Jew, now we have a problem, and therefore you have to wait. The Gemara tells us the story. A guy came in to help Shmuel. Let's say Shmuel is at a certain fancy place, in a hotel. The guy comes in. Shmuel did not want to benefit from the light, turned away. But once he saw that the guy was reading a newspaper, the light, then he said, okay, the guy lit it for himself, and therefore I can use it. So let's remember not to benefit from lights that were turned on by a guy unless the guy benefits from that light. And with that we finish. Hadjalach Kol Kisvei. Says the new Perek Kol HaKelim. The Mishnah starts off saying that we're going to be discussing the different types of muktzah. Now we're talking about a kli, tool, a vessel that is designated and designed for something that's allowed to do on Shabbos. You're allowed to do something with it on Shabbos. So all kelim are to move on Shabbos. Not only that, there are doors as well. So if you have a basket, even if the door came off, even during the week, you're allowed to move the door. You're allowed to, but a house door, since the house is mechul l'karka, the door is mechul l'karka. If it came off the hinge, you're not allowed to touch it on Shabbos. The Mishnah starts off. We're going to see in the Gemara whether or not we're talking about klish malach l'isur. A hammer to crack open a nut. If you're doing it to crack open a nut, or an axe to cut the figs, a saw to cut cheese, the saw is klish malach l'isur, or a hoe, a shovel to shovel out the figs, to feed a small child, or some sort of spindle to spear a piece of fruit to put in a strawberry, says Rashi, or a needle to take out a thorn, or a larger needle for those who make sacks to open up a door. Abaya explains the Mishnah that even though, as I said before, these doors that fell off, even if these doors fell off during the week, the Brisa says that a shita table of a migdal, certain dressers and boxes, you can take the door off, but you can't put the door on. And when it comes to chicken coop, you can't even take the door off. So Abaya explains that there's a concept, yesh binyan v'stir b'kelim. When it comes to vessels, you're not allowed to build them on Shabbos, you're not allowed to take them apart on Shabbos. So he explains the Brisa, not that he is permitted to take the door off, rather the Brisa is talking about when the door came off on its own, and you're not allowed to put it back on. But certainly, you can't take it off. You can't take it off and you can't put it back on. Rava says no. There is no isser to build on Shabbos a kli and to take a kli apart. So therefore, you can take the door off. The only issue is to put the door back on. Zera, that perhaps you'll put it on better, you'll put cylinder, you'll put it in very hard, very well, and therefore you max up the patish, and that's also have a wonderful day.
National Football League, by the way, that's the biggest one. NFL. National Football League, NFL, and if you're a big fan of it, you want to make the games, I'm just going to say, a lot more exciting. You're really going to be on the edge of your seat if you're gambling on these games, okay? I mean, it's going to be real exciting. So get ready for that.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Gimel. Today's email comes to us from Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. He says his grandfather was 95 years old, just tested positive for COVID. He needs Refuah Shlema. Avram Ben Esther, big tzaddik, a person who for 75 years did not see his wife's hair. He's always the first one in Shul Vasikim, Refuah Shlema. We're in an amazing sugya of muktzah. We said that according to Rabbah, a klisha malach l'isur, designed to do a malacha that you're not allowed to do on Shabbos, you're allowed to, such as a hammer. You're allowed to use that hammer if you have a malacha that's mutter, like to crack open a nut. The question is, why is a mortar and pestle, which is designed to crush vegetables, that's a klisha malach l'isur? If so, it should be permitted to move l'tzor gufa if you want to use it for a permitted malacha. And the halacha is, according to the Brisa, it's only permitted if you have garlic in it. You're carrying it for the garlic. The Gemara says that goes according to Nehemiah, who's more strict when it comes to klish malach l'isur, and says you're only allowed to carry a kli for its design purpose. And this is not the design purpose for a hammer, let's say. Basil agrees to Shammai that on this, you are allowed to crush, according to Basil, meat with a pestle, but you're not allowed to carry it for no reason. And we must say that the pshat is that there's a new muktzah called chisaron kis. Muktzah chisaron kis means that if you have a kli that has a designated place for it, and you don't allow people to use it, you're concerned they'll get nicked. So that's muktzah chisaron kis. That's even more chomer than klish malach l'isur, such as a spindle for a weaver, a mallet, a clothes press. Rabbi Yochanan says that our Mishnah is talking about a goldsmith's hammer, and Rav Shemin says our Mishnah is talking about a hammer for a basam, that's a person that makes perfume. He's more strict because a perfume hammer, you don't want get dirty because that's not good for the perfume. Very interesting halacha. If you have food, such as a fig that's underneath muktzah, hay, or let's say you have a cake that's covered by extinguished coals, which are muktzah. One man says the only way you can take that out is if it's sticking out a little bit, you grab it by the mutter, you pull it out, and the coals fall to the wayside. Another man says no, you can actually poke it with a stick or something and pull it out. The fact that the coals, the hay, fall to the side, that's tutul min hatzad. Rav Nachman says, in fact, that is the halacha. The problem is that Rav Nachman once said that if you have a radish in the ground, pull it out if it's not attached to the ground, provided that it doesn't move the dirt. But if it's upside down, for instance, and you pull it out and all the dirt moves, you're not allowed to. You have to say that Rav Nachman took that back. Rav Yosef says, from the fact that you could take out a splinter from your finger with a needle, you don't need the eye of the needle. The fact is that by the needle doesn't have it's not tummy at all. It's that needle becomes a non-kli, and the tumah dissipates. By tumah it says kli masa. It has to be a kli from top to bottom. It has to be complete kli. Rava says, I don't understand. If it's not considered halachically a kli when it comes to tumah, then halachically it shouldn't be a kli by Shabbos. The problem is there's a brayso that says exact opposite of Rava. It says there's a big difference between Tumah and Shabbos when it comes to a needle. If it doesn't have an eye, it's not a kli for Tumah, and it is a kli for Shabbos. So Abaya comes to Rava's rescue and says, perhaps the pshat is, yes, it doesn't have an eye, but it's prefab. It's before the person had a chance to put the eye into the needle. But let's say the needle had an eye and it broke off, that's much worse. Then he already designates it for the recycling bin, and it loses its kli designation, and the tumah falls off, and it's not a kli for Shabbos either. To straighten out a baby's limbs on Shabbos is a machlokes. According to Reb Shimon, it's mutter. There's no fixing a body on Shabbos. It's not like a kli that you fix in Sakamon. According to Reb Nachman, it's also just like you're not allowed to take medicine to induce vomit, because that fixes the body. So too, you're not allowed to straighten out the baby's limbs. Says Reb Shimon. What's the connection? To induce vomit that's not the derech. To do so, to straighten out the baby's limbs, that's very much the derech. In fact, I have a raya. It says in the Mishnah, you're allowed to take out a splinter from your finger, and that's fixing the body. Rav Nachman says that's different. Taking out a splinter is pocket. The splinter is right on the surface, ready to be removed, whereas the baby's limbs need a lot of work. Says the Mishnah, if you have a stick to stir the olives in a vat, sometimes it's mikabel tumah, sometimes not, depending. If that stick has a knot where it's a base kibble, it becomes like a cup, you can put the stick into the juice and see if there's enough oil in it. Is it ready to go to the press? Then it's a kli, it's mikabel kli. It's just a simple wood, it's not mikabel tumah. Says the Mishnah that according to Rav Yossi, all kalim are not muktzah besides those that are muktzah machmas kesarim kis. He gives two examples: a very large saw and the blade of a plow. These are things that you don't typically lend out to other people. You're careful with it that you shouldn't get nicked. The Gemara gives other examples, like the laundrer's riddle, a piece that has a bunch of holes they do laundry with, a tanner's knife, butcher knife, and a special tool for carpet. Once upon a time, there was no muktzah. Everything was mutter to touch. But Chacham saw that people were being relaxed and they were Michal Shabbos. Comes along Nehemiah ben Chachalya and he says, everything is usher to touch, besides 3 kalim. And that is a small knife, a knife to cut fig cake, and a ladle. But then at different stages, when they saw that people started becoming careful, they added more and more until everything became mutter, besides what Rabbi Yossi brings in the Mishnah, a large saw, and the blade of a plow, muktzah sarkis. What exactly did they add, and how did they add it? What we have is machlokes Abaye and Rava, what they added on the 4 stages. And Abaye says one thing, and Rava adds one more stage. Rava is always one step ahead of Abaye. Abaye says the first stage was, they said that anything that's a klishim malachli leheter, you could use l'tzaref gufay for a function, but not for its place. And Rava says there's no such thing. So gufay and mekani go together. So if they were matter both. Then says Abaye, they said okay. They allowed even l'tzaref mekayimai. Says Rava, they allowed that the first time around. What they allowed, one more step. They allowed you to save it from getting ruined in the sun. You could put it into the shades. Says Abai, first stage was, they said, like a hammer, you could use if you have a malacha to crack open and up, but only the tzarech gufa, and not mekayma. Says Rava, tzarech gufa and mekayma go together, so they allowed both. But they only allowed you to carry with one hand if it was very light. So in the fourth stage, says Abai, they allowed you to carry with two hands. Says Rava, they allowed even two people to carry. The brisa that says that on the ducha, the mortar and pestle is muktzah. So according to Abaya, it makes sense. It was muktzah because you want to move it to tzarech mekayma. But to Rava, you have to say you want to move it the chamal itself into the shade. Have a wonderful day.
Officially, it's an expectorant, which means it just gets all the shit out, and that's kind of what you want: fluids, expectorant, and meow moo.
For sure. Well, good to know about Mucinex, because I knew it had something to do with boogers or whatever, just because of the green guy in the commercial, so I knew it was like some booger related. But I had no idea. Well, I hope everybody gets better in the band. I mean, hopefully
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chavdal. Today's email comes to us from a sunny Rishon from Restream. He says, perhaps in order to increase the viewership of the year, once people watch or get hooked, maybe we could offer if people get other people to join, we will learn for them, the fellow will learn for them, you will learn for them.
That's our handle.
Maybe we'll fly people in as an incentive to get many people. Bottom line is, research says that once a person gets a streak going, they will not stop, especially since the shir is so big. If you have a great idea, please share with us. If you have a great story unrelated to this, please share with us. Whatever, as long as we increase our business career, we can go to another field, just let's get people hooked to the doctor. As we learned, Nechemia ben Shachali came along and said everything is mutter, there's no such thing as mitzvah. He said everything is mutter. Says the Gemara, the Lazar says there are four Mishnayos rices that must have happened before they started relaxing mutter. And Rabbi argues on all four. The first one is our sugya medoifa. If you have a mortar and pestle, it's a question left with Israel, you're not allowed to crush vegetables. So you can't move it with your even unless you want to flip it over, use it as a chair. Not permitted. That must be before they relax and look. Rabbis no. That goes according to Restream, who says to not any fish unless it's for its designated purpose. You can't use it as a chair if it's made to crush vegetables. Second thing is on the shulchan, you have to come upon it, and in order for there not to be any mold between the bread, you put small rods. Those rods are traditionally not the heter, the whole bread. Yet the Mishnah says you cannot touch them on Shabbos. You have to remove them before Shabbos in order to take out the bread, and then you put the new breads in on Shabbos. And on Matzah Shabbos you reinsert those rods. It must be before Muktzah. Says Rabbi Nadro. Perhaps it was after they relaxed Muktzah. Yet it's only there to prevent mold. A couple of hours until Shabbos is over, you don't have to touch these rods. There's another halacha that for the carbon case, in order to remove the hide, they would put the animal on a hook. Not enough hooks are so many people. So you use a pole. You put a pole from person to person, from shoulder to shoulder. You hang the animal on there. But if everybody pulls it on Shabbos, don't use a pole. Use your hand. Put your hand on your friend's shoulder. You put your hand on your shoulder. It must be before they relax the muktzah. This is rather not true. So, since there's a way to get it, don't have to use a pole. Why use a pole? So these are things we have a machlokes. There's a concept called mustara. There's a bolt, and in front of the bolt is a knife. And you put it in the ground, and then shuts the door, closes the door, locks the door. Woman on the hold, you know how to carry that on Shabbos unless you took them in a tzad, you drag it. Must be before the gzera. Says Rabbeinu, perhaps it goes because of Yana. The halacha is you're not allowed to carry from your house into a chutzner, but the chutzner you're allowed to carry from chutzner to chutzner to your neighbor's chutzner. Here the shaila is the threshold that's outside of the door is that considered as part of the chutzner, and therefore I'm allowed to carry this bolt. Or perhaps it's considered as part of my house, and that's why this mandala holds you're not allowed to carry from the house into the chutzner. We have a Mishnah that's explained by Rambam and Rava. Rava adds one more step to Rava. Rava says the Mishnah comes to say, according to Tanakama, such as the bowl, the cup, you're allowed to carry it with certain let's say you need a place, even just not forget the malacha, I want to drink from it, but even if you need some room on the table, let them move it over.
Wait, what do you want to watch?
If it's a Klishim Lachim Isser, such as a hammer, only let's serve Kufa if I have to crack open a nut, but not let's serve Mekayma if it's on my bed and I want to go to sleep, I cannot move.
Just come out?
Comes from Nehemiah and says, it comes, the Klishim Lachim Isser, at the top, I can only move a let's serve Kufa if I want to drink from it, but not let's serve Mekayma. The big question of Gemara is, so how do I wash dishes? I have a dirty dish, I have a dirty bowl from the chunk. How do I bring it to the sink? The only reason why you bring it to the sink is because you want to make some room on the table. Says Gemara, the reason is because it's a rak sholei. Just like we said, you're going to move a mouse on Shabbos, a dead mouse, which is completely mixed up because it's disgusting. So the bowl is disgusting. Rava adds one more step, and he says, according to the Tanakama, Klishim Lachim Heter, not only can you move it, it's a move in Mekayma, but you're also allowed to move it Nechamal itself for loss prevention in order that it doesn't get damaged in the Rams and Klishim Lachim Isser, you can move it even L'tzarech Mekayma, not only L'tzarech Mekayma, but even Mekayma. You have a hammer on the table, you need the room, you move the hammer off. In Nehemiah, Klishim Lachim Heter, you can move with Kufa and Mekayma, but not Nechamal itself. Rav holds exactly like Rava, but Klishim Lachim Isser, you let him move. He says, you're not allowed to move it for loss prevention. If you're worried that your Klishim Lachim Isser will get stolen, you're not allowed to move it indoors. As we said, that you're not allowed to move the family itself. According to Rava, why can't you move on the Daicha or more? He said you can move in the church, moving the thing, and it's talking about move it in the family itself. It says that on Yantiv, you're not allowed to support a pot, let's say a wobbly child, you can't put a shim of wood underneath it. The question is, why not? According to both Rab and Rava, the Shimon Mutter would be okay because this is the Klishim Lachim Heter. On Yantiv, you're allowed to make fire with wood. This is Klishim Lachim Heter. The answer is, because on Yantiv, we made it clear. A piece of wood, on this is also, so too on Yantiv. It should be Mutter, but it's present Shabbos also. Why is this on Shabbos? Klishim Lachim Isser should be Mutter to do the Tzarech Kufa. The answer is, because it's not a kli. If it was a kli, correct, but this is something else called mutza. It's like a wrap. It's a piece of wood. It's just a piece of wood. It's not in a kli. Therefore, it's also to move on Shabbos with Tzarech Kufa. If you're telling me that anything that's also on Shabbos we make also on Yantiv, why is it that you could bring fruit that you're concerned that are going to get damaged in the rain? There's a loss prevention. You can bring them into your house through a skylight, but on Shabbos you can. Shouldn't we make that zero? Says the Gemara, that goes according to Beis Hillel. Beis Hillel hold that you're allowed to carry on them. You type. Since it's mutter to carry the tzarech for food, so I'm allowed to carry a child, a little, etc. Rishonim say no. You can only carry food, you can't carry children and shitty tired. And therefore, Beis Hillel are going to be the ones that hold that you're allowed to bring something from the skylight, and Rishonim say you can. Rav Mari held like Rava. He asked Rava, if I have a pillow, which is a Klishim Lachim Heter, can I move it out of the sun? And Rava told him yes. He said, but why? He said, because you need it for guests. He said, but I have enough for guests. So Rava said, oh, you hold like Rava. If you hold like Rava, then the entire world of Klishim Lachim Heter is mutter to carry from Hamal itself to loss prevention. But for you, since you hold like Rava, it would be also a broom, a sweeper to sweep the table. It's made out of cloth. It's a Klishim Lachim Heter. You let it move it on Shabbos. So a regular broom, in the time of the Gemara, since the floors were made out of dirt, that would be mashed with gumas filling in the holes. It becomes a Klishim Lachim Isser, and you're not allowed to move it from the sun to the shade, but you'd be allowed to move it. The Tzarech Kufa during the time. The Mishnah says all vessels, even if they break, you're allowed to move the parts, the pieces, and that is if that piece should function in some sort of malacha. So let's say if it was a bowl and it broke, so you take the bowl with the broken piece and you cover something with it. The Mishnah says no. The only time you can move that piece is if it remains with the same function. So if it was a bowl, you could actually still put something in that small piece, but just if you can cover it, that's not considered a malacha. The Shmuel explains, the machlokes is when the piece is broken on Shabbos, the Tanakama says it's clean, and it doesn't matter what malacha does. And it says this is considered malacha. It was just born today, brand new clean, and it has to be the same malacha. But it was broken on Shabbos. Everybody agrees that it's mutter the malacha. There are prices, says the Gemara. One says that you could make a fire with the actual cleat, but not with broken parts. That goes according to Yehuda. That says that noila is muktzah. According to Shimon, that noila is not muktzah. It's right with the next verse where it says you can use even broken pieces for a fire. And the one that says you can't even use a real kli for a fire is Rabbi Nefendi, who holds that a kli is designed only for its purpose, and since this is not designed to make a fire out of it, it's also on Shabbos. A wonderful day.
I wish this microphone something. Big Macs. Jethro Tull, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Greco, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Luke Blue. Love looking at Mr. Flipper, Easton, Alex, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Floyd, Apollonia, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Butt, Robert Bush, Ruby Jewel Sparkle, Shinna Kaya from the Big Island, Sat Rat.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chapei. We plan on making a one-of-a-kind siyum from Masechet Shabbos on Zoom, where all the viewers from all over the world, from Australia, from South Africa, from Muncie, from Borough Park, from Chicago, Switzerland, England, Italy, many, many more, are all going to join us on Zoom. Each location, each city is going to have one place where everybody's going to gather, and we're going to transmit. There's going to be a speech from there. So we have Yossi Klein from Superior Piping or Plumbing in Muncie, says that he's willing to take on, he wants to be the representative of Muncie, and he's going to organize the Muncie Affair, and he wants to put advertising in the papers, etc., etc. So thank you, Yossi Klein. According to everybody, if you have a broken piece of a kli, it's not muktzah if you're in a chutzner. Because in a chutzner, there's always something you can use that broken piece for to cover a battle, etc. If you're in a carmelist, there's not place. According to Shmuel, there's nothing you can cover in a carmelist, you're not going to find open battles, muktzah. According to Rav Nachman, there's spit on the floor that, let's say you're sitting and schmoozing, you want to cover that spit. According to Rava, it goes even further. Since it's a kli and it's not muktzah in a chutzner, so you can never remove that name of a kli from it. So even in Rosh Hashanah, it's not muktzah. In fact, there's a story. Rava's shoes got really dirty with mud, and his shamish came and he found a piece of earthenware on the side in Rosh Hashanah, and he started scraping off the mud. So Talmidim started screaming, "Shabbos, Shabbos, what are you doing?" Says Rava, these Talmidim, not only they're amarats, they never learned the halacha, but they go and they spread their mistakes to other people. It's not muktzah. Since it's a kli in Rosh Hashanah, so it's a kli in Rosh Hashanah. If you have a broken bag, but the lid is intact, you're allowed to move both the lid and the broken pieces, provided that you don't smooth out a barrel in order to make cover. That would constitute makeh. Depends when you threw it out. If you threw it out before Shabbos, you're showing it's no longer necessary. It's not a kli, so therefore it is muktzah. If you threw it out on Shabbos, it's too late. You can't take something that's a kli already and say now it's not a kli. What if you take a shirt, a perfectly good shirt, throw it in the garbage? Any kind of begging. Even if you throw it out on Thursday into the garbage, it's not. It's not similar shirt. You cannot take everything good to kli and make it non-kli. A broken piece of reed mat is not muktzah because it serves the same purpose as a very large mat. Large mat could cover dirt, could cover waste. So too, small pieces could cover dirt. A piece of a talis gadol, a talis of a mitzvah, up until 3 fingers is considered a beged. Less than 3 fingers, even a poor person doesn't keep. But if it's not a talis shel mitzvah, then even less than 3 fingers has purposes. If you have broken pieces of a oven is made out of wood, and we're talking about an oven that was already had hesed risha, meaning it was heated up and hardened. According to Rameir and Belazim Yaakov, which the halacha is always like Belazim Yaakov, you could carry these pieces, the same reason we said before. You could, yes, they don't serve as an oven, but they could serve as a battle cap. The Rebbe says battle cap is considered noilak. It was just created right now, therefore it's muktzah. Rav Ashi says we're talking about you want to take a piece of an oven and put it sideways and bake lafa pita on top of it. Now typically you bake it sideways, vertically. Says Rameir to Yehuda, don't you agree to me in this case that it's not muktzah, it remains with the same usage since I'm using a broken piece of an oven as a real oven, it should remain a kli. Says Yehuda, because beforehand the fire is on the bottom and the lafas and the pitas were vertical. Now the fire is outside and the lafas are horizontal. It's not serving the same way, and therefore it's muktzah. Rava says we have a machlokes whether or not broken pieces of an oven that were not connected to the ground, that's not considered an oven at all. It's not considered an oven. It's muktzah. It's not a kli. According to Chachamim, it's considered an oven, and therefore it's not muktzah.
No way, that's a real person.
The Gemara tells us they learn it from the Tzukim Yutats and Tmeim Yilochem. Rav Elazar and Yaakov says a cover of a kli does not need a handle. Says the Mishnah, if you take a stone in order to put weight on a pumpkin pail so that the pail goes in and can draw water, if you tie it properly through the pail, it's not muktzah, it becomes part of the pail. If you have a stone, similar case, a stone on top of a barrel, you take the barrel, tilt it, that's the tzad, and the stone falls off. What if you're concerned that the stone will break another barrel? You lift the entire barrel up, move it to the side, and tilt it over there. That's in a case where you completely forgot about the stone. What if you didn't forget about the stone? You put it there purposely. So we have Machlekes Rav Ami and Rav Asi. What Rav Yochanan said? Rav Ami says that the barrel becomes a basis to the stone, and therefore the barrel becomes muktzah. Basis and davar else is muktzah. And he says that it's very different than a pail. In the pail, it was tied down with a string or something. Over here, the stone is just laying there. And Rav Ami holds that you don't need to take action when it comes to, you need to take action when it comes to making a stone non-muktzah. You have to tie it to a pail or something of that sort. Rav Asi says the opposite. If you put a stone on top of a barrel, it's completely not muktzah because you created a covering for the barrel. And it's not similar to the case in our Mishnah where you put a stone into a pumpkin when it's not tied down that you're not allowed to use it. Because over there it just becomes bottle, it's going to fall out. And Rav Asi holds you don't have to take action on a stone. Similarly, we see when Rebbe came to a certain city, he told his Talmidim to go out and make those stones designated for sitting on them on Shabbos. So we have the same exact machlokes. According to Rav Ami, there's no action taken, and all they did was they designated their head so that they shouldn't have to move it on Shabbos, and the stones are muktzah. And Rav Asi says there was action taken, but then cleaning off the stones, that is the action necessary. Rabbi Yossi ben Shaul says what happened over there with Rebbe was there's a bunch of beams, and they were miyach the beams, and Rabbi Yossi ben Shaul says it wasn't beams, it was a special piece of wood, a feeler for a boat. Now, if you say it was beams, a feeler for a boat is different. Because a feeler for a boat, people are very careful with it. It's an expensive piece of equipment, and that would remain muktzah. Says the Mishnah, if I have a pail, and I tie the pail to a vine, the only way that vine is not muktzah and I'm allowed to use the pail is if I tie it. Otherwise, I cannot use it. Even Rav Shimon Gamliel typically says you don't have to take action. You just think about it and have intent in your head that makes something like a vine, a stone, a piece of palm tree. I can make it non-muktzah with a thought, but in this case, you agree you have to tie it. Two reasons. Either because we're talking about that the vine is still attached to the ground and it's within 3 tefachim of the ground, or because the vine is so soft and concerned, will have left over and will be sticking out and they'll cut it off. And cutting it off on Shabbos is making so we made it. If a person has shutters, so according to Rebbe Lezer, the Mishnah says, these shutters, in order to close up a window on Shabbos, they have to be hanging and tied. According to Chacham, it's not necessary. The Gemara explains what that means. There's an isser to make a rooftop on Shabbos, even on Yom Tov. And there's a machlokes. What if you already have a partial roof? Can you add to the roof? The same machlokes would apply, although it's a very different case, on a vertical wall by a shutter. Now, typically there is no mechitza on Shabbos. There's no issue to build. Rebbe Lezer holds that since very shutter, but it's a permanent wall, it's awesome. Chacham say it's not awesome. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, that's why I always bring friends on the road. You don't want to be like that weirdo in the hotel room by yourself.
Yeah, and then you take a nap and the sun goes down while you're napping. That's the worst feeling. When I do that, it feels like I'm haunting the audience. Like I'm like, you guys are in a different reality, and I'm intruding on where you're at.
The weird one is when you wake up and you don't know what's in here.
Yeah, that's why I got the dog. I was so sick of that feeling. I was so sick of waking up being like I've been abducted.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chav Vav. Today's email comes to us from Craig Goldman from West Orange, New Jersey. He says he started off the new cycle with 8-minute daf and eventually made his way to the full daf. And since then, he's never missed a single daf. He would love to be the representative of West Orange, New Jersey. So, Craig, you are the official representative. Anybody that wants to be mishtatev in the Siyum of Shabbos should contact you, and you'll arrange everything. Beautiful. We're talking about window shutters. According to Chachamim, if you have a window shutter sitting right by the window, designated for the window, it's not considered baina. You're allowed to put the window shutter in. It doesn't have to be tied. It doesn't have to be hanging. According to Rebbe Lezer, you need 2 conditions. The window shutter has to be tied and hanging off the floor. Only then are you allowed to put the window shutter in. Something very similar is called a neger. This is a bolt that goes into the door. To shut the door closed, make sure nobody opens the door. According to Rebbe Lezer, if it's just sitting there next to the door, there's an Issur D'Oraisa to insert the bolt in its place. If it's tied, but not hanging off the floor, it's touching the floor, you could only use such a bolt in the Beis Hamikdash. Other places, this is Isur D'Rabbanan. If it's laying on the floor, then even in the Beis Hamikdash, they use it even though it's not tied. And if it's tied, not hanging, then you can use it every time. According to Rav Shimon Gamliel, it doesn't need to be tied and doesn't need to be hanging. As long as you designate this bolt in your mind, you can use the bolt. Rav Shimon Gamliel says it's halacha, even by palm trees, by palm branches that were designated for fuel, and then you decided to designate them for sitting. Just because you did so in your head, that's enough to take them away from the category of moktzah. The Yochanan agrees with Shimon Gamliel that you can designate something in your mind, but he says there's one stipulation. Whatever it is, let's say it's a bolt or even a branch, has to serve as sort of kli, has to serve in some sort of way. Rabbi Yitzchak Nabcha got up and darshan in front of the house of the Rish Golos, and he said the halacha is like Rabbi Eliezer. When it comes to a shutter, you need two conditions: it has to be hanging and it has to be tied. However, from the final Mishnah in our Masechta, the Mishnah brings a story that they wanted to plug up a window and they used the kli. Now this kli was not tied and wasn't hanging. From the fact that they brought it was an actual story, that's a lot more powerful than halacha. You see that that's how we pass it, because we actually did so in a true story. Says the Mishnah, if a kli, a vessel, you want to be able to move it on Shabbos, it has to have a handle. And Rabbi Yochanan explains that's dafka if it serves as another melacha, for another melacha. Rezi says this handle is only when it comes to a ground covering, but any type of kli doesn't need a handle. So the Gemara explains, when it comes to ground covering, everybody agrees that it needs a handle. Then when it comes to kli, everybody agrees it doesn't need a handle. The machlokes is when you put a kli in the ground, do we say that you might confuse this kli for ground covering or not? And with that, we finished the perek Kol HaKelim. Ranu perek Mefanim. Says the Mishnah, if you have a room with weak hay, you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos because of the exertion. However, if you're doing it for a mitzvah, you're allowed to move 4 to 5 boxes. And the Gemara is going to explain whether that's literal or just that's the way we speak, 4 to 5. If you need the room for a shear or for achmasas archim, you can move 4 to 5 boxes. But not more, says the Mishnah, because more than that, more than 4 to 5 boxes would be a tircha, would be too much exertion. The Mishnah goes on to give a list of different things that are not muktzah, such as food that you remove the truma for the kain, so it's mutter to eat. But food that you didn't take off trumas and maestros is muktzah because it's not permitted to eat on Shabbos. D'mai, food that we don't know if the Hamars remove the truma is mutter. The Gemara will explain. Meiser Rishon, that's the 10% that the Yisrael gives off to the Levi, and the Levi removed the truma. The Gemara will explain as well. So that's Meiser Rishon. Meiser Sheni, that's the 10% you take for yourself. That's what you have to bring to Yerushalayim. If you don't want to bring to Yerushalayim, you redeem it. So we're talking about the Shredim. So it's not muktzah. Hegdish, if you want it, you have to redeem it. Not muktzah. If you don't redeem it, or Meiser Sheni that you didn't redeem, it remains muktzah. Says the Mishnah, turmas, type of a bean. If it's dry, it's not muktzah because you can feed it to your goat. If it's moist, even a goat won't eat it. It's muktzah. There's something called luf, which the Tanna Kama says is muktzah. Mustard seeds are muktzah. Rav Shimon Gamliel says luf is not muktzah, since it's raven food, and wealthy people have ravens. Now, a typical person, says Rav Shimon Gamliel, is considered wealthy and is considered a prince because all of Klal Yisrael are princes. If you have a bundle of straw or branches, if you designate it specifically for animals, then it's not muktzah. So Reb Chizda comes along and explains the Mishnah. When the Mishnah says you can move 4 to 5 boxes of hay, the Mishnah was very specific. If it's a small room, you can move 4 out of 5 boxes. You have to leave 1 box worth of hay on the floor, so you don't expose the floor, so you don't come to be mashva gumas to smooth out the floor, which is an isser of bite. If it's a larger room, then you're permitted even 5 boxes. But you have to leave some over so that you're not mashva gumas. If it's a large storage room, it's also to start removing hay from it, because we go like Rabbi Yehuda, that there is muktzah. In other words, something that was designated as storage before Shabbos remains muktzah throughout Shabbos. Shmuel says no. We're going according to Rabbi Shimon, that there is no muktzah. Just because it was designated in a certain way before Shabbos doesn't make it muktzah through Shabbos. And when we say 4 to 5, that's just a figure of speech. That's how people speak. So therefore, I can remove even more than 5 boxes. And when the Mishnah says you cannot remove a storage facility, it just means that you have to be careful now the floor. But again, he holds like Reb Shimon that there is no muktzah bein hashmashos. Have a wonderful day.
When you get all that fake shit, you're just keeping a person alive. I've tried to describe that on stage so much where I'm like, doesn't it bother you that you're concealing your death there? You know what I mean? Like, and that movie portrayed that perfectly. Where it's just a fucking.
That's kind of ironic. Demi Moore looks insane good at 62. Played that lady.
Yeah.
You know, because like.
But I liked that because it showed like even when you saw her weird.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chav Zayin. Today's email comes to us from Shia Berkowitz from Montreal. He says he's doing everything he can to spread the word about the shir. I personally watch the shir every day on Torah Anytime. Thank you again. Appreciate your effort tremendously, Shia. Thanks, Shia. We're talking about storage of wheat. You're not allowed to move any of it on Shabbos. What is storage? A lesach, which is 15 sa. But there's a trick. If you're stuck on Shabbos and you need to make room, you can walk in and out of the storage and move the wheat with your feet. Chia says, if you never started using the storage before Shabbos, then once Shabbos comes, everything in storage is muktzah. Even doesn't hold a muktzah in situation, and therefore, even if you didn't use it before Shabbos, it's not muktzah. The Gemara is mesupah. What's better? For exertion on Shabbos, is it better to make trips, but carry less weight and walk more? That says you should walk less on Shabbos. But there's contradiction in the Brisa. One Brisa says you should carry 4 to 5 boxes of wine and oil when you're trying to remove them from a plate, from a room. The other Brisa says 10 or 15. Which one is it? Perhaps there's no contradiction. We're talking about 4 to 5 boxes. The question is, how many jugs are in the box? Maybe each box consists of 2 jugs, that's 10 jugs, or 3 jugs that would consist of 15 jugs. The halacha is, you're allowed to remove 4 to 5 boxes per guest. So if you have 4 guests, that's 20 boxes. The Gemara asks, is it one person removing all 20 boxes, or perhaps you have to break it up? Each individual can remove 4 to 5 boxes. From Rebbe and Reb Chia, you can't bring a ride. Rebbe and Reb Chia came to a certain place. They were given a base measure to teach, and he saw there's not enough room. They went out into the field, and they made room in the field. They moved a lot of wheat out of the way. Perhaps over there, Rebbe didn't do it himself. Rebbe was a Nasi. Or it was too much work for him, says Tais. He gave it to other people to do. He said that one person could do it all. Rav says, from our Mishnah, you see that Achnasas Archim just as important as learning, waking up early for Torah, because the Mishnah gives us 2 examples of 2 mitzvahs that you do, and that you can make room in the room for it. First one is Achnasas Archim, you make room for the guest, and Talmud Torah is second, you make room for a shir. Rav Dimi says, in fact, Achnasas Archim is more important than Talmud Torah because it's mentioned first in the Mishnah. One of the famous Mishnayos. We say it every day, but we say it slightly different. These are the mitzvahs that you are awarded, you reap Paris in this world, and the rest remains over for Olam Haba. Which are the 4 things? Kibud Av Elohim, Gemilas Chasadim, Hava Shalom, creating peace between 2 people. The Talmud Torah, learning Torah, supersedes everything else. The question is, we have different Mishnayos that say different things. The Gemara explains, Hachnasas Archim and Bikur Cholim are included in Gemilas Chasadim. Not only that, Iyum Tefillah, having Kavan and Davening, is also considered Gemilas Chasadim. Explains Rashi beautifully. You're doing chesed with yourself when you have Kavanah and Davening. When you get up early in the morning to learn Torah, or bring your children to school for Torah, that's included in Talmud Torah. Down the Kafschus, which is also brought in one of the Mishnayos, is included in Hava Shalom bin Adam Chavera, because once you are down the Kafschus, you see the good in everything, then there'll be less fights. Once you mention Dalit Chos, the Gemara brings three beautiful stories about Dalit Chos. First one is a story about a man who came from Galut. In the Shiltos, this man is Rebbe Akiva before he became Rebbe Akiva. He's still at Amaretz and he's working. He worked for Eliezer ben Hurkos according to the Shiltos for 3 years. After 3 years, he said, I want my wages. It's Erev Yom Kippur. I want to go home to my wife and child. Eliezer ben Hurkos says, I don't have anything to give to you. But after Sukkot, Eliezer ben Hurkos came to Rebbe Akiva and brought 3 donkeys with him. They ate and drank, and he gave him his wages and more. And he asked Rebbe Akiva, what did you think when I said I don't have anything? Rebbe Akiva said, when you said you don't have money, I thought perhaps you invested in a business. When you said you don't have any fruit, maybe they didn't have any true Samaisers and you couldn't give it to Amaretz. When you say you don't have any animals, maybe you rented it. Maybe you rented your fields. What about pillows? Maybe you were Magdish. That's exactly what happened. I was Magdish everything I had because of my son who wasn't learning Torah, but then I got Hataras Nedarim, and here I am to pay you back. There's another story. Rashi says it's Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava or Rabbi Yehuda ben Eloi, who redeemed a girl who was captured, and he brought her to a hotel and put her by his feet. The next morning, he got up, went to the mikvah, and taught Torah. And he asked his students, what were you thinking? He said, perhaps you wanted to save this girl from one of us who wasn't proper, and perhaps you had a carry because of the tirfa of the way. He said, that's exactly what happened. And Baruch Hu should be done Yulikas just like you were done Milikas. And finally, the third story, Yeshua went into a non-Jewish woman, a prominent woman's room, locked the door. Before he did that, he removed his tefillin. He came out, he went to the mikveh and taught him Torah. He said, what do you think was going on here? He said, well, you don't want to go into tefillin, tamach and tuma. Perhaps this goya spit at you, and her spit is like a zava's spit. And it's mekami, that's why he went to the mikveh. He said, that's exactly what happened. Says the Mishnah. The fact that we said in the Mishnah that you could move truma, what is the big chiddush? And the answer is because this truma is in the hands of Yisrael. And Yisrael can't eat truma. Nevertheless, since it's permitted for a kain to eat truma, therefore it's not moksa for the Yisrael. What about D'mai? Why is D'mai not moksa? The answer is because D'mai is appropriate for a poor person. As the halacha is, you could give poor people D'mai, you could give the soldiers D'mai. And everybody has the ability to just be mafkir his belongings and become a poor person, and therefore the D'mai is ready for him. Ma'aser Rishon, which is the 10% that Yisrael gives the Levi, which already had the Levi gave 10% of his 10% to a Kayin, but he did not the Truma, the 2% to the Kayin. That is the chiddush. That even though the Yisrael jumped to step number 2 instead of doing step number 1, the Levi doesn't have to go back and give the Kayin his 2% that he's deserving. This is only in a situation that the Yisrael gave the Levi his 10% before it was in a pile, before he did Miruach HaKri. And it was, let's say, still attached to the ground or still in its shibboleth. But once it's in a Kri, once it's in a pile, then not only does Yisrael get Malchus, but you have to go back and give 2% to the Kayin. What is the big chiddush? If the Ma'aser Sheni, which is 10% that goes to the owner, you have to redeem it. If you redeemed it, of course it's not muksa. The answer is because he didn't redeem it properly. You have to redeem it and give a fifth. In other words, if there's 100 fruit, you have to give 125. The fifth is milapar after the final number. But at any rate, it's not considered muksa if you don't give the fifth. The fifth is not ma'akeh. Have a wonderful day.
I fucking know those freaking arms. It was crazy. Movies, like just moving. It's weird to know somebody so well and never have spoken to them. It's history.
That is odd. Yeah. Your season, your shot. The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every game is another chance to cash in. Don't just watch the action. Win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook delivers the
Shabbos Daf Kuf Chav Ches. Today's email comes to us from Tzfat, from Moshe Yigdal Shimon. He says he just moved to Tzfat 4 years ago. He would like to represent MDY in Tzfat. He says, I started this cycle on my own. He was constantly searching for a shear that's clear, exciting, and not too long. You fill it all, and then some. I can't thank you enough. Thank you, Moshe Yigdal Shimon. In the Mishnah we learned there are a number of food items that are muksa. For instance, tevel, food that you didn't remove trumas and maishus. What's the big chiddush? The chiddush is that in this particular case, you weren't chayiv in the rights to give trumas and maishus because this tree was planted in an unperforated planter, and therefore with the rights you're not chayiv in trumas and maishus at all. Rabbanan take the chayiv. Nevertheless, it's muktzim d'Rabbanan. When the Mishnah says that the received this 10% meiser, but if he give truma, not referring to his trumas meiser that he's supposed to give it to the Shvayim. Rather, it's the truma doila that the Yisrael was supposed to separate. The Yisrael went out of order. He gave the Levi 10% before he gave the Kohen the 2%. The halacha is the Levi cannot eat from it because the Yisrael did so when it was in a kri, when it was in a pile, and it had Ruach, who was smoothed out on top. Therefore, until the Levi gives the percent that the Yisrael should have given to the Levi, it's muktzah. Meiser Sheni is step 3. You take 10% and give it to yourself. Either you bring it to your shrine or you redeem it for money. The problem is that he redeemed it not properly. In other words, he used an asimain money that doesn't have fiction, and it isn't the third, it's our tester. Therefore, it's most. When it comes to Hegdish, he didn't redeem it properly. He redeemed it on real estate, on karka, instead of redeeming it on money, and therefore it's muktzah. When we go through lists of things that are muktzah or not muktzah, the Brisa says chatzo, which is grass that has straight roots, is not muktzah. You can feed it to mustard seeds, or not muktzah according to the Brisa because you feed it to a pigeon. Glass, broken glass. What can you do with that? You can feed it to an aswid. Who has an aswid? The name Malachim, princesses. Now all Klal Yisrael, according to Restream Gamliel, are considered princesses. Rav Nassan argues. He says no, it's muktzah. Now in Restream Gamliel, Hameimer says he meant only if he himself owns an aswid. Rav Ashi says even if he doesn't own an aswid, since there are other people that have aswids, you're considered a melech, and therefore it's not muktzah. Since people typically don't have elephants, bundles of branches are muktzah. So it says there are 4 different that hold of this concept. The name Malachim, all Klal Yisrael Malachim, they're princesses. Shingam Lil is this halacha and aswid, and so too in the Mishnah that you could have full food that you feed even ravens. Only wealthy people have it. Comes to rose oil, so it says that rose oil is for princesses, but all Klal Yisrael are princesses. Is halacha that if a person owns an expensive coat and he owes a lot of money, you take the coat off of him and you sell the coat, you give him another inexpensive coat. If you can say no, since he's a ben melech, he's a prince, he deserves an expensive coat. You don't take his coat off. When it comes to bushels of branches, if you decide that it should be animal food Erev Shabbos, they're not muktzah. And Rav Shimon says, provided that it's lightweight, you can carry with one hand. Otherwise, it's muktzah. If you need to carry with two hands, it's muktzah. Different types of plants the Gemara brings down that you say that it's for firewood, they are muktzah. If you change your mind and you say it's for food, they're not muktzah. The Machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda says, you take, let's say, a pea in a pod. You break it with your hand, you go like this, and you take out the peas, but not with the kli on Shabbos, and not too much. Chachamim say you need to make another shin, you do it with the tips of your finger, and not too much like you do in the weekday. Raw meat, but it's salted. According to everybody, it's not muktzah, carpaccio, people eat that. If it's unsalted, machlokes, according to Rav Huna, it's not muktzah, even though Rav Huna was Rav's Talmud, and Rav holds like Rav Yehuda that there is muktzah. That's not by food, but by regular muktzah, Rav holds like Rav Shimon, no muktzah. According to Rav Chizda, it's muktzah. Feed it to, you're not going to eat it, you don't feed it to the animals, but a duck is soft enough to eat it raw, and therefore Rav Chizda himself told his people in his house that they can move a raw duck, unsalted, out of the sun, just not to have monetary loss. Salted fish, not muktzah. If it's raw fish, it's muktzah, even though Rashi explains that you could feed it to a dog, but you didn't buy this fish to feed to a dog, and therefore, lavadaite, and it's muktzah. Spoiled meat, not muktzah, you can feed it to any type of animal. Uncovered water that you're concerned that perhaps snake inserted venom is not muktzah because you could give it to a cat. Rishon says you cannot because you need to get rid of it immediately so no one else has damage from that water. Says the Mishnah. You can take a basket, flip it over so that the chickens can get into their poop, even though you are carrying something for muktzah, and there's a sheet that holds that sauce. You could push along the chicken from behind, a chicken that ran away, in order that you don't have a monetary loss, or in order to prevent damage to the chicken. You don't lift up a chicken or push along a chicken by its wing, because the chicken could jump off the floor and you'll be holding a chicken in your hand, which is muktzah.
That word is so fucking antiquated that at this point
Now, when it comes to shechita, you should either hold the chicken in your hand or push the chicken down into the ground. We're concerned that the chicken will lift itself up with feet and jar its simanim during shechita and it'll cause shechita. You're allowed to hold on to the neck or a donkey, even though it's, but not in Rosh Hashanah because we're concerned with the animal. When a child that knows how to walk, to pull the child, but don't drag the child. That is awesome. If an animal gets trapped in a body of water on Shabbos, so you can give it to eat, so it doesn't die. And if that's not good enough, let's say the water is rising and you need to save the animal, so you can put blankets and pillows underneath it. Even though you're mabata klima fana, you're taking these kelim out of service for the Shabbos, and that's soiser, awesome. But you're allowed to be over the rabbanon in order to be kind of the deraisa of tsar balichay. The Mishnah says that you are not permitted to deliver an animal on Yom Tov, but you can help the animal out. In other words, by grabbing the newborn that it shouldn't fall on the ground, by pushing its stomach in, by giving it mouth to nose, by giving it milk to drink. For a human, for a mother giving birth, you're allowed to be Machal Shabbos, you're allowed to call the midwife, even though it's not a chum. Machal Shabbos. You're allowed to tie the umbilical cord. And according to you're allowed to even cut the umbilical cord. You're allowed to do anything that has to do with brisket. Restream says we used to have rachmanis on kosher animals on Yom Tov by putting salt in their womb so they should feel the pain and reconnect with their newborn, or would sprinkle placenta water on the baby so that they smelled it and reconnect. But a non-kosher animal, most of the time they don't disconnect from their newborn, and even if they do, you'll never be able to get them back together. The Mishnah says that you could be Machal Shabbos for Yoledes. The extra lashon is to tell us, even if she says she needs light and she happens to be blind, since it calms her down, that's mutter. You let her bring oil. You have to do it with a shina, bring it in your hand. If that's not enough, bring it in the hair. It's not considered skita because we hold like the shita that there's no skita in here. Even if you hold it is skita, that would mean not literally putting the oil in the hair, rather a bottle of oil in the hair. Have a wonderful day.
UFO got shot with a Hellfire missile. They have footage today, and Rep. Luna, they had in hearings today. There's a video of a UFO getting hit by a Hellfire missile, and the Hellfire missile just blows apart. And the on the screen. They always look like shit.
I saw something weird coming down from the moon the other day.
Shabbos of Kufchav's test
Maybe.
But I was imagining.
But it's kind of ironic.
Yeah.
It's right where the vagine
But I don't
is.
think Trump likes a hairy
That's what
person.
you're into. That's a dude. Okay, that's a dude with womanly hips.
Yeah.
Like, look at the boobs. They're weird.
It could be bad.
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be a snail smile.
I don't get why he's writing a script.
Yeah, very odd stuff.
It's quite strange.
Well, it's also like the way, like, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? And Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you, like,
No.
of the original vase.
That you think aliens did?
No. I think a very complex ancient civilization that was wiped out by some sort of a cataclysmic disaster that had very sophisticated technology. Because that was it diorite that was carved out of?
Are you an alien guy or are you an agnostic alien guy?
I'm on the fence.
You're on the fence.
Yeah.
You were alien guy?
I've been back and forth.
Yeah.
Off the fence, on the fence. I've
Yeah.
been over the other side. I go back and forth. I think it's highly unlikely that we're alone. Highly unlikely.
Yeah.
And there's just too many stories of people having encounters with something for people have been writing these things down for thousands of years. I haven't had any experience though.
Yeah. I think it's like a relationship. If you want it too bad, you won't get it.
Other than psychedelics. Which makes me go.
You've seen guys?
I've seen stuff. I've seen entities.
Really?
Yeah, 100%. I've had interactions with other beings.
Tree entities or like space entities? I've had tree entities.
Things that didn't have like a form that was solid. Their form would change, morph. And they had consciousness. But it's like, what's really going on? Like, are you imagining this? Or are you tapping in what it feels like? In your interact-bodied souls, like disembodied consciousness that doesn't have a physical form. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
It feels highly intelligent and very aware of what you're full of shit about, what you're not, like what your thoughts are, whether your thoughts are positive or negative. Like it shows you negative thoughts and positive thoughts.
Yeah, I was talking to Ari about that on his podcast about how like when I took acid, if I had a negative thought, all of the clouds would turn into skulls, and if I had a positive thought, they'd all turn into these dancers, and I could switch it. I could just like switch it. My entire visual would change with my mental.
I had a very similar experience once, where when I had negative thoughts, everything would go like black and pixelated and dark, and then I would have a positive. I would realize it, like, oh no, you're doing this, and then boom, it would blossom in these beautiful geometric patterns. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
kind of in control of how you view things, which is in control of how your life works.
That's the one thing that psychedelics want you to get so hard. And that's like the biggest thing. Every time I do it, it feels like it's making fun of me. It's like, bro, this is all you. Like,
Yeah.
you have control.
Yes.
You can have a bad life or a good life. Make the fucking choice.
Yeah.
And every time I do it, I'm like, okay, I'll remember. And then the next day, I'm like, somebody said I'm fat. It's crazy. I just had this big revelation the other day where I was like, what if everything is all right? Like, I'm writing, and then this weird thing happened, and I'm like, I want to die. And I was like, oh, yeah. Sometimes I feel like when you have those revelations, you get a little tested. You ever feel like that? Like, I'll be like,
Yeah.
when I'm like, okay, my head was so big about the Netflix coming out. I dropped into the creek yesterday doing new jokes. set, bomb, just bomb the whole way through, sweating in front of these people. They're like, they don't know who I am. They're just like, what are you saying? And I was like, okay, just trying brand new weird stuff. Because my ego is so big that I'm like, I don't even need to workshop this shit, bitch. And I do it, and they're just like, we don't understand you. And I'm like, anyway, watch the special. It's a lot better than that.
It is the most humbling thing to work on new stuff after you put out a special. It's the most humbling. Because you have no weapons.
And you just were doing shows where you were like, I don't
Kill
know how
it. Bam. Tight. Ready.
Totally.
Yeah.
Looking at the notepad and being like, what else? Still nothing on there.
No,
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's the hardest thing. It's like coming up with subjects. You know?
It's also hard when your brain is preoccupied with putting out a special, I've noticed.
Right.
I'm editing, I'm thinking about shit, promotion, and then I'm like, I have to. But that's why I think you have to take time.
Oh, 100%.
But the rush. People are like, aren't you so proud of yourself? And I'm like, no, because now I'm doing bad sets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
As long as the womb is open, even if she denies help, you give her help. Once her womb is closed,
It's a good thing for us.
even if she asked for help, you give her. Not like if she says that if she asks for help, you don't give her.
Start from scratch again.
What does it mean that her womb is open? 3 sheets. According to Abai, when she sits on the stool. According to Ravuna, when she has dam. According to Yeshayim, when her friends help her along to walk. What does it mean that the womb is closed? There are 3 stages. From birth until 3 days. Even if she says, I don't want help, you give her help, like Maris Restream. From 3 days to 7 days, if she requests help, we give it to her. And from 7 to 30, even if she asks for help, she's no better than a chayla shem sakona. You're not machal Shabbos. However, a guy could do the malacha for her. Shmuel says a woman who gave birth should not go to the mikvah until after 30 days, unless her husband is there and he can warn her. Gemara tells us a story. Rav Chizda's wife, Rabba's wife, who was Rav Chizda's daughter, didn't go by this, and she went to the mikvah within 30 days, and she became sick. So they had to carry her and her bed all the way to Rabba to Bedisa so that he could warn her.
Yo,
Shmuel says,
Jonas,
you light a fire
what up?
for a woman who gave birth,
How you
and for
living?
somebody who lets blood, and now we're going to go into a whole sugya of bloodletting.
Jonas,
If Rashi says, if you make a fire for somebody who let,
Jonas, can you hear me? Jonas. Jonas. Yo. Jonas. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Jonas. Yo, go fuck yourself. Nobody want to talk with you anyway. Loser. Douche.
That's what's on my mind.
Especially the people that don't
Do
know
this
more. That's really not relatable.
Yeah. Bill Burr was very inspiring because he put out that special about how he changed his mindset. You know what I mean? The most recent one where he was like, I'm not going to be an angry person anymore. And that was sick because I feel like sometimes I'll be like, maybe I should have a perspective shift where I am stop being such an angry person and against humanity. And I'm like, no, but that's not funny. So seeing Burr do that, I'm like, oh, I could have material about how like therapy helps, you know, instead of how my therapist sucks. You know what I mean? Like, and that was nice to see him do that. Where he was like, I'm going to stop harassing my wife. That was the whole special. I was like, my wife is like going to die someday, and I'm making her life quite bad. It was great.
When I was young, I had this stupid idea in my mind that you should stray away from meditation or enlightenment or anything because it would get in the way of being funny.
Yeah, totally.
It would get in the way of chaos.
I have that with relationships. I'm like, I'm going to keep this tumultuous relationship, and I'm
This
just going to keep, like, that's how I thrive.
Mining for material.
Mining for material, and just keep myself in a state of, like, unknown
This one.
constantly so that I feel like I'm alive. Because I feel like I'll die if I have any comfort or stability. And my studio is the size of this table. There's no reason I should live like that. It's crazy. There's no reason. But I just keep myself in these little...
Do you like living in New York like that?
I don't need to. I can live in a bigger place in New York. It's totally fine.
So you're doing it to yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing it to myself to be like, you have to struggle. And you don't, you know what I mean? To clean your tuna cans, you have to leave it. It's crazy. It's crazy.
At least you know it's crazy.
Yeah, totally. And I'm working. I am working.
Oh, okay.
I am working.
Talking to a realtor?
I'm talking to 2 therapists. And yeah, that's the other thing is I'm like, I don't want to get a bigger place if I'm going to buy a place in New York.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Eventually you're going to buy a
Yeah.
place. Right,
So I'm like,
right.
maybe just struggle.
It's a weird time for the real estate market right now.
I bought a house in Ithaca.
Oh, yeah?
Upstate? Yeah, upstate.
Oh, you want people to get the upstate house.
Well, it's
To the visit.
like 5 hours from New York. So
Yeah.
yeah, people are like upstate. And I'm like, no, it's like paintball upstate, dude.
you take a flight or you drive?
There's a flight from JFK now. Just sick.
And you go to Ithaca and watch TV?
I mainly just work on the house and work on the, just do shit to get it up and running. I don't know what I'm going to do when it's done.
So you just like being in a small town?
Well, my family's there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, my niece is there.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I was like, did you just pick Ithaca?
No way. My whole family's there. And I was so sick of going home and having to stay with my mom the whole time.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, she walked in on me having sex so many times.
Wow.
It's so annoying. Just swinging over the door. Oh, sorry. That's her every single time.
That's
Because she's deaf, so she can't hear shit.
Oh, no.
So she'll just swing it. Oh, no. It's fucking crazy, dude. And her house just has holes in it because she's a contractor, so she hasn't finished it.
Oh, no.
So there's just like there'll be like she'll just be scurrying around and be like, "There's a raccoon in here." I'm like, what? All the time, dude. It's crazy. There's a chipmunk on my laptop. I'm like, shit. Bats coming in constantly.
Dad's great.
Mm-hmm. Dad's dead now. Dad finally fainted his last faint.
Oh, no.
It was good. He worked all day, came home, died. We were happy about it.
Really?
I mean, we didn't want him to die, but yeah, he was like getting to a point where we were like, he's gonna have to start going to the hospital because he smokes so many cigarettes and is so unhealthy. And we're like, if he goes to the hospital, it's game over. He can't be around. He'll faint if he sees a hospital. It's like he knew it was happening. He was like, I'd rather die.
Did the cigarettes get him?
Yeah, cigarettes and Dunkin' Donuts. Love Dunkin' Donuts.
Both of those things.
Yeah.
Very addicted.
Very addicted. He was a heavy smoker. That's why I want to kill Ian all the time.
Because he smokes so much?
Yeah, he sounds like my dad, but where you laugh and you go.
Ian seems like he really enjoys it, though.
That's what everybody says until they're hacking up along and they have to leave a movie theater halfway through to go smoke.
How much does Ian smoke a day?
I think he's down. I think he's down to like a pack and a half.
Oh, God.
He's getting there. I need to get him on the Zins, but he thinks that's gay.
Zins are gay.
He thinks,
Look at all the stuff he talks about on stage.
Yeah, that he thinks is perfectly regular and above board. Perfectly regular and above board.
But Zins are gay. That's so silly. That's what a silly take.
But so many people have that. That's like when people are like, I'm not going to enter recovery because I don't believe in God. I'm like,
Yo, there he is. How you living, you little bitch?
That you could fuck.
Yo, can you hear me, or do you have dicks in your ears? Maybe you can't hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Are you talking? Yo. Yo. Hello? Yo, dog. Yo. Can you hear me? Yo. Yo. Can you hear me?
Let blood, so certainly for any sick person, even in the summer. The Gemara tells us that Shmuel, Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbah all burnt their expensive furniture in order to make a fire after they let blood. And the concept of baltashchis doesn't apply here because baltashchis of your body, not to ruin your body, is more important than not to be mashchis your furniture. We know that if somebody walks barefoot, in other words, he can't afford shoes, that's a tremendous embarrassment. So the halacha is you should sell even the things in your house to buy shoes. Yet when it comes to bloodletting and you have nothing else but a pair of shoes, sell your shoes so you can have a meal after you let blood because it's very dangerous if you don't. Rabbi Nachman used to tell his students, tell your wives that I'm coming for a meal. And like this, they'll make a big meal and you'll have a lot what to eat. If a person cannot afford wine, the Gemara says this is one case where you're allowed to do trickery. You're going to a wine store, you say, I'd like to purchase wine, give me a taste. And then you give them a coin that's rubbed out and they say, well, we don't accept that coin. So you go to the next store, you do it 7 times until you drink a whole revius. If you don't even have that, then you can eat 7 black dates, smear a little oil on your temple, lay in the sun. The Gemara tells us Shmuel laid in the sun, and Avlet said, what are you doing? Sun rays are bad for your health. So he said, oh no, but I let blood. But what really was going on was the Kufa of Tammuz. There's one day in the year that the sun is really beneficial throughout the entire day. If a person is not careful about the su'udah that he's supposed to eat after bloodletting, HaKadosh Baruch Hu won't have rachmanas on him and won't give him parnasa. What is the su'udah? According to Rav, you eat meat to replenish the life that's lost in a person. According to